The girls at the school were going wild. The new student was incredibly handsome, and the moment he walked in and was introduced, every girl's heart began to pound. The temperature in the room started to rise, and let's be honest, the girls were captivated. The guys, on the other hand, are not so thrilled. Let's be honest about it. A deep sense of jealousy. The teacher gestures toward an empty seat, and the kid who resembles a rejected Scooby-Doo character, he was practically green with envy. He gives his buddy a subtle signal. It's time for a prank. The plan is straightforward. As the new kid walks by, you stick out a foot, watch him trip, and just like that, it was total humiliation in front of everyone. Quite the genius move, wasn't it? However, there was one thing they didn't anticipate. The new kid saw it coming. He came to a sudden stop right in front of him. Lee Jae-hing believed his timing was perfect, but unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. Our protagonist stares him down, icy and unyielding. Jae-hing asks, "Who do you think you're looking at?" No one, and I mean no one, could possibly guess what was going through the new kid's mind as he stood there in complete silence, staring. That's when the teacher chimed in, asking why he had stopped all of a sudden. Lee Jin simply smiles and offers an apology. So polite, he continues walking. Jae-hing thought to himself that he had scared me. His friend agreed, thinking that maybe the new kid wasn't so tough after all. What these boys didn't realize, in that moment, Lee Jin stopped. He recalled a piece of advice from the major. When you return to Korea, Lee Jin, avoid getting involved in fights. The major was aware. Lee Jin is a natural-born strategist, with every move meticulously calculated. He honestly feared that aspect of himself. When the protagonist finally took a seat, the boy next to him, a kid named Park Young-chan, he greeted him and then issued a warning. Be cautious of those guys. They are the bullies who control this school. It's best to steer clear of them. As the next few classes passed, Lee Jin began to sense something unusual. Typical boys in an ordinary school. Another kid shares his thoughts on his favorite webtoon. It was peaceful and comfortable. In his memories, no moment has ever been quite like this. Every moment felt like running in the rain, with his life hanging in the balance. The training was grueling. After so many years, it left him feeling cold. When he closes his eyes, he can still feel the memories of those days. But when he opens them again, this peace is truly wonderful. His days were filled with tranquility and solitude. In another classroom, a girl who is Lee Jin's sister, she didn't know what peace was, but she was happy, of course. Her brother was finally home after being missing for 10 years. A blonde girl approached her, pulling her out of her thoughts. "Hey, Dayoon, I need your gym clothes for class today." Dayoon had her clothes, but she couldn't just give them away, or she would end up with nothing. The girl let out a cruel, mocking laugh before doing something that caught everyone's attention. She delivered a loud slap across Dayoon's face. Dayoon knew she had no right to ask questions or disobey an order, as this could lead to serious consequences. Was her daily life. Her classmates remained inactive. There was absolutely nothing to protect her. She simply didn't have the courage. When it was time to go home, she noticed her brother. He had come to her school and was waiting for her. She looks a bit surprised for a moment and asks if he was waiting for her. He replies that he was hoping they could walk home together. He adds that if she has other plans, she can feel free to go ahead without him. Dayoon quickly glances around and says she doesn't have any other plans. However, it's clear that she's still very nervous about walking with him. Jin then suggests that if she's not busy, they can walk home together. Ultimately, she comes to an agreement. A short while later, they walk down the street side by side. It's clearly awkward for both of them. Jin attempts to ease the tension by asking Dayoon if she feels awkward as well. Surprised by the question, she quickly responds that she does not. Jin reassures her that it's okay, as he feels pretty awkward himself. Fortunately, that seems to help her relax a bit. Jin then shares that he was only 9 when the accident occurred, so he doesn't remember much about his family, including her. He mentions that it must be strange for her as well, considering she was only 7 and likely doesn't remember much either. Dayoon remains silent because he knows he's right. She hears familiar voices coming from around the corner. She freezes. When Dayoon turns to see who it is, she recognizes one of the girls who had been bullying her earlier in class. It turns out she's friends with the blonde girl who slapped Dayoon at school. This new bully immediately spots Dayoon and begins yelling at her. Dayoon begins to panic, sweating and feeling uncertain about what to do next. One of the guys with the bully asks who Dayoon is. The bully replies that she's the girl whom Wei Jin, the blonde psycho from earlier, hates. Then she spots Jin with Dayoon and begins teasing her, asking if that's her boyfriend. She then makes a harsh remark, suggesting she didn't think women like that could get dates. Dayoon becomes extremely shy and hurriedly explains that Jin is just her brother. The bully is taken aback, surprised to learn that Dayoon even has a brother. After hearing all the trash talk, Jin asks Dayoon if the girl is her friend. Dayoon quietly replies that, yes, they are in the same homeroom. The bully continues relentlessly, calling Dayoon a bitch once more and questioning when they ever became friends. Dao-yun shakes as the bully continues to taunt her. Jin gives the girl an ice-cold stare, the kind that could freeze anyone solid. The guy sitting next to the bully is clearly uncomfortable with Jin's death glare. He gets angry and warns Jin to be careful, or he'll end up in trouble. Jin continues to stare, intensifying the fatty's anger even more. The bully girl begins to hype him up, encouraging him to confront Jin. Finally, the hefty man loses his composure and approaches Jin directly. Jin quickly moves Da-yun behind him and confronts the man head-on. This foolish brute wonders if Jin is trying to act tough for his sister. Jin immediately sees how clueless this guy is, standing so close with all his vulnerabilities completely exposed. What's even more amusing is that the hefty man isn't carrying any weapons. Jin can't help but think this guy is foolish for leaving himself so exposed. However, he recalls what Major Kang advised him about avoiding confrontation. Jin sighs, glances away, and attempts to walk off, but the man isn't having it. He grabs Jin by the collar and pulls his hand back, preparing to slap him. Before he can act, Da-yun steps in between them and bows her head. He attempts to explain to the bullies that Jin has been living abroad and is unfamiliar with how things operate in Korea. The main bully girl simply laughs at Da-yun for begging. Meanwhile, Da-yun continues to tremble in fear. The man angrily shouts at Da-yun, insisting that he doesn't care where Jin lived. Seeing his sister so frightened, he felt a surge of protectiveness wash over him. The trembling completely sets Jin off. He grabs the fatty's wrists and twists it sharply. The man cries out in pain, despite Jin barely having done anything. Jin then drops his bag. He takes off his school jacket. He calmly tells his sister to wait. He covers her face with his jacket. She reassured her that it would be over in just a minute. At that moment, the loudmouth thug charges at him from behind. Jin spins around effortlessly, as if it's nothing. He smacks the guy right across the face. The slap sends the thug flying backward. He spat blood before hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. The bully girl and her accomplice are so terrified that they look like they're about to wet their pants. Meanwhile, Jin sighs, feeling disappointed that he broke his promise to Major Kang. However, it's not entirely his fault. That greedy fool was asking for it. The other goon is so frightened that he's second-guessing even the act of breathing in Jin's direction. The scene transitions to the countryside, where we see soldiers training intensely. Major Kang is present, overseeing everything. Another soldier approaches and reminds it's Jin's first day of school. Hearing this, Major Kang begins to worry. Despite having spent 6 months teaching Jin how to live a normal life, he fears that after so many years as a mercenary, Jin may struggle to adjust. Despite everything, Kang remains proud and hopes that the lessons he imparted will benefit Jin. It seems that Major Kang's lessons didn't quite take hold, because Jin is out here treating these situations with such care and attention. Bullies behave like absolute trash. The other bullies stare in shock at the overweight boy, who lies knocked out cold on the ground with his eyes rolled back in his head. The bully girl and her friend tremble as Jin approaches them. In an instant, Jin lunges forward and delivers a powerful punch to the gut of the other thug, sending him flying before he crashes to the ground. The cocky girl's jaw drops in disbelief as she takes in the scene before her. When Jin turns to look at her, his death stare sends a chill down her spine. Dae-yeon pulls the jacket away from her face. Her hands tremble as she sees the two thugs completely knocked out. It's only been a minute, but already the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. Jin realizes that his sister is watching him. He shoots the cocky girl one final intimidating glance. He then turns and walks away from her. He turns to Dae-yeon and apologizes for suddenly covering her face. This only adds to the awkwardness for Dae-yeon, so Jin attempts to ease the situation by asking if she would like to grab snacks from her favorite place. Dae-yeon mumbles that it's fine, and they don't need to. Jin suggests they head home. As Dae-yeon and Jin continue their journey, they encounter unexpected challenges that test their resolve and strengthen their bond. Each obstacle reveals new facets of their characters, pushing them to grow and adapt. Together, they navigate the complexities of their relationship while striving to achieve their goals. Meanwhile, the bully girl stands frozen, completely freaked out. She's shocked that the guy who seemed so intimidating just moments ago is now acting like a super sweet big brother. As they walk away, Dae-yeon gives the bully one final wave, leaving her standing there, completely terrified. On the journey home, Dae-yeon asks Jin if he was the one who took out the two men. Jin replies, yeah. This only deepens her curiosity about him, as he doesn't appear to be a fighter. She explains to him that in Korea, staring at people as he did is considered rude and can lead to problems. Jin agrees, adding that making eye contact can also be a bad idea depending on who it is, much like in his own culture. Dae-yeon is confused and asks why. He stared at those thugs. Jin simply mentions that he saw her. She was scared and wanted to protect her. Dae-yeon is completely immersed in the moment. Surprised by his answers, she looks down, blushing. The atmosphere becomes increasingly awkward and silent as they continue walking. It seems Dayan will need to adjust to having a protective big brother. When they arrive home, their grandpa is a nervous wreck. He tells Jin to relax and enjoy some fruit. However, Jin insists on taking care of the dishes. Grandpa feels uncertain about what to do. He simply allows Jin to take over. Jin washes the dishes. Grandpa asks if dinner was okay, mentioning that he's not the best cook. Jin stays calm and reassures his grandpa not to worry. He mentions that the food has been fantastic and that he has enjoyed everything. The old man appears incredibly relieved to hear that. You can see that he's truly happy. Grandpa then asks Dayan if she enjoyed the food as well, and she nods in agreement. Then, Grandpa shifts the conversation to a different topic. He asks Jin about his first day of school, eager to find out if anything exciting happened. Jin hesitates for a moment, appearing slightly nervous as he prepares to respond. Dayan feels a bit anxious as he reflects on how chaotic the day was. After a moment, Jin simply states that it was a good day. Grandpa's face lights up when he hears this, showing a look of pure relief and happiness. Later that night, when everyone is in bed, Jin remains awake. He recalls the moment when his grandpa first saw him again. He recalls how happy the old man was. Living with his grandpa and sister for a while has begun to soften Jin's cold heart. He begins to think. A tragic plane crash occurred, resulting in significant loss of life and leaving many families devastated. Emergency responders quickly arrived at the scene, working tirelessly to recover victims and assess the situation. Investigators began examining the wreckage to determine the cause of the crash, while communities mourned the lives lost and offered support to those affected. The incident served as a stark reminder of the risks associated with air travel and the importance of safety measures in aviation. All the passengers were in a state of panic. Oxygen masks are dropping down. While everyone else was in a frenzy, Jin's parents were solely focused. He put on his mask to ensure he could breathe. It was a day filled with terror. As Jin recalls the plane beginning to descend rapidly, he suddenly awakens, jumping out of bed and starting the day with energy. Breathing heavily from the nightmare, his heart pounds in his chest, but then he realizes it was just a dream. He glances at his clock and realizes it's morning. As he sits there, he hears noises coming from the living room. He stands up and walks over to check it out, discovering that his sister is making breakfast. He asks where their grandfather is. She informs him that Grandpa left for work very early. She explains that he took some time off to be there when Jin returned. But now, his vacation days are over, and he has to go back. She puts on her uniform and prepares to leave. She informs Jin that breakfast is on the table and emphasizes that he should eat. After she departs, Jin simply gazes at everyone around him and the food she had left out for him. Back at school, we resumed our daily routines, navigating the familiar hallways and reconnecting with friends. The buzz of conversation filled the air as students exchanged stories about their summer adventures. Classes began, and with them came the excitement of new subjects and teachers. Each day unfolded with a mix of anticipation and the comfort of routine as we settled back into the rhythm of academic life. The bully girl is with Hui Jin, who has just discovered that the new transfer student is Daeyeon's brother. The bully girl nervously admits, yeah, it's true. She begins to reflect on what happened with Jin and becomes increasingly anxious. She recalled how he had taken down two of her friends with just a single punch. Hui Jin asks why the bully girl is so scared, but she remains frozen, too terrified to respond. Honestly, I'm tired of calling her the bully girl, so from now on, let's just refer to her as Chicken Shake. Hui Jin keeps pestering Chicken Shake about what happened. Finally, Chicken Shake gains some clarity and suggests that they should stop bothering Daeyeon. The death stare Jin gave her lingers in her mind, and she can't shake it off. Even though she's scared, she tries to reassure herself that everything is fine. Hui Jin and her brother are the top dogs at school, and no one dares to challenge them. Later, we see Daeyeon again, and as usual, she gets hit hard on the head. Turning around, she spots Hui Jin and Chicken Shake, ready to give her a hard time once more. Daeyeon asks what they want, and Hui Jin simply tells her to come with them. When Daeyeon asks where, the cocky blonde becomes furious. She snaps at Daeyeon, telling her to stop acting tough and to just do what she's told if she doesn't want to get hurt. She also states that having a brother doesn't change anything. Next, we find ourselves at the school's recycling area. Daeyeon is receiving completely overwhelmed by the arrogant blonde. After landing a few kicks, the blonde tells Daeyeon to stay down. Struggling to catch her breath, Daeyeon asks why she's even being beaten up. That's when Hui Jin mentions her brother. She advises Daeyeon to tell her brother to stop acting so tough and full of himself. She makes it clear that what happens next to her brother isn't their concern, as he's about to face a really difficult situation. Daeyeon, feeling confused, asks if they are now going after her brother. Hui Jin agrees and reminds her about the two guys Jen had beaten up. They are friends with her own brother. Since Daeyeon and her brother have been causing trouble, they won't get away with it. It's like poking a bear. Upon hearing this, Daeyeon's face turns completely white. She screams at the two thugs, demanding to know what they plan to do to her brother. In response, she receives a sharp slap across the face, leaving a lasting mark. However, that pain is nothing compared to the anguish she feels knowing her brother is in danger. Daeyeon grits her teeth, determination etched on her face. She gathers her composure as he bolts out of the room, leaving the two thug women behind. The scene shifts back to the classroom of the third-year students, where the tension in the air is palpable. Even the usual bullies are keeping quiet. Everyone is on edge as the school's biggest bully enters with his crew, and it seems like things are about to escalate with Jin. But Jin, he's just sitting there, calm and collected. The two guys who were wrecked yesterday are also there, walking alongside their boss. Behind them stands the biggest bully of them all, the top dog. Right on cue, Daeon bursts into the classroom. She's out of breath, her face bruised, and her uniform covered in dirt. Jin leaps up from his seat, his eyes widening in shock as he sees his sister, Hui-jin, with a disheveled face and a wrinkled uniform, beaten and in distress. The bully boss begins to taunt Jin, mocking the concern his sister has for his well-being. He points out how Hui-jin constantly whines and nags him to do things for her. Hui-jin approaches her brother and tells him that she'll only feel sorry for him when he actually gets his butt kicked. Meanwhile, Jin remains frozen in place. He was completely horrified to see his sister all bruised and battered. Before we see his actions, the scene flashes back to earlier that morning. As students were arriving for class, we see poor Yang-chan looking terrified as two figures approach her. Guys use his head for target practice. Jae-hyung beams with pride after landing a direct hit and begins bragging to his friend about his achievement. Hui-jung becomes annoyed and demands that a nearby kid hand over his eraser. The shy student hands it over. Hui-jung reaches out and grabs it. He winds up and throws it with all his might, hitting Yang-chan squarely in the head. He does a little happy dance after landing a perfect shot, but Jae-young tries to downplay it, claiming it was just luck. The two of them engage in a playful competition, each trying to outdo the other's headshot game. Jae-young decides to give it another try. He swung his arm wildly, hurling the eraser at poor Yang-chan. But to everyone's surprise, Jin steps in the way, and the eraser strikes him in the side instead. The two bullies are angry about being interrupted. The eraser falls to the floor. Jin then takes a seat next to a visibly terrified Yang-chan. The redhead is clearly getting annoyed, feeling that Jin is starting to get on his nerves. Wook-jin decides they need to teach Jin a lesson for getting involved. The redhead is fully on board with it. Meanwhile, Jin simply sets his bag down. He asks Yang-chan if he is okay. The poor guy mumbles that he's okay. However, his pale complexion clearly indicates that he is far from fine. Yang-chan leans in toward Jin, trying to avoid looking at the bullies. He asks if he wants to hang out after school. Jin explains that he can't, as he needs to walk home with his sister. The shy kid appears intrigued and asks if his sister transferred with him. Jin replies that she was already attending school there. When Yang-chan asks for her name, Jin tells him it's Daeon. Yang-chan is quite shocked to hear that. Jin notices his reaction and asks if he knows her. Initially, Yang-chan is reluctant to speak. He then admits that Daeon is struggling at school. He explains that during middle school, she was incredibly popular due to her intelligence and beauty, which attracted many admirers. However, a blonde girl named Hui-jin became jealous and began to bully her. Jin asks if anyone has ever tried to stop it. Yang-chan reveals that the bully, Hui-jin, has a brother named Gi-so Kim, who is known as one of the biggest troublemakers in the entire school. To make matters worse, Daeon is in the same homeroom as Hui-jin. She endures such severe bullying that her classmates are shocked she still comes to school at all. Jin connects the dots and realizes that Hui-jin began picking on his sister simply because a guy liked her. Yang-chan sadly explains that it was merely an excuse. Hui-jin was simply looking for someone to pick on. Jin's mind flashes back to a few days earlier when his grandpa hoped he would easily fit in at the new school. Their grandpa then turned to Daeon and asked if she was doing okay in school as well. At that time, sweet little Daeon promised her grandpa that everything was fine, never revealing that she was being bullied every single day. Her grandpa praised her, saying that Daeon is a great student and that her teachers always speak highly of her. In the present, Jin realizes that his sister was only pretending. They concealed everything to keep their grandpa from worrying. Suddenly, one of the rowdy bullies kicks the door open, and the entire group strolls into the classroom. Jin immediately asks the group what they are doing in their class. Ji-soo Kim, one of the top students in the entire school, simply states that he's there to take care of something. Jin is taken aback when he sees Gi-soo and feels completely at a loss. Jin is just a small fry. He can handle the other bullies, but he knows better than to cross Ji-soo Kim. Meanwhile, Ji-soo's lackeys identify Jin. When Ji-soo sees him, he starts yelling at his crew, furious that they were overpowered by a scrawny little punk. He tells his lackeys to back off and then flicks a finger at Jin, summoning him over. Jin stands up immediately. The redhead and Hutchek, Jin, are completely puzzled, trying to figure out what Jin did to land on Ji-soo's bad side. They both believe he is in serious trouble now. Jin simply stands there and asks if Ji-soo is the one in charge, the real big shot. Ji-soo smirks, amused that it took Jin this long to realize who truly runs the show. He turns to one of his lackeys, and he tells him to stop standing there like an idiot and take action. You can see that the lackey is terrified. He slowly begins to walk toward Jin. But before the fight can begin, Daeyeon bursts into the room, totally out of breath. This brings us back to the present. Jin stared at his battered sister. Tears streamed down Daeyeon's face as she apologizes to Jin for getting him into this situation. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin scoffs at her tears, labeling her a total drama queen. Jin assures his sister that she did nothing wrong. Before she can say anything more, he suddenly snaps, slapping the lackey with such force that the guy hits the floor unconscious. The other bullies, who have witnessed Jin fight before, begin to tremble. With one guy down, Jin turns to his sister and says that these are the ones who should be apologizing. Just then, the heavy-set man charges at Jin, his fist poised to strike. Jin effortlessly pushes the bully's arm away, as if it were nothing. He spots an opening and strikes the guy's throat with a swift, brutal chop, reminiscent of a ninja. The bully suddenly begins to cough and then chokes before collapsing. The final lackey trembled uncontrollably as he attempted to throw a punch at Jin. Jin responded with a brutal blow to his ribs and, with incredible speed, sent him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Jisoo's confidence began to waver as he watched Jin dismantle his crew as if they were a bunch of nobodies. The local wannabe bullies in the class stand there with wide eyes, their expressions completely blank. Even Wei Jin and Chicken Shake are freaking out, completely losing their cool. After eliminating the last two competitors, Jin turns to Jisoo and says he knows that his sister has been suffering because of these thugs, and he's not going to let it slide. Jisoo finally speaks up. With a smirk, he admits that Jin isn't a pushover. Then, with a smirk, Jisoo throws a super fast pitch. Jin easily blocks the kick aimed at his head. This leaves Jisoo completely stunned. He didn't expect Jin to be that quick. Jisoo throws another kick with his other leg, but Jin blocks it just as easily. Jin grabs Jisoo by the leg, yanks him in close. He punches him square in the face. The punch sends blood flying as Jisoo collapses to the floor like a rag doll. His nose and mouth are bleeding as he looks up at Jin in total horror, who looms over him like the Grim Reaper. Without hesitation, Jin delivers a powerful kick directly to the bastard's face, causing more blood to splatter across the scene. The man who was once acting tough and cocky is now on the ground, completely defeated and humiliated. The entire class falls completely silent. Everyone's eyes widen in shock as they watch Jin take down one of the biggest bullies in a single move. The two beta bullies are staring in disbelief, their jaws dropped. It's hard to believe that Jin just took down a major player like Jisoo effortlessly. The girls are equally freaked out, especially the blonde one, who is in shock and questioning whether Jin is truly that strong. Jin begins walking toward Huijin, who is terrified that she's about to be hit and face the same punishment. Before he can take any action, Diane rushes over and pleads with her brother to stop. Jin reminds her that Huijin and her crew have been causing trouble for her for a long time. Diane's expression falls as she realizes he knows the truth about what happened yesterday. She looks down, remaining silent. Then it dawns on her that Jin is doing all of this for her. She forces a smile and tells him that she's fine and that he should simply stop. Her brother pauses to consider it for a moment. He finally agrees and decides to walk her to her class. As they depart, the entire group, the room begins to whisper. It's hard to believe that Jisoo, the top dog, was taken down by just one person. Even the beta bullies have to acknowledge that Jin is hardcore, and they're incredibly relieved they didn't attempt to fight him earlier. As everyone engages in conversation, the blonde girl trembles, her face reflecting a mix of fear and humiliation as she struggles to cope with the reality of their loss. Meanwhile, Jin and Diane walk together, and she expresses her surprise at his fighting skills. However, she soon starts to apologize again. Jin, confused, asks her what she is apologizing for. Diane acknowledges that it's her fault he got pulled into all this drama. She feels remorseful about the fights he had to endure, both yesterday and today. Jin simply offers her a warm smile and assures her that there's no need to apologize for anything. That's what family is for, protecting one another. He then begins to explain that in the place where he used to live, it was a battle of survival, with everyone looking out for themselves. People were indifferent to the fate of others as long as they themselves were fine. But even those selfish individuals were. They were different when it came to their own families. Then we flash back to a chaotic battlefield. Smoke and explosions filled the air. Gunfire and explosions echo all around. Amidst the chaos, we catch a glimpse of a younger Jin. He spots an enemy soldier trying to move stealthily, desperately attempting to save his young daughter. The soldier uses his body to shield her from a man pointing a gun directly at them. Even in the midst of all the violence, witnessing that soldier risk his life for his child leaves a lasting impression on Jin. It prompts him to reflect on the true meaning of family and why it holds such significance. Back in the present, Diane notes that he barely remembers her, so why is he trying so hard to help? Jin admits that he doesn't recall much. But they say that doesn't matter, they're still family. She stands there quietly. As his words sink in, she begins to feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly assures him that she's fine and suggests he return to his own class. She points out that they are already in her classroom, gives him a quick wave goodbye, and vanishes inside, leaving Jin with a small smile. Back in his classroom, everyone is still talking about Jin. He's feeling a bit awkward with all the attention. The beta bullies give him a thumbs up and ask what he learned overseas, as he effortlessly destroyed those noobs. They continue to shower him with praise, but Jin simply sinks deeper into his chair, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Even his friend Young Chun's Jin saying he was awesome. This brings a small smile to Jin's face. Meanwhile, we see the defeated goons who are all feeling quite stressed after experiencing such embarrassment. Their boss is still furious, lamenting that there's something unusual about Jin. He doesn't fight like a typical third-rate thug. His sister tries to lift his spirits, urging him to stop pouting and insisting it was just a fluke. She explains that Jin simply caught them off guard and reassures him that they can get him later. The other bullies have fallen silent, realizing that Jin is a total powerhouse and not someone to be trifled with. However, the blondie reminds him that he's just one person and they can't allow some random guy to defeat them. Her brother finally tells her to be quiet, saying that if she wants a fight so badly, she can go confront the guy herself if it's so easy. Naturally, Hoi Jin doesn't appreciate that and retorts that he shouldn't take his frustrations out on her just because some random person handed him a defeat. Her brother is absolutely furious. It's clear that Hoi Jin's words have struck a nerve. He's seething because, let's face it, she's speaking the truth, and that stings. Hoi Jin gives him one last glare, her eyes welling up with tears from the frustration of her brother's behavior. She quietly turns around. She slams the door as she leaves. As she stomps down the hall, Chicken Shake rushes to catch up with her. Meanwhile, the blonde is still absolutely fuming. She's incredibly frustrated that all those bullies couldn't even handle one person. She slams the classroom door. The door swings open and a storm rushes in. When she sees Daehan sitting there, she feels a rush of emotions. She asks her if she's feeling lucky now that she has a brother. She observes that Dae-hyun can likely walk into school now without a care in the world and run to her big brother if anything goes wrong. Dae-hyun remains silent, which only frustrates Hoi Jin further. She feels that Dae-hyun is giving her the cold shoulder now that she has her brother to look out for her. Gritting her teeth, Hoi Jin makes it clear that she is determined. I'm not going to let Dae-hyun get away with anything just because she has a brother. As darkness begins to fall, the students make their way home. We see our girl in the crowd, looking a bit down. She's lost in thought, recalling the time when her brother stood up for her and fought off the thugs. She recalls him saying that they were family. She wonders if that means she can finally stop worrying about being bullied at school. She begins to reflect on how miserable things were with Hoi Jin, how she was constantly bossed around and had to obey her every command like a loyal dog. Each time she tried to stand up for herself, she was met with a slap. Suddenly, her brother appears behind her and asks if something is wrong. She is completely startled. He tells her that he has already called her name several times, but she didn't respond. His sister quickly apologizes, explaining that she didn't hear him, and then asks if he was waiting for her again. He nods and replies that he still doesn't know the way home. They begin walking home together, discussing the need to pick up some groceries, since their grandpa is always starving when he gets home late. As they walk, the rowdy woman stands behind them. She looks absolutely furious and can't stand to see our girl smiling. This woman is just waiting for the perfect moment to wipe that smile right off Dae-hyun's face. Next, we find ourselves in a different scene. The two of them are shopping in a store. The girl struggles to decide what to buy. All the girls in the store are staring at him. Dae-hyun can't help but notice the attention he's receiving from the ladies. She knew he was popular at school, but it seemed he stood out everywhere he went. Out of curiosity, Dae-hyun finally asks his brother if he ever had a girlfriend while living abroad. The question completely catches him off guard, and he looks as if he has never even heard the word girlfriend before. Noticing his confusion, Dae-hyun clarifies that she is referring to a girl he was dating. He simply states that he's never had one. This prompts his sister to suggest that he should consider it, especially since girls are attracted to him like a magnet. He falls silent for a moment before stating that he's always been too busy for a girlfriend. Dae-han understands, especially since he has been busy adjusting to life in a new country. He then turns the question back to her and asks if she has ever had a boyfriend. The question catches her by surprise, and she quickly replies that she has never had one either. When he asks why, she simply says that she's been busy as well. When they arrive home, their grandpa gifted our guy a new Samsung Galaxy phone. He's a bit disappointed because he wanted an iPhone. Grandpa quickly sets him straight. He claims that iPhones have terrible battery life and insists that a Samsung is better, especially since every other kid has an iPhone. It's a humorous jab, as if owning a Samsung will somehow make him stand out. Dae-hyun is thrilled because she has always wanted a Galaxy phone, and she can tell this is the latest model. Our guy begins fiddling with the phone. Their grandpa informs them that he has has already added his and Dae-hyun's numbers to it. Dae-hyun is surprised that her grandpa managed to do that on his own, as she's usually the one who assists him with tech issues. Grandpa quickly clarifies that the salesperson was the one who helped him. He adds with a smile that he heard young people enjoy unboxing things themselves. He hoped our guy wouldn't mind. He opened it to save the numbers. Jin simply states that he's completely fine with it. Grandpa apologizes to Dae-hyun, explaining that the store only had one left, so he couldn't get her one. Dae-hyun reassures him that it's no big deal. In the end, they all enjoy a wonderful dinner together. They were enjoying their time together as a family, simply talking and laughing. Later that night, our guy continued to tinker with his new phone and was really starting to embrace the whole Galaxy concept. He began to consider that perhaps Samsung phones weren't so bad after all, and they might even be better than iPhones. The scene then shifts to Major Kang. He is working on his computer when his phone rings. It's Jin, calling to let him know that he has a new phone and a new number. The Major is somewhat taken aback by this. The junior officer behind him asks if Major Kang has already given Jin a phone, to which the Major confirms that he has. That's when he turns tomato red with anger. He points out that he gave Jin the most expensive iPhone they had, so he's understandably furious that Jin has already replaced it. The next morning, Jin steps out of the shower and sees his sister, rushing out the door in her uniform. Before she can leave, Jin asks her why she's leaving so early. She simply says she's running late and bolts out the door. She calls out that dinner is ready and reminds him to just put the dishes in the sink. As she runs down the street, she checks her phone and feels relieved to see that she'll make it on time. She was late because she had made soup for their grandpa. Seeing him smile while eating it was completely worth it. She feels happy that she was able to do something nice for him. Her happy moment is abruptly interrupted when someone kicks her hard in the ribs, knocking her to the ground. 3 girls in hoodies and masks stand over her, concealing their identities. The girl in front tells Dae-hyun to watch where she's going, adding that she almost broke her ankle. It's evident they're just trying to provoke a confrontation. They demand that Dae-hyun apologize for her alleged actions. The poor girl quickly nods and says she's truly sorry. However, the rowdy leader isn't satisfied and slaps Dae-hyun across the face, telling her to apologize like a submissive dog. At that moment, one of the girls with a ponytail suggests they all go to karaoke to blow off some steam. Another girl agrees, saying they need to relax and have some fun. The girl with the ponytail crouches down to meet Dae-hyun's gaze. With a smirk, she invites her to join them for karaoke, promising they're going to have a blast. As soon as Dae-hyun hears her voice, she recognizes it as Weejin Kim's, and she knows that Weejin is definitely here to make her life a living hell. Before she realizes it, they find themselves at a questionable karaoke bar. The manager notices the shady-looking girls and feels a sense of unease. Moments later, he finds himself nervously approaching their room, mumbling to himself about how wild kids are these days. He wonders what kind of mess they've made, as all he heard from their room was a chorus of screaming. When he opens the door, he discovers Dae-hyun lying on the floor, clearly battered and bruised. Fortunately, she is awake and gradually begins to rise. Her hands tremble as she attempts to gather her belongings. The manager is completely bewildered by the situation and attempts to call an ambulance, but Dae-hyun simply replies no. He stumbles out the door. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is taking attendance and notices that Dae-hyun is absent. The other students say that Dae-hyun isn't present, while everyone else is. This is confusing, as Dae-hyun isn't the type to simply skip school. In the background, Weejin Kim wears a smirk, clearly pleased with the situation. Chicken Shake leans over and asks her if she thinks Dae-hyun is okay. Weejin calmly tells her not to freak out, reminding her that Dae-hyun's absence has nothing to do with them. Chicken Shake nervously agrees, playing along as if it were true and had nothing to do with them. At last, the school day comes to a close. As usual, our A guy is waiting outside for his sister, but he can't find her anywhere in the crowd. The crowd begins to disperse. Soon it's nearly empty, yet his sister still hasn't arrived. He waits a bit longer. He pulls out his phone to call her, wondering if she went home without him. Meanwhile, she is already at home. Her phone is ringing non-stop from his calls. However, she simply ignores it. Eventually, he makes his way home. He spots her right away. Sneakers are by the door. He removes his bag. She walks up to her room. He knocks softly, inquiring if she's inside. She quickly answers, and her brother, Jin. She is incredibly relieved to be home. He asks her what's going on, mentioning that he even tried calling her, but she didn't answer. Dae-hyun apologizes, explaining that she must have been asleep. Jin quickly senses the strange tone in her voice. He asks if he can stop by for a moment. Dae-hyun quickly invents an excuse, saying she's already in bed because she's feeling unwell. Worried, Jin asks if it's anything serious. She reassures him that it's just a mild fever and that she'll be completely fine after some rest. Jin tells her to call him if she needs anything before he starts to leave. She is planning to go buy some medicine for her. He suddenly freezes at the door when he hears a noise coming from inside. He notices blood stains on her sneakers. He quickly realizes something. Something must have gone wrong. Blood on your shoes is certainly not a common sight. As soon as it clicks, he grabs the first aid kit. She rushes into her room to tend to her injuries. She flinches as he begins to bandage her bruised face. It's evident that Jin still doesn't grasp the entire situation. Daeyeon explains that she fell down the stairs while trying to dodge a bike. However, Jin notes that her injuries appear far too severe for such a simple accident. She asks if she's certain she doesn't want to see a doctor. She hesitates for a moment before insisting that she's completely fine. It's understandable why she wouldn't want to go to the hospital. If she did, they would immediately realize that her bruises weren't from falling down any stairs. The scene then flashes back to Daeyeon's past, transporting us to the principal's office. Daeyeon is explaining to the principal that Hoojin assaulted her. Hoojin, however, is outright denying all allegations. The police are involved as well, and Daeyeon continues to insist that Hoojin was the one who attacked her. She states that Hoojin was wearing a mask and a hat, but she recognized her voice and is completely certain it was her. Additionally, Hoojin has a history of bullying her at school. Hoojin, wearing a smug little smirk, asks how Daeyeon can blame her when she never even saw his face. The principal asks Daeyeon if she saw the face of the person who had harmed her. Daeyeon reiterates that the attacker's face was covered, yet she is absolutely certain it was Hoojin. At this point, Hoojin's mother completely loses her composure. She angrily accuses Daeyeon of involving the police and treating her daughter like a criminal over a baseless accusation. The principal attempts to calm the mother, but she remains unyielding, making it clear that she will not be pacified. Meanwhile, Daeyeon's confidence visibly crumbles as she realizes that no one believes her, even though she knows it was Hoojin. Even the police officers appear doubtful. The mother insists that Daeyeon apologize to her daughter immediately. However, our girl stands her ground, asserting that it was actually her daughter who assaulted her. The arrogant mother becomes even angrier and decides to confront Daeyeon's parents. She insists that Daeyeon bring her parents to the school right away. This completely shatters Daeyeon's heart. Tears stream down her face, and she can't stop. Meanwhile, the villain who caused her pain simply laughs and walks away without facing any consequences. Back in the present, she feels trapped in the same situation. It seems pointless to speak up without any real proof. She is determined not to upset her grandfather, who has always been a great source of support for her. Suddenly, Jin notices her tense expression and places a hand on her forehead, asking if she's really okay. The girl weakly responds that she's fine. Jin notes that although none of her bones appear to be broken, the bruises are quite severe and will likely be painful for a few days. She nods, surprised to discover that he's genuinely skilled at this. She notices that the bandages are applied perfectly. Her expression turns sad as she reflects on their grandfather. She worries that he will become very upset about everything, particularly because he has a weak heart. Jin is quite surprised to hear this and adds that their grandpa is on medication for his heart. Upon hearing this, Jin promises to ensure that their grandpa never discovers any of it. She advises her to focus on getting some rest. Just as he begins to leave, she calls out his name. She offers him a warm smile and expresses her gratitude for everything. Jin smiles back at her with equal warmth. The moment he is out of sight, her smile vanishes. She begins to question whether she made the right decision by withholding some of the details from him. She thinks there isn't much a couple of teens like them can really do about the situation. As we all know, Jin isn't your average teenager, and I wouldn't be surprised if he already has a solid idea of who was responsible for his sister's injuries. Later, the scene shifts to a club where the music is blasting, and the place is packed. Right in the heart of the crowd, we see the head bully, Ji-So Kim. He appears genuinely frustrated as he drinks and laughs with his crew. They're all trash-talking Jin, questioning how one kid could have ruined everything for them. One of the thugs speaks up, reminding the group that they lost because they underestimated Jin. He insists that they can definitely take him down if they just plan it out first. Another goon agrees, stating that there's no way they can simply let him get away with it. A third person chimes in, stating that Jin wouldn't stand a chance against all of them at once. Despite all the hype surrounding them, their boss understands that taking Jin down won't be easy. He is still seething from that humiliating defeat and has no intention of letting it go unaddressed. He slams his glass down in frustration, but ultimately concedes to his lackeys. He makes it clear that one-on-one fighting isn't their style, so they'll likely devise a plan to overwhelm him with numbers. The lackeys all wear huge, sinister grins, clearly excited by the idea. This group of jerks may think they have everything figured out, but they're just a pack of hyenas waiting for what's coming to them from Jin. Just as they are scheming, Ji-So's phone rings. The caller ID displays "Little Bitch." It turns out to be his little sister, and even Ji-So seems to agree with that contact name. She immediately starts yelling at him, demanding to know why he's just hanging out at the club. Ji-So urges her to get to the point, or he will hang up. The girl insists that he owes her a significant favor. Ji-So is completely clueless about what she's discussing. She then mentions that Daeyeon was roughed up earlier in the day. She tells him they can't allow the siblings to get away with this, or they'll lose all their influence at school. Her brother, looking a bit proud, crowd, tells her she did a great job, and reveals they are in the midst of planning some payback for Jin. Just then, someone enters the club, and the bullies turn to see who has approached them. They soon realize that it's Jin. He certainly appears to be there to settle a score. Jisoo is absolutely furious to see Jin casually strolling into his territory. Jin continues walking toward their table, appearing completely calm. Jisoo then becomes a bit smug. They feel relieved that they no longer have to hunt Jin down for their revenge. But Jin isn't there for a friendly chat. Without wasting any time, he grabs one of the lackeys by the face and slams him forcefully against the edge of the table. Another lackey charges at him, but Jin's hand moves like a blur, and with a single punch, he shatters all of the guy's ribs. The bully leader and his crew can only grit their teeth as they watch their team get taken down. The rest of the crew rushes toward Jin. Our guy remains as cool as a cucumber. As they approach, he effortlessly kicks one of them down, exuding confidence like a total boss. Next, he grabs a man with purple hair. He slams him down onto the table with a brutal thud. While the purple-haired guy is completely panicking, Jin isn't done with him yet and slams him against the wall like a rag doll. He then clenches his fist and delivers a powerful blow. Punch him right in the face. One of the thugs grabs a glass bottle and swings it at Jin, but our boy simply swats the bottle from his hand. He follows it up with a brutal hit to the thug's face, leaving him spitting up blood. Another bully charges at him from behind, but Jin ducks just in time. He grabs her hand and gives it a reassuring squeeze, but she responds with a painful twist. In retaliation, she delivers a sharp slap across his face. Jin pushes the thug aside and continues on his way. He immediately grabs another lackey by the face. He slams the guy's mug directly into his knee. A sickening crunch echoes as the thug's nose breaks. With all the thugs taken down, Gisu stands there, speechless and completely unable to process what has just happened. Meanwhile, his sister remains on the phone, asking what's happening as she hears the chaos unfolding. Jin turns to Gisu, and the look in his eyes is icy. It sends a shiver down Gisu's spine. He asks Gisu if he needs a reminder, noting that the last time he checked, Jin had already told him to stay away from his sister. Gisu is completely astonished by how quickly the tables have turned. It's quite ironic. They attempted to gang up on Jin, but their own group was completely dismantled. Jin fought like a true professional, effortlessly taking down all of them in just a few seconds. He continues to question Gisu, asking what his sister ever did to him. Gisu pretends to be clueless, acting as if he has no idea what he's discussing, all the while discreetly reaching for a glass on the table. He hurls the glass at Jin with lightning speed, but Jin simply steps back casually, allowing it to shatter against the wall. As he stands there, completely unbothered, Gisu grabs a bottle and swings it at him. Our boy steps back once again, skillfully dodging the blow. When Gisu swings the bottle a second time, Jin knocks the drink out of his hand and counters with a punch that sends liquid splattering everywhere. This time, Gisu attempts to throw a punch, but our guy delivers another brutal smack to the bastard's face, causing his nose to bleed like a faucet. Gisu stumbles backward, gasping for breath air after the blow, while Jin remains perfectly cool and composed, not even breaking a sweat. He confronts the man, asking what kind of sick pleasure he derives from tormenting a helpless girl. In a final attempt, Gisu picks up a bottle. He smashes it and attempts to stab Jin in the chest with the sharp end, but our boy doesn't flinch at all. He simply slaps Gisu's hand. The force is so great that the broken bottle crashes to the floor. Then he grabs Gisu by the throat and squeezes tightly, causing him to struggle for breath. Gisu's feet scramble as he struggles. Jin forcefully slams him to the ground. The bastard writhes and squirms, desperately attempting to escape Jin's iron grip, but our guy isn't backing down. His hand is pressed firmly against Gisu's throat, ensuring that the once cocky bully understands exactly who is in charge now. Jin leans in and asks Gisu what he should do with him. Gisu, barely conscious after the brutal beatdown, is unable to respond. Jin delivers one final warning, emphasizing that this is the last time he will let him off easy. He warns him to stay away from his sister and to keep Jin, Gashu's sister, under control as well. He will take immediate action. He emphasizes that any further rumors of Gashu or Jin troubling his sister will not be tolerated. He intends to return to finish what he started. To drive his point home, Jin tightens his grip on the bastard's throat, pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. The bully, now completely desperate, begins to squirm and repeatedly apologize. After that, Jin finally releases his grip. He leaves Gisu on the floor, gasping for air and trembling violently as he walks away. As Jin leaves the club, the staff inside exchange nervous glances, uncertain about what they have just witnessed. Meanwhile, Jin and her team were working diligently on their project, focusing on the details that would bring their vision to life. Friend Chicken Shake is walking down the street. Jin has a sinking feeling and begins to worry that her brother might be in danger. As soon as they arrive at the club, they hear footsteps footsteps approaching from the stairs, and there's Jin, casually walking away. Jin is completely thrown off and has no idea what to do next. She yells for Jin to stop, likely believing she can play it cool since no one can prove she was behind what happened today. But Jin doesn't even slow down. Now, Jin is becoming seriously unsettled. She begins to back up, but ends up tripping and landing hard on her backside. As she rubs her shoulder, Jin's phone rings. He glances at the screen. It's his grandpa calling. After a brief call, he simply turns and heads home without saying another word, leaving everyone behind, curious about what he's thinking. When Jin arrives at the clubroom, she finds it in complete disarray. Her brother and his crew are all battered and bruised. She immediately confronts him, demanding to know how he allowed Jin to take him down once more. But her brother is too worn out to fight back. He simply cuts her off and tells her to keep their distance from Dae-hyun moving forward. Jin, not grasping the seriousness of the situation, continues to argue, questioning what he is even talking about. That's when her brother, clearly fed up, finally snaps. He grinds his teeth and screams at her to leave their boy's sister alone. But Jin stands her ground, shouting back and demanding to know why he is so afraid of that bastard. This is the final straw. Her brother's eyes blaze with fury as he makes it clear that if she doesn't back off from Dae-hyun, he will personally ensure she pays the price. This family has a twisted way of handling problems, astonishingly casual in their discussions of hurting one another. Jin is visibly shaken by her brother's threat and begins to cry. We return to our protagonist, who reunites with his grandfather. They find a bench in the park to sit down on. First, Grandpa apologizes for taking our boy away from his friends, but he insists it's no big deal. The old man appears quite upset as he mentions how Dae-hyun was hurt, and that our boy was the one who took care of her injuries. Our boy agrees, and the grandpa explains that her injuries are serious, but she refuses to go to the hospital. He shares how challenging it was to raise Dae-hyun on his own. He realizes he never truly understood how to care for a little girl. He was always focused on working to put food on the table, and now he feels immense gratitude that she has grown up so well, mostly on her own. Reflecting on the past, Grandpa feels that Dae-hyun has given him far more than he ever provided in return. He lost everything in that accident, and after the plane crash took it all away, Dae-hyun became the only reason he continued to push forward. It pains him to see her hurting like this without even knowing the reason why. He wonders if she thinks he's simply too old to understand. He notes that people often say children grow apart from their parents as they age, so it must be even more challenging for her to open up to her elderly grandfather. But our boy jumps in and tells the old man that he's completely overthinking it. He notes that it's clear how much Grandpa loves Dae-hyun. He is confident that she loves him just as much in return. He assures Grandpa not to worry and promises to take care of her at school. Upon hearing that, the old man finally appears somewhat relieved, genuinely happy that Dae-hyun has found joy in his life. Genuinely happy that Dae-hyun has found joy in his life. Someone who acts like a brother, always looking out for her. The scene shifts to the Omnia Medical Examination Center. Inside, we find Jisoo bandaged and recovering from his injuries. He's being reprimanded by his father, who was extremely disappointed in him. His dad doesn't hold back, telling Jisoo that he deserves everything he received. As he puts it, play stupid games, and you win stupid prizes. His mother, who is quite a piece of work, begins screaming at her husband. She can't believe their son is in the hospital, and that's all he has to say. She tells him to go find the brute who did this and confront him instead. She also reminds him that the same brute broke Jin's arm. Honestly, it's a real mess. Jin is so difficult that she even pinned the blame for her own mishap on our guy. We all know she tripped and hurt her shoulder, but instead of taking responsibility, she's blaming him for everything. The angry father finally calms down and exhales a deep sigh. The concerned mother advises her son to concentrate on resting and recovering. As they begin to leave, the mother grumbles about making the kid who hurt her son pay if she ever gets her hands on him. Once they are gone, Gae-soo finally asks his sister why she felt the need to tell their parents everything. He explains that by doing this, she has only made things worse for him. He feels humiliated at the thought that people will believe he ran to their parents like a whining brat after getting beaten up. His sister then asks how she was supposed to hide the fact that her brother was in the hospital and that her arm was broken. Jisoo becomes very upset and demands to know if Jin is responsible for the injury to her arm. She recalls how she tripped and fell, but she doesn't mention that to him. Instead, she simply states that Jin was responsible. It's shocking how she is shifting the blame so shamelessly. She quickly stands up and tells him to stay here and focus on getting better. She assures him that she'll make sure they understand once and for all who they're dealing with. Jisoo sits there, uncertain about whether they should toy with our boy again. Meanwhile, we return to their parents. The woman reveals that she has just spoken to Mr. Cha Hao. Her husband questions why she is complicating matters and advises her to allow the school to take care of it. The woman replies that it's already Saturday and she doesn't want to sit around twiddling her thumbs while waiting for them. She begins to yell, emphasizing that the school will not deliver real justice for what was done to their children and that they will likely settle for nothing more than a suspension or expulsion at best. The husband persists in his argument, insisting that she has no right to approach Mr. Cha to handle this matter personally. The woman reveals that she is already familiar with Mr. Cha and that he has been managing his dirty work for years. Meanwhile, Kui Jin is eavesdropping, feeling quite smug about her mother reaching out to Mr. Cha. Aware that Mr. Cha is the intimidating gangster who works for her father, she is confident that this will finally put an end to those troublemakers once and for all. The scene shifts to a dilapidated location where a man fidgets with his lighter, clearly on edge. Two goons walk by, looking quite disappointed. They grumble about being ordered by their boss to deal with some teenage drama, and neither of them is thrilled about it. Even the boss himself isn't excited about handling this kid's dispute. But hey, a job's a job, even if it involves wading through a sea of teenage nonsense. The scene flashes back to a time when a luxury Mercedes zooms down the road. Inside the car, Mr. Chow, the mafia boss, answers a call from a woman. She informs him that her daughter's hand has been fractured and her son has been beaten up by a teenager. She insists that he needs to take care of the situation. Cutting back to the present, Mr. Cha exhales a cloud of smoke from his cigarette, clearly fuming. He is beyond frustrated to be dealing with this kind of nonsense. The scene transitions back to the quarters, where the atmosphere is tense and filled with anticipation. Our protagonist sits in front of his computer, lost in thought about his encounter with the Gasu, wondering if they will truly let it go. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, and he hears his grandpa arguing with someone at the door. It turns out the visitors at their doorstep want to see Jin. The intimidating man outside insists that they only want to speak with Jin for a moment. Grandpa, worried about the late hour, wonders what could be so urgent. Our boy steps out of his room. He tells his grandpa that he'll be back soon after he finds out what they want. Despite Grandpa's reluctance, he eventually agreed to join us for the family gathering. Even his sister's protests, Jin flashes a pleasant smile and reassures them that he knows these guys. It's just a quick chat, so there's nothing to worry about. With that, our boy leaves his worried grandpa behind. The goons take him to an abandoned construction site. He wonders who they might be taking him to meet. Upon their arrival, the lackeys inform their boss that they have brought in the individual in question. The boss stays silent, exhaling smoke from his cigarette. The bald lackey reveals that the kid quickly caught on, didn't make a fuss, and simply went along. The boss, somewhat surprised yet pleased, decides to keep it brief. He snaps his fingers. The lackeys quickly grab their iron bats. One lackey instructs his friend to hold the boy's arm, as he will be the one to deliver the beating. Meanwhile, the boss lets out a sigh and decides to text the mother, informing her that he has taken care of the job. He scrolls through his phone, searching for her number. The lackeys ask him why he got involved with the kids from the Kim family. As soon as our boy hears the mention of kids, he realizes this must be about Jisoo Kim. The boss, feeling both frustrated and annoyed, he pauses his scrolling, deciding he shouldn't call her while their son is present. However, he glances over at Our. The boy is intrigued by how unfazed and emotionless he seems. Just as the lackeys charge at him, Jin suddenly unleashes his ninja-like speed. He grabs the bald lackey's hand before he can swing and pushes the man toward him, delivering a brutal shoulder smash directly to the lackey's face. The boss watches in wide-eyed amazement as he witnesses the flawless execution of the move. Meanwhile, the other lackey swings a bat at our hero. He ducks, letting the bat swoosh harmlessly over his head. The lackey takes another swing, but our hero charges at the bat as if it's no big deal. Leaving the mafia boss completely bewildered, our boy secures the baseball bat under his arm with lightning speed. He delivers a brutal punch right under the lackey's chin, and he doesn't stop there. He follows up with a devastating blow to the lackey's chest. With a fierce grip, he seizes the lackey by the neck and throws him down onto the bricks below. The boss watches in shock, clearly impressed and astonished by the sheer skill and audacity of the boy's moves. Suddenly, the bald lackey seizes him from behind, threatening him with death. However, the boy swiftly jabs his shoulder into the lackey's ribs and then delivers a powerful shoulder smash to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Mr. Chow realizes that this kid is not your average teenager. His combat skills are exceptional. He ultimately decides to take matters into his own hands. As he strolls forward, he scratches his head, chuckling and remarking that he never thought he would be fighting teenagers at his age. Meanwhile, our protagonist realizes that despite this man being a mafia boss, he is still quite weak. My guy can easily identify all of this man's weak spots. As the boss swings a powerful fist at him, Jin effortlessly sidesteps the blow. The boss then unleashes a flurry of punches, but our boy dodges each one with ease, making it look like a stroll in the park. As they continue their journey, they encounter new challenges and unexpected allies, each experience shaping their path forward. Back and forth, our boy quickly sidesteps. However, another punch comes straight at him. He blocks the hit, though the impact still reverberates through his body. A powerful force sends him skidding backward. The mafia boss sneers, satisfied that he successfully blocked that attack as well. Meanwhile, Jin checks his wrist, where he absorbed the punch. His hand throbs with pain as he realizes the mafia boss anticipated his movements and delivered the blow with precision. At the same time, the mafia boss's curiosity has finally piqued, prompting him to ask Jin who he truly is. Jin casually responds that he's simply a high school student. The boss isn't convinced. He believes this kid must possess some serious skill and experience to fight like this. Jin assumes his stance. With a grin, the boss declares he's ready for more sparring and clenches his fist, preparing to deliver a blow to our boy. Our boy swiftly deflects an incoming attack. He throws a punch and attempts to land one of his own, but the mafia boss sidesteps it effortlessly. The boss then makes an attempt to attack, but our boy grabs his hand and throws a punch toward his gut. The mafia boss reacts once more, causing our boy to ultimately land. Instead, a hit landed squarely on his face. Mr. Cha is clearly frustrated after taking a hit directly to the face and attempts to throw another punch at our hero. Once again, our hero skillfully deflects the attack. Locking eyes with his opponent, he delivers a brutal blow to Mr. Cha's face, followed by a detailed explanation. A series of powerful punches knocks Mr. Cha to the ground, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated by a young teenager. It's surprising to encounter a mafia boss who relies more on his fists than on firearms. Once Mr. Cha is defeated, he grins, noticing that our boy remains calm and collected, unfazed by the situation. He doesn't know where this kid came from, but he's certain that the Kim family has definitely messed with the wrong person. The scene transitions to the agency known as National Assembly member Im Bae Kim. Inside the building, 2 guards stand watch outside an office. Inside the office, Mrs. Kim turns to her husband and asks why Mr. Cha hasn't responded yet. Growing increasingly impatient with each passing second, she urges him to call Mr. Cha. Mr. Kim replies that she should simply wait, as Mr. Cha will call back once he finishes dealing with their son. Their daughter lets out a sigh, and just then, the telephone begins to beep. The impatient woman quickly instructs her husband to put the call on speaker so she can hear the news for herself. Mr. Kim starts by apologizing to Mr. Cha, expressing regret for the absurd favor his wife requested him to fulfill. Meanwhile, the women continue to argue loudly, insisting that their children were attacked, and they can't comprehend how it could be considered ridiculous. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Cha states that he is the one who should apologize. Mr. Kim then asks for an explanation. Mr. Cha reveals that their children have meddled with the wrong person, as he himself has also been defeated by their boy. This revelation shakes Mr. Kim to his core. To his knowledge, Mr. Cha is the best enforcer in the business, and it's unimaginable that he could lose to a high school student. Suddenly, the office door begins to rattle as someone attempts to force it open. Mr. and Mrs. Kim anxiously watch the door. When the door finally creaks open, they see soldiers sprawled on the ground, leaving the husband and wife feeling utterly anxious and alarmed. Their bratty daughter suddenly jumps into the scene, taking her seat just as Jin strolls into the room. The door behind him slams shut, leaving their unconscious bodyguards behind. Mr. Cha, still on the phone, maintained a focused expression during his conversation. He quickly realizes that Jin has entered their home. Leaning back, he lets out a defeated sigh, grappling with the fact that he was outmatched by a single high school student. Now, he's anxious about how to handle the situation. Inside the room, Wei Jin jumps up from her seat as Mrs. Kim begins yelling at Jin, demanding to know if he is the one who beat up her children. On the other side, the man at the desk demands to know how Jin managed to enter his office. At that moment, the woman begins to grit her teeth in frustration, angry that her husband isn't reacting as intensely as she is. The husband stays calm and composed as he asks again, more insistently, how Jin managed to get past the security. Jin shrugs and casually replies that he just passed the guards blocking the entrance. Mr. Kim is increasingly shocked and confused, unable to comprehend how Jin managed to defeat Mr. Cha and all the security guards. What bothers them even more is how Jin discovered that he's living here. The woman starts yelling again, telling Jin to stop giving them attitude. She quickly dials the emergency hotline to report Jin for assaulting her children and breaking into the office. Meanwhile, Hui Jin takes pride in her mother's actions. She believes that involving the police is a wise decision, thinking that even if Jin possesses impressive fighting skills, the law will ultimately handle him. The arrogant mother attempts to intimidate Jin with her threats, claiming she will call the police or even the district attorney, believing he has no idea who he is dealing with. Jin, however, remains calm and responds that he has a good idea. He points out that her husband is a second-term assembly member who is currently running for office. The woman scoffs, questioning Jin about his knowledge of their situation and demanding to know why he assaulted her children. Meanwhile, Wei Jin smirks smugly, feeling satisfied that they have cornered Jin, and softly informs him that it's game over. The authorities respond to the call, and the woman begins yelling into the phone, insisting that the officers go to Kim's office immediately. Before she can say anything further, she falls silent upon hearing something unexpected. Jin plays the complete footage from the karaoke room, showing the moment when Hui Jin and her lackeys assaulted her sister. The undeniable evidence leaves Hui Jin speechless, her eyes widening in shock as if they might burst from their sockets. Mr. Kim remains silent, overwhelmed with devastation. The screams of Dae-hyun, pleading for forgiveness, echo throughout the room as the unruly women continue to pummel her mercilessly. Seeing the concrete evidence, Mrs. Kim's jaw drops. She quickly hangs up the hotline, promising to call them back later. Meanwhile, Hui-jun yells at Jin, demanding to know how he obtained those files. Jin remains silent for a moment. The scene then flashes back to the exterior of the Kim residence. Inside one of the rooms, Jin sneaks around the house. He opens a laptop and begins to copy. All of the data was transferred onto a pen drive. In the present, Mr. Kim grits his teeth in frustration, believing his children are a total disappointment. However, Hui Jin quickly steps in to reassure her father. She explains that she had a good reason for everything. Mr. Kim, however, angrily tells her to be quiet. Jin then reveals that he possesses files related to Ji-soo Kim. He explains to the Kims that their children often save videos of their conquests. He claims to have dozens of clips documenting their violent behavior, including instances of beating up kids at school, extorting money and valuables from their victims, and even the most recent clip of his sister being assaulted by a group of girls at karaoke. Wei Jin is shaking like a leaf as truth bombs explode all around her. Her mother quickly steps in to defend her daughter, asserting that the boy is merely trying to intimidate them and that he won't succeed. Jin reminds her that he didn't create this situation, and what he's doing now is hardly a threat compared to hiring a group of gangsters to attack him. He also makes it clear that he has recorded everything. The father facepalms in utter disappointment and asks his son if he did all of this simply because his kids assaulted his sister first. Jin asserts that, as a parent, he has the right to support his children unconditionally. Therefore, as a brother, he will do whatever it takes to protect his sister. The man acknowledges her situation and assures her that they will cover her treatment while also offering a substantial settlement to make amends. However, our boy makes it clear that this isn't necessary. The father, puzzled, asks what he means by that. He then asks Jin if he would like his children to apologize to his sister. Hearing her father, Wei Jin grits her teeth, thinking that she would rather bite her tongue and bleed to death than apologize. He believes the only way to make amends is through genuine actions. He emphasizes that no words can erase the suffering his sister endured, and he urges them to take meaningful steps to show their remorse. He wants his sister to never have to see Ji-soo or whore Wei Jin Kim again. This demand rattles Wei Jin's nerves, but her father quickly agrees. He mentioned that he might have his kids transfer schools or possibly even send them abroad to study. Naturally, the mother and daughter let out a piercing scream in protest, but the father quickly silences them and turns his attention back to our boy. He expresses that he wants them removed from the school starting tomorrow. In response, the father says he will inform the school. Once that is settled, Wei Jin begins to cry, her tears flowing involuntarily. Just as our boy begins to leave, his father quickly stops him and reminds him that, since he agreed to the demands, he would like our boy to delete all the videos he discovered. Our boy gives the old man a death glare. The father can see the intensity in his eyes. This kind of deadly glare doesn't belong to a high schooler. Jin makes it clear that he's no fool, and then starts to walk away. He slammed the office door behind him with a resounding thud. Once outside, he finally makes his way home. His grandpa rushes to open the door and asks if he's okay, while Daeon is seen crying in the background. Jin is surprised to see how worried they are about him. He smiles and reassures them that no one heard him. As he starts to enter the house, the old man remarks that the people they encountered seemed dangerous. Jin responds that they only stopped by to talk, nothing more. The sister then mentions that something about those people felt off and that she and Grandpa were very concerned. Jin quickly assures her not to worry about anything except focusing on her recovery. Jin hints to his sister that, from now on, she will never have to walk down the stairs again because he has taken care of everything. While this doesn't make much sense to her at the moment, she will likely understand his meaning soon enough. The following morning, they make their way to school. Once inside, they part ways to head to their respective classes. As Daeon enters her classroom, she tries to avoid making eye contact with Wei Jin. However, her steps falter when she overhears students discussing how Wei Jin will no longer be coming to school. The entire class buzzes with curiosity about what happened, and one of the girls explains that Wei Jin and her brother are both planning to study abroad. This news strikes Daeon like a thunderbolt from the blue, as her biggest obstacle is finally leaving school. Jin's words about taking care of the stairs she had fallen down replay in her mind. She soon realizes that he must have known about Wei Jin's transfer all along. Daeon rushes out of the classroom to speak with him about this. When she discovers him and calls out to him, he turns around, but when she tries to speak, she finds herself at a loss for words and remains silent. Jin simply smiles and says, "See you later." Leaving Daeon in tears, she manages to respond softly with, "See you later," before she breaks down, overwhelmed by her emotions. A while later, we find ourselves in an unexpected situation. In an apartment, a blonde girl is asking her friends if it's true that Wei-jin is moving overseas. One of the other girls confirms it's true, expressing her shock upon first hearing the news. However, she has no idea why they're leaving so suddenly, as Wei-jin never mentioned anything about moving abroad. The blonde girl then turns to Chicken Shake, who sits silently, appearing too preoccupied with herself to respond. One of the girls snaps her out of her reverie and asks if she has nothing to say about it. This question rattles the timid girl to her core. The blonde girl directly asks Wei-jin if she is really moving overseas, thinking that since they are in the same class, Chicken Shake might have more information about it. Timidly and nervously, the girl confirms that it's true, explaining that their teacher announced it to the class earlier. The blonde girl suggests they should try contacting her again later. Chicken Shake nods in agreement, but expresses her concern about Wei-jin's silence. As a result, all the girls start to believe it might be true. Meanwhile, Chicken Shake anxiously checks her phone, biting her nails in worry. She recalls the last message from Wei-jin, which stated that her mother would take care of their boy. Since then, Chicken Shake has been in a state of panic, wondering if Wei-jin's sudden move has anything to do with him. Just then, Wei-jin enters the room, her expression radiating pure fury. The girls are stunned to see her. Wei-jin takes a seat on the sofa, grumbling about how she barely managed to sneak out of the house. The girls ask Wei-jin if she is truly moving overseas. Frustrated, Wei-jin grabs her head and exclaims that it just happened. She reassures everyone that she'll be back after one semester. We then flash back to the past, where her dad encouraged her to spend the semester abroad, promising he would take care of everything by the time she returned. Because he doesn't want those videos going public either. She keeps this information to herself, however. The other girls laugh and tease her, saying she's going to have a great time on her vacation. The blonde sneers, clearly irritated by their attitude. Another girl asks why the sudden move and if Gisu is going as well. Wei-jin states that it's a family matter and she doesn't feel the need to provide further details. The red-headed girl then inquires about Daeon and her brother, expressing curiosity about how things went and whether Gisu managed to defeat our boy. Wei-jin advises them not to ask, insisting that Gisu has likely already handled the situation. We all know she simply doesn't want to admit that her brother and his lackeys were thoroughly defeated by our boy, as that would be too humiliating. She becomes increasingly agitated, imagining how pleased Daeon will be to see her leaving the school. This irritation ignites an idea in her mind. She decides to play one last trick on Daeon and enlists her friends to help with the plan. Her friends question whether it's truly necessary. Even Chicken Shake jumps in shock, expressing her reluctance. However, Wei-jin insists that they should consider how arrogant Daeon will become without anyone to bully her. She intends to confront Daeon before leaving Korea, determined to ensure she gets her revenge. Chicken Shake becomes increasingly anxious and terrified as Wei-jin unveils her twisted plan. Wei-jin becomes overconfident, boasting that Daeon's grandpa works as a security guard and that she plans to have her mom get him fired. She believes this will teach Daeon a lesson. Daeon learned a valuable lesson about not crossing anyone from the Kim family. This situation is seriously troubling. Daeon is just an innocent girl, and Wei-jin's scheming is enough to make anyone feel nauseated. But before this despicable woman can act on her disturbing thoughts, her face goes pale when she sees a figure stood before her, cloaked in a hoodie and wearing a mask over their face. She quickly realizes that it must be Jin. However, Jin pulls a classic Uno card move and asks her who he is, questioning how she can be so sure when he's wearing a mask and she can't see his face. He casually explains that he's here to check if everyone is having a good time, and is pleased to see that everyone from the karaoke room video is present. One of the girls begins to tremble and asks what he is referring to. That's when the boy reminds them that he's talking about the place where they all filmed his sister being beaten up. Wei-jin's face turns ashen as she realizes he may have been there all along, just waiting to toy with her. Chicken Shake is visibly sweating and trembling, fully aware of what might happen next. The other two girls sit in complete silence. The boy starts to close the door and asks why no one is singing, as he believed everyone here enjoyed screaming along to loud music. With that, he slams the door shut, leaving us with no indication of his next move. The scene shifts to the hospital, where the Kim family has gathered. In-bae Kim, the father, appears visibly annoyed as he questions where Wei-jin has gone. Her brother explains that she went outside to say goodbye to her friends. In-bae's irritation intensifies as he questions why she left when she was supposed to remain until they had everything sorted out. At that moment, a man bursts into the room, swiftly turns on the TV, and tells his master that he needs to see what's happening on the screen. It's evident that our boy has already made the videos of Wei-jin's actions go viral. The footage is spreading rapidly, and the situation is swiftly turning into a public spectacle. The entire Kim family falls silent as they watch the news. The reporter continues to deliver shocking revelations, disclosing that dozens of violent videos are circulating, with many more incidents likely unrecorded. Civic groups and politicians are now advocating for a special bill aimed at bringing the culprits to justice. Gasu begins to lose his composure, and the reporter notes that the nation is particularly outraged by the revelation that the culprits are the children of candidate In-bae Kim. It's evident that the father is in serious trouble, largely due to his outrageous wife, who has driven the situation to this point. With Wei-jin's plan to make our grandpa jobless, it appears they are getting precisely what they deserve. We return to our protagonist, who is grilled by Mr. Chow. He demands to know why he proceeded with his plan after already coming to terms with the Kim family. Our boy's mind drifts back to the past, where we discover him learning about the Kim family's extensive political connections. He reveals that it was highly unlikely everything would go smoothly. He took the necessary actions he believed were required. He admits that he did not honor the agreement they had. Mr. Cha questions whether he truly believes the Kim family would simply let him walk away. Our boy confidently asserts that he is likely the last thing on their minds at the moment. It appears our boy might be onto something. The reporter continues to unveil shocking revelations, presenting recent evidence of In-bae Kim's involvement in money laundering, bribery, and election fraud. The evidence is so damning that even his fellow party members are calling for a thorough investigation, with everyone attempting to distance themselves to avoid any damage to their party. As soon as Mr. Kim hears this, he collapses onto the bed like a lifeless doll. Back with Mr. Cha, he appears to suspect that our protagonist has uncovered some information about his past as well. Cha wants to avoid legal trouble like the Kim family, so he quickly asks about the true identity of our main character. He responds simply, stating that he's just an average teenager. Mr. Cha smirks at the absurd remark, noting that nothing about Jin is ordinary. The scene transitions to the classroom, where the girls feel anxious and blush as they catch sight of Jin. They whisper among themselves, trying to gather the courage to approach him and ask a question, but each one remains too shy to make a move. Meanwhile, Jin sits deep in thought when his phone rings. It's Dane. She informed him that she could walk home by herself today. He encouraged him to take a break and spend some time with his friends. Jin is confused by the idea of hanging out and contemplates how to approach it. Just then, one of his friends pops up and greets him. As Yang-chan takes a seat, he asks if he is busy today. Our boy stays silent. This reminds Young-jan that John always walks his little sister home, so he must be busy after school. Not surprisingly, Jin tells his friend that he is actually free today. Young-jan's face brightens with happiness as they make plans to hang out after school. However, Young-jan's enthusiasm quickly diminishes upon hearing an unpleasant voice. As the scene zooms out, the two beta bullies from the class step forward. They reveal that they've heard the news and know that Jin is the reason Yisu Kim is moving abroad. Yang-chan is completely taken aback by the news. The other students lounging around are equally taken aback. The bullies reveal that even though Gasu and his sister were all set to move abroad, they are now stuck because their entire family is in trouble following the information leak. Our boy steps in to set things straight, telling the bullies they have it all wrong. Jae-hyung chimes in, saying there's no need for modesty since everyone knows our boy took down Gasu and his crew at their hideout just a couple of days ago. Hugong supports him by explaining that Jin took them all out on his own, and now everyone is saying Gasu is too embarrassed to show his face at school. He's eager to find out just how badly our boy must have defeated Gasu to make him leave the country entirely. Young-jan is finally convinced that Jin is a skilled fighter and that his performance that day was not merely a stroke of luck. Yogung leans in and says that now they won't have to deal with that jerk anymore. He's eager to throw a party. He invites our boy to celebrate afterward. Young-gun agrees, noting that they've been in the class for days without truly spending time together. He suggests they take their friend around the area. However, our guy flatly turns them down, stating that he already has plans for the day. Naturally, the bullies are confused and ask what he is doing. With a pleasant smile, Jin responds that he plans to hang out with Young-chan. That's when Jae-young creeps in with his unsettling grin. Leaning toward Young-chan, he says he'll join their hangout. Jin leans closer to the terrified guy, expressing his eagerness to join in as well. After convincing Young-chan to agree, they begin to walk away, saying they'll meet up later. Our protagonist quickly asks his friend if he truly wants to let these troublemakers join in. The poor guy stutters a hesitant response, his face pale. The teacher finally arrives in the classroom. She has brought along two transfer students. One is an unassuming guy, but the real standout is a breathtaking beauty with striking black hair. Young-jan's eyes instantly brighten at the sight of her. Our boy quickly asks if he knows who they are. Young-jan explains that everyone knows this girl, Yona Sin. Her grandfather owns SW Corporation, the largest company in Korea. The man next to her is Sob Ju-ko, rumored to have been with her since childhood. He is regarded as both her associate and bodyguard. The teacher notes that since everyone is already familiar with these two, she won't take time for introductions. She shares that they have both been studying in the US for the past 2 years and will be joining the class starting today. The beta lackeys don't seem too thrilled about the arrival of these two newcomers. With just Jin before, their chances of ruling the classroom were slim to none. Now, with these two around, they're uncertain if they can even consider bullying anyone. Meanwhile, Youngchan was curious about the two extra desks in the classroom, but it's now clear who they are for. He can't help but think that Yona looks even more stunning than he remembers. Even the students in the class can't take their eyes off her. As Sokju walks forward behind the lady, he can't help but notice the boy. Their eyes lock for a brief moment. Yona can't help but glance at him while she is. Once both newcomers take their seats, Sokju informs Yona that their boy was not included in the evaluation report he received a week ago. He wants to double check. Yona is intrigued and glances at him again, clearly curious about our boy. Our boy notices Yona stealing glances in his direction. As he looks back, he discovers her smiling. However, he simply turns his gaze away once more. This seems to irritate her, as she did not receive a reciprocating smile. Meanwhile, Youngchan continues their conversation and asks if there is a particular place Jen would like to go. Jen replies that he's fine with anywhere. Youngchan suggests heading to the game room. It seems that the term gaming room brings back some memories for our boy, as his friends mention that it's nearby and has just upgraded their PCs. We flash back to the past, where a senior officer addresses a group of soldiers in an authoritative tone, announcing the start of today's segment of their practical life training program. He explains that there is one essential thing every Korean teenager must know: the gaming room. This is the first time our boy has learned about the gaming room. The senior explains that gaming rooms offer personal computers for a fee, available for both students and adults. Curious, our boy asks what people do there. The senior clarifies that while some users browse the internet or watch adult videos, most people are there to play games. For the average high school student, over 90% engage in some form of computer gaming. The senior then introduces several of the most common games. First up is Legends of League. This was followed by Battle Royale. Back in the present, our protagonist, he reflects on how he can finally utilize the Major's intel. Meanwhile, Youngchan mentions that they'll grab some ramen at the game room and might check out Koincha afterward. It appears that Koincha is yet another term our boy acquired during his military days, while gaining insights into practical life. The senior explains that high schoolers often visit coin karaoke, also known as Koinsa. These establishments allow for sing-alongs with just a few coins. Major Kang advises our boy to prepare a few songs to sing in case he ends up performing, and promises to send him a list of popular songs suitable for kids his age to learn. Our guy starts brainstorming ideas while trying to recall some tunes. His friend sits nearby, feeling nervous and wondering why Jin suddenly seems so serious. Once the bell rings, the students head out for the day. That's when we see this hottie once again, and as usual, she is with her lackey, and they are discussing our boy. They discover that he transferred just a few days ago, is 18 years old, and is actually Daeon Yu's older brother. Yona is surprised to discover that Daeon has a brother, as she believed her only family member was her grandpa. Sochukol agrees and explains that Daeon has been living with her paternal grandfather since the tragic plane crash that took the lives of her parents and brother. Yona then wonders how she still has a brother. Sochukol responds that it's hard to believe, but apparently her deceased brother has suddenly come back to life just before their school transfer. He suggests they should investigate a bit more into the boy's past. Meanwhile, it has gotten quite late, and we find our boy walking alone. His phone keeps ringing with notifications from friends, demonstrating that they had a fantastic time at the gaming center. We flash back to the gaming club, where we find Hyukjin, our boy Jae-young, and Youngchan are all hanging out, and everyone is amazed by how Youngchan carried them through the game. Jae-hyung even asks about his rank, speculating that it must be Diamond or Master. Their jaws drop when Youngchan timidly reveals that he is actually a Challenger rank. From that moment, their attitude toward Youngchan shifts dramatically. Even now, our boy finds this sudden change strange as they continue chatting excitedly about Youngchan's impressive rank. While he looks at his phone, his sister arrives. He quickly asks her what she is doing there. She explains that they ran out of garbage bags at home, so she went to buy some and also picked up a few snacks. Our boy offers to carry the bags, but his kind sister insists that it's not necessary. She then asks if he was spending time with his friends, and he confirms that he was. She feels a warm sense of relief, glad to see that he has made friends and that people aren't avoiding him because of the fight. When she asks where he went, he bluntly replies that he went to the game room. This isn't exactly what she expected to hear. She had thought he might have developed different interests after living overseas for so long. Curious about her own experiences at school, he asks her how things have been. She takes a brief pause. Before responding, she noted that school hadn't been this fun in a long time. She then asked if he had something to eat as well. He nodded and replied that they had a great time at the game room, where every type of snack was available. He then inquired about her plans, and she explained that she was waiting for Grandpa to come home so they could eat together. Our boy then asked if he could join them, which confused her as she thought he had already eaten. He sheepishly admits that he's still a little hungry. We already know that our guy just wants to enjoy some quality time with his family. When they arrive home, a spread of delicious food is laid out on the table, and everyone appears to be enjoying a wonderful time together as they eat. It does seem strange that Grandpa only has a security job, yet they experience such a variety every day. It's somewhat of a mystery how they accomplish that. As they enjoy a meal together, his thoughts drift back to his days as a mercenary. After a brief pause, he shakes off the nostalgia and refocuses on the task at hand, returning to his smile. At that moment, his phone rings. This is Major Kang speaking. The Major reminds him to just call him bro instead of using his rank. The Major asks how things are going, and our protagonist replies that he is doing well. When the Major inquires about his school life, an awkward silence hangs in the air. Feeling a surge of anxiety, the Major quickly asks if our boy has killed someone. Jin quickly declines, but admits he did encounter some trouble that was resolved swiftly. The senior lets out a sigh of relief, and our protagonist reassures him that everything is fine now. There's nothing to worry about. Kang feels relieved and reassures our boy that they will always be there for him. In response, Jin assures that he won't forget it. The following day at school, we see the trio in class, but our boy is noticeably absent. Young Chan appears somewhat uncomfortable in the presence of the two bullies. Jae-hung begins to ask some unusual questions. Curiously, he asks who they believe would win in a fight between Jin and Sok-ju-ko. Hyuk-jin notes that although Jin is skilled, he likely wouldn't be able to defeat Sok-ju-ko, who has been training in combat since childhood. To him, our boy appears to be an amateur by comparison. Jae-hyung agrees, adding that Seok-ju-ko was one tough competitor. Young Chan then asks if it's true that Seok-ju fought against 20 guys at once. Blonde quickly corrects him, stating that it was actually 30 guys. The number leaves Young Chan momentarily stunned, causing him to forget to breathe for a second. Brownhead explains that when a group of street dogs was harassing Yonasan, Seok-ju-ko took them all down. He mentions that it started with 10 guys, but they just kept coming. By the time 30 guys arrived, Seok-ju was still going strong. He walked away unscathed while the 30 thugs lay unconscious on the street, like discarded toys. The timid boy then inquires about the rumors he heard regarding Seok-ju capturing the kidnappers who took Yona. He mentions that he has heard the individuals involved were all retired soldiers. The blonde quickly confirms that the story about Seok-ju catching the kidnappers is likely true. He insists that Jin doesn't stand a chance against Seok-ju, as he operates on a whole other level. It's often amusing to consider that teenagers in these Korean manhwa are single-handedly taking down entire gangs, making the government and various intelligence and law enforcement agencies seem like they're wasting taxpayer money. In the meantime, our boy suddenly found himself in a surprising situation. He stops in the corridor when he comes face to face with Seok-ju. Without wasting any time, Seok-ju straightforwardly asks him what he's doing there. Confused, our boy expresses that he doesn't understand what is being implied. Seok-ju takes a straightforward approach and asks why he is lying about his identity. He mentions that he has heard our boy played a role in Jisoo and Hui Jin Kim moving away. Jin clarifies that while he did have issues with Jisoo, he was not involved in their departure. That's when Seok-ju reveals that he checked with the school our boy supposedly attended overseas, and they have never heard of him. Tensions rise, but before we hear our boy's response to Seok-ju, the scene shifts to Dae-yeon. Yona, the stunning girl from earlier, approaches her, and soon the two ladies are catching up. Dae-yeon mentions that she wasn't aware Yana was back in Korea. Yano explains that she just started school the day before. She is actually in her brother's homeroom class. Dae-yeon perps up in surprise. Yana then notes that she doesn't recall Dae-yeon ever mentioning having a brother. Dae-yeon reveals that everyone believed her brother had died in the crash with their parents 10 years ago, but he actually survived. They discovered his survival only 6 months ago. The scene shifts back to the past once more. Dae-yeon has just returned home to find her grandfather frozen in place, gripping the telephone receiver. Tears stream down his face as he reveals the shocking news that Jin is still alive. This revelation leaves Dae-yeon stunned, marking the moment she discovers her brother's survival. Back in the present, Yana wonders why no one knew about her brother all these years if he was alive but never reached out. Dae-yeon explains that Jin lost his memory in the crash, and it was only recently that he began to regain some of it. Someone assisted them in locating and reconnecting with him. Yona, clearly skeptical, struggles to believe it. Dae-yeon confirms that Jin has only faint memories of his grandfather and his younger sister. After the interrogation, Yona flashes a warm smile and remarks that their grandfather must have been overjoyed to have his grandson back. Yona notes that their grandfather is truly overjoyed, explaining that after receiving the call, he cried for hours and then took time off work to enroll in cooking classes. He wanted to enhance his Korean cooking skills, believing that Jin might not have experienced much of it while growing up. Yona remarks that their grandpa must truly love his grandkids. Dayan smiles, clearly agreeing that he certainly does. Yona then poses a serious question, asking if she is absolutely certain that Jin is her brother. Dayan appears somewhat surprised, but she quickly responds positively, affirming that Jin is definitely her brother. They even took a DNA test to confirm. Our girl then asks why Yona is so interested in her brother. This question clearly takes Yona by surprise. Unsure of what to say, she quickly asks, almost frantically, if her brother has a girlfriend. We then return to our protagonist, who asks Seok-ju what he is talking about. Seok-gu repeats his question, wondering what makes this school so important that our boy felt the need to forge his records just to attend. Jin responds by asking if he is being accused of having falsified records. Seok-gu confirms this, stating that the documents must be fake because, according to his research, Jin never lived in that city, and the school he claims to have attended has no record of him. Our boy then inquires about the proof. He reminds Seok-ju that if he is asserting the records are fake, there must be evidence to support that claim. Seok-ju is briefly unsure of how to respond to this question. He uncovered the discrepancy by investigating and speaking with individuals connected to the school overseas, but he lacks tangible proof. He's amazed at how Jin manages the situation, not flinching or showing any signs of being startled. Then, our boy finally asks why Seok-ju is conducting a background check on him. In response, the blackhead explains that he cannot simply sit back and watch a suspicious kid who might pose a threat to his mistress. A moment of silence falls between them. But then, our boy finally answers, saying he has come back home. Seok-ju is baffled by this vague response. He clarifies that he was asked why he came here, and his answer is straightforward. He returned from overseas for his family. With that, our protagonist begins to depart. Seok-ju watches him with skeptical eyes, realizing that since he already suspects our boy has forged his records, it won't be long before he uncovers his true identity. Once the class begins, we see Jae-hyung immersed in playing video games, as the blondie scrolls through his phone absent-mindedly. Our boy Jin notices that both Seo and his friends are acting strangely. They seem to be hiding something from him, and he can't shake the feeling that something is off. As he observes their interactions, he becomes increasingly suspicious, wondering what they might be keeping from him. Ju and Yaya are absent from class. He's intrigued by how quickly these two, who just transferred yesterday, managed to gather a wealth of information about him in less than a day. When the bell rings, the beta bullies approach young Chan, inviting him to play games and assert their dominance. They also invite Jin, but he declines, explaining that it's his grandpa's birthday today. The bullies decide to spend time together. Young Chan is fully on board with that plan. Meanwhile, we return to the Black Beauty, where Seok-ju is updating her on the situation. He is convinced that Jin has forged all his records, and even questions the authenticity of the DNA test. Seok-ju reveals that his research uncovered some troubling information about his sister Daeon. It turns out she has been the target of severe bullying by Jisoo Kim and his sister for the past 2 years. When Yena asks how bad it was, Seok-ju replies that it was enough to make anyone question how she endured the bullying for all these years. He explains that while the videos of her assault weren't widely publicized, he is confident that the severity of the assault she faced was just as serious. Yena is quite taken aback and can't help but reflect on how troubled kids can be these days. Seok-ju mentions that Jin has already knocked out Jisoo Kim and his crew twice, and he even saved her sister from bullying. Yena chuckles to herself, finding it somewhat sweet that her long-lost brother has returned from the dead to confront her bullies, while her siblings always seem to want to get rid of her. Yena's curiosity gets the best of her as she begins to piece things together. She notes that if Jin had truly come to school with the intent to target her, it wouldn't make sense for him to be so upfront about it. A clever person would have kept a low profile. Seok-ju agrees, pointing out that someone with a genuine plan would have maintained a low profile. Yena's mind begins to race once more as she questions whether Jin might have an ulterior motive connected to Daehyun's family. She mentions the insurance money from the plane crash. Seok-ju reveals that the grandfather received the money but hasn't used it, allowing it to grow over the years. Additionally, he returned the share he received for Jin's death since he was still alive, but a substantial amount remains. This leaves open the possibility that he may still be after the money. Yena connects the dots and realizes that if Jin is indeed after the money, it could mean that Daehyun is in danger from her own brother. The scene shifts back to the grocery store, where our duo is seen shopping. As usual, Jin is attracting a lot of attention from the girls nearby. As they browse for items, Daehyun takes a deep breath and confesses that she hesitates to ask. but her curiosity is overwhelming, and she desperately wants to know what his life was like after the crash. Our boy remains quiet for a moment. The girl begins to apologize frantically, insisting that he doesn't have to answer if it's uncomfortable. He simply smiles and reassures her that everything is okay. He starts his story by explaining that he was deeply traumatized and could hardly think clearly. He did everything he could to survive in a place where he didn't even speak the language, staying constantly busy just to make ends meet. The girl falls silent, absorbing this weighty revelation. She starts to chuckle and asks if he was too busy to have a girlfriend during that time. He nods in agreement, laughing along with her. She then expresses her surprise at discovering that he is in the same homeroom as Yona. This was something Yana had mentioned herself. Jin is taken aback by this and quickly asks her if she knows who she is. Dae-han shares that Yana was very kind to her before she moved to the US, and she had missed her greatly. Therefore, seeing her again today felt like a joyful reunion. With a playful grin, Dae-hyun reveals that Yana even asked him if he has a girlfriend. Naturally, our boy responds with a somewhat typical reaction upon hearing this. Later, back at home, the birthday celebrations are in full swing as the siblings present their grandpa with a special gift. As he unwraps the gift, he discovers a high-quality wallet inside, and his face lights up with joy. He feels genuinely touched and a bit guilty about the limited pocket money they have, realizing they must have spent more than they could afford. His granddaughter smiles warmly and reassures him that they have more than enough, adding that it wasn't too expensive. The old man's hands tremble with happiness as he holds the wallet, his voice thick with emotion. He tells them that the greatest gift he could ever ask for was already given to him when Jin returned home safe and sound. Nothing could ever top that. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing captures everyone's attention. Dae-han rushes to her room to respond. While she chats on the phone, Jin attempts to eavesdrop discreetly. That's when he hears the girl mention that she's heading out to the convenience store for a bit. The old man questions why she is going out at such a late hour. It turns out she is leaving because Yana stopped by for a quick chat. Jin clearly senses that something is off. Later that night, Jin dives into his computer, trying to uncover everything he can about Sebelju Corporation, which is owned by Yana's family. He wonders why Yona is so interested in him and why they're conducting a background check on a random transfer student like himself. Jin reflects on his conversation with Sokju, considering the insights and emotions shared between them. Suddenly, he hears a call from his grandfather. As he steps into the living room, his grandpa mentions that he's also heading out for a while. Our boy asks if he's going after Dae-hyun. The old man nods in agreement, adding that he simply needs some fresh air. Jin smiles and looks around, taking in the vibrant atmosphere surrounding him. He tells his grandpa to stay put while he checks on her, but the old man insists on going out by himself. Jin reminds him about the early job he has in the morning, and finally, our boy decides to venture out on his own. Later, we see both characters interacting in a way that reveals their evolving relationship. Girls are chatting about their studies and various other topics. Yana shares her experiences studying abroad and encourages Dae-hyun to consider pursuing his studies overseas as well. In response, Dae-hyun confesses that she had never really considered it before. When Yona asks why, Dae-hyun explains that it is expensive and would require her to be away for several years, meaning she wouldn't be able to spend time with her grandpa for a while. Yona finds this somewhat strange. Dae-hyun elaborates, explaining that she doesn't want her grandpa to be alone, especially since his health has not been the best lately. She is grateful that her brother is always around, as his presence truly helps her feel better. Meanwhile, Yona struggles to reveal the true reason for her visit, as Dae-hyun appears to trust her completely. She is uncertain about how to raise the issue without creating conflict. We then flash back, where Seo-ju informs Yona that someone from the alleged overseas school has confirmed that Dae-hyun's brother never attended. They examine his photo and confirm that he was never a student. Additionally, the current resident at his false address provided solid evidence that he had never lived there. Seo-ju is also exploring some other leads. Yuna decides she needs to meet with Dae-hyun to discuss their findings. Seo-ju reminds her that although they have proof the records were forged, they still cannot prove that he isn't Dae-hyun's real brother. Yona is worried because the records from the decade he was missing are essentially fabricated. Now that she's living with him, it's a significant development that can't be overlooked. She believes Dae-hyun deserves to know the truth about the records and wants to update her on what they have discovered so far. In the present, Yona is struggling to bring up the topic of her feelings. Dae-hyun expresses her happiness at being able to chat like this after such a long time. Meanwhile, we see our boy navigating the challenges ahead, making his way toward both girls. Seo-ju steps in front of him, blocking his path, but Jin simply attempts to walk past her. However, the newcomer quickly instructs him to stay put. In Seo-ju's mind, he is certain that Jin must be here, as he worries they might share everything with Dae-hyun. He swiftly blocks the boy's path, telling him that the two girls are just catching up and asking him to give them some time together. Suddenly, a high-pitched sound pierces the air. A high-speed Volkswagen comes barreling toward them. Before anyone has a chance to react, the car slams into both boys, knocking them down like bowling pins. They hit the ground just as the Volkswagen screeches to a halt right next to where the two girls are sitting. Jin tries to stand, but it's clear that he is gravely injured, especially around his head. He struggles to focus. His groggy eyes catch sight of some shady individuals from the van attempted to abduct both girls. Without wasting a second, Jin sprints forward with reckless abandon. However, his efforts prove to be in vain. The kidnappers have already taken the girls, and since he can't outrun a car, he is left behind. Helpless, both of them, they exchange quick glances at one another. In their anger, they grab each other by the collars. After exchanging a few heated words, they come to the realization that neither of them is responsible for the abduction. So, they release their grip. The black-haired man quickly pulls out his phone and calls the security team at W Corporation, urgently reporting that Yona has been kidnapped. He instructs them to track her down using the security footage. Meanwhile, Jin begins to walk away, prompting the black-haired guy to quickly ask where he's going and if he's actually not responsible for any of this. Jin simply replies that he doesn't have time to argue with anyone. Jew emphasizes that SW Corporation's security is already on the case and will locate the girls soon. In the meantime, Jin must stay with him to verify his identity. Our boy makes it clear that he is determined to find his sister, and if Jew wants to join him, he is more than welcome to do so. Jew begins to sense that Jin may not be involved after all. But then, our boy suddenly comes to a halt and humorously asks Jew if he brought the item. The scene shifts to the vibrant center of the city's entertainment district. Inside one of the pubs, Mr. Cha is sitting back, puffing on a cigarette and savoring his relaxed moment. At that moment, his lackey informs him that someone has arrived to see him. When Mr. Chow turns around, he finds Jin standing there. The scene then shifts to W Corporation, where a regal-looking woman is seated in her chair. It's clear she's Yona's sister, as she shares the same stunning beauty, highlighted by her flowing black hair. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room. The woman, clearly annoyed by the sudden intrusion, demands to know why he didn't ask for permission before barging in. The assistant quickly responds that Yana has been kidnapped. The news surprises the lady, yet she doesn't appear overly troubled by it. She begins to smile faintly, as if she believes the rumors might actually be true after all. Not entirely sure what she means, but let's roll with it. She then asks if their grandfather is still planning to go after the company. The assistant replies that he isn't sure, prompting her to lean back. He hopes that if he continues to pursue them relentlessly, Yona will eventually die. She is definitely looking forward to it. The scene shifts back to the pub. We pick up the story with our main character meets with Cha, and Seok-ju is also accompanying him. Seok-ju appears to be aware of Cha, having recognized him from their database, and is intrigued by how our protagonist is connected to this gangster. Cha begins by asking what our boy wants. Jin replies that he needs some intel. Cha lights up another cigarette and scoffs, questioning why he should bother to help him. Our protagonist gets straight to the point, revealing that the granddaughter of Saw Corporation has been kidnapped. That was something Cha definitely did not expect to hear. He quickly brushes it off, stating that it's not their problem and that they avoid such issues, as it would be incredibly risky to interfere with Saw Corporation. Our boy asks Cha if he has any leads to share. The mafia boss makes it clear that he has no reason to share anything, especially since he's already in a difficult situation because of our boy. That's when our protagonist reveals that his younger sister was taken along with Saw's granddaughter. Cha finally realizes he's in a difficult situation now. Messing with our boy's sister is just as dangerous as messing with John Wick's dog. Both are a force to be reckoned with. He then begins to explain that some individuals speaking broken Korean were inquiring about untraceable warehouses. He was offered burners, cars, and a few extra hands. The offer was tempting, but he turned it down, knowing that dealing with this kind of trouble isn't something you can easily wash away. He mentions that he's heard another crew has taken the job, and all he knows is that they're operating out of Incheon. That's the extent of the information he has. It wouldn't be surprising if Soju had already figured out who is behind this mess. Meanwhile, our protagonist begins to walk away after offering a final thank you. But then, the mafia boss tosses he hands his phone to our boy and tells him to save his number. Jin looks at him, puzzled and clueless about why he would need his number. The mafia boss becomes a bit agitated and clarifies that he will need to be contacted once he digs into the warehouse for more information. With that, our protagonist begins entering his digits. He also inquires about the bike outside the Cha, knows exactly what our boy is planning to do with it, which makes him hesitant to respond. Eventually, my guy picks up the heavy bike. Before leaving, he tells Soldier to find his own way to get there, as he is taking the bike. Soldier questions whether he should trust this dubious, half-baked information and pursue the kidnappers based on it. Our boy explains that he doesn't have time to waste. Yana will likely be safe until the kidnappers get what they want, but there's no telling what they might do with Dae-yun. Soju understands Jin's reasoning and decides to stay. Though quiet, he demonstrates that he is a quick and sharp thinker. Soju informs Jin that he has already relayed the information to his security team and will follow follow him in his car. Jin responds coldly, telling Soju he can do whatever he wants. With that, he puts on his helmet, presses down on the gas pedal, and speeds through the streets. The scene then shifts back to the girls, where we find Dae-hyun waking up with a headache. As she begins to take in her surroundings, Yana quickly apologizes, acknowledging that it's likely her fault Dae-hyun got dragged into the situation. Dae-hyun's mind begins to recall recent events, and she is shocked to remember that they have been kidnapped. Yana sadly confirms this, adding that she didn't expect it to happen so soon after returning to Korea. At that moment, the kidnappers arrive. Yana coldly asks them why they were abducted. One of the kidnappers snaps at her to be quiet, insisting that it will all be over soon enough. It doesn't take her long to realize that these unscrupulous individuals must be planning to use her as leverage against her grandfather. One of the lackeys asks the boss what they should do with Dae-han, who was kidnapped simply for being with Yona. Unsurprisingly, the boss deems her useless and orders his lackeys to dispose of her. Yana immediately speaks up, insisting that she won't allow them to harm Dae-han. The boss questions what she thinks she can do. Yana threatens to bite her tongue and bleed to death, making it impossible for them to use her as a bargaining chip. The mafia boss finds it amusing that she is willing to risk her life for someone she hardly knows. He continues to taunt her, encouraging her to go ahead and try biting her tongue. The mafia boss should have chosen his words more carefully, as Yana doesn't hesitate to take action. She bites her tongue, causing blood to pour from her mouth. The boss yells in surprise, while the other lackey watches in silence. Clearly startled by her steel-like resolve, the boss quickly stands up and tells her that her determination has bought her some time. The lackeys ask for their next orders, and the boss instructs them to deal with Dae-hyun later, commanding them to silence her to prevent any noise. The scene then flashes back to our protagonist and Sokju, who have arrived at the location mentioned by Mr. Cha-yu. Sokju notes that the location appears to be legitimate. SW security tracked a minivan footage to this location. As our boy begins to move forward, Sokju instructs him to stop and wait for backup, explaining that he has sent their coordinates to SW security and they should arrive soon. But our boy reminds him that Dae-hyun doesn't have much time left, so he needs to act quickly. There is no room for arguments. They move ahead and notice a group of goons patrolling the area. Suddenly, our hero leaps over the goons, grabs him by the throat, and begins to choke him. The lackey eventually loses consciousness, and our hero quietly drags him into the shadows, adding him to a pile of other goons he has already taken down. Sokju is also lending a hand, and he's amazed by Jin's skill in taking down opponents silently. He's so impressed that he asks Jin who he really is. Jin casually responds that he's just an average student at the same school. The scene shifts to SW Corporation, where we finally meet the big boss, the grandfather of the company. He receives a report from the man in the black suit regarding the kidnappers' demands. The man explains that the kidnappers want SW Corp to cancel their recent contract. If SW Corp doesn't respond within an hour or refuses to comply, they will kill Ms. Yona. The old man inquires about the security details. The man in the black suit states that SW security will arrive at the location where Yona is being held within 50 minutes. Back at the shady location, two lackeys are engaged in conversation. They express their curiosity about their client and question why they are being tasked with this kidnapping. One of them reminds the other that their boss has already made it clear that it's none of their business and that they should simply follow orders. Just then, one of the lackeys receives a hard smack. He is struck on the head and crumples to the ground. He turns around, wincing at the sight of Jin, who has already taken out the other guy. Once they finish dealing with the goons, Jin asks his teammate how many opponents he has knocked out. Sokju replies that with the guy he left behind, it makes a total of 5. Jin quickly counts in his head and realizes they have taken down 14 opponents, which means they have plenty of muscle and resources. Sokju is astonished that Jin managed to defeat 9 of them while he struggled with just 5. Finally, Jin confronts the blackhead and demands to know who's pulling the strings. The man lets out a heavy sigh, and they say they don't really know. Apparently, these kinds of incidents occur from time to time. Similar events also happened when they were in America. He never expected it to happen again so soon after returning to Korea, and feels he should have been more alert. Jin points out that the real mastermind must currently be with Yona. He decides to venture further into the area. Before moving on, Jin asks Sokju if he will be okay. Sokju looks puzzled and replies, "Okay, about what?" Jin explains that he was seriously injured when the van ran over him. The blackhead simply shrugs it off, suggesting that our boy should concentrate on his own injured leg instead. Suddenly, someone begins shouting, demanding to know where all the lookouts have gone. One person jokes that perhaps everyone went to take a dump, but another questions why they would all need to go at the same time. As they move forward, they finally spot their friends lying unconscious. Before the confused goons can grasp what's happening, Jin delivers a brutal knee smash to one of their faces. Jin then turns to the goon with the thin mustache, grabs his hand, and a brutal smack to his head, followed the strike to his leg. With that, both goons are out cold. Jin decides to split up. Before they part ways, Sokju calls out to him, When our boy turns around, Sokju says that once they get out of this mess, he owes Jin an official apology. Back with the boss, he is listening. He hears the commotion outside and instructs his lackeys to investigate. We see the women with their faces covered by cloth to muffle their screams. As Jin walks down the path, he encounters the lackeys. The masked man reveals that he has seen Sokju in pictures, so he can confirm that this brat is definitely not him. He then questions our protagonist about how he got inside. Jin remains silent, quickly realizing that these are the individuals responsible for the kidnapping. Meanwhile, the masked figure instructs his lackeys to dispose of this brat. Just before Jin takes out the goons, the scene shifts to Sokju, who is hiding in the storeroom where they looked around cautiously. There, he discovers both women tied up. Thankfully, no one else is around. He assumes they must all be out searching for Jin. He quietly approaches the girls. He quickly pulls the mask off Yona's face, and she asks if the security team has arrived. Sokju replies that they are on their way. Yona is taken aback and asks how he managed to find them out here. That's when the mafia boss chimes in, clearly pleased to learn that the security team won't be arriving anytime soon. The boss then acknowledges that he must be Sokju from SW Corporation, mentioning that he has heard a lot about him. He adds that this brat has been quite a nuisance, constantly lurking around Yona and disrupting their plans. The mafia boss makes it clear that he has no idea how Sokju discovered their hideout, but he is certain it was unwise for him to come here alone without backup. One of the lackeys suddenly lunges at Sokju, but my guy expertly sidesteps the attack. He throws a punch of his own, but this lackey proves to be no pushover. He evades the punch and swiftly counters. Sokju realizes that this guy is tougher than the goons they took down outside, and he struggles to keep up. But then, Sokju lands a surprising blow. He delivers a brutal whack and follows up with a devastating punch to the lackey's gut, leaving him doubled over in agony. To wrap things up, Sokju executes a powerful leg swing. The lackey finally appears to be down for the count. Just when we think it's over, the thug attempts to swing back in retaliation. Sokju counters with a devastating knee smash to his opponent's back. The guy quickly begins to crumble. The Scarface boss acknowledges that he knew Sokju had been trained from a young age, but he didn't expect him to be this impressive. The two girls are equally shocked by what they are witnessing. The mafia boss isn't here for a duel of pride. His intentions are far more sinister. With that, a lackey draws a blade and begins slashing at Sokju, landing several brutal cuts on his body. The boss grins beneath his mask, remarking that he didn't expect this brat to fight empty-handed, which makes handling him much easier. The lackey lunges at Sokju once more, brandishing the dagger. He begins swinging left and right like a madman. Sokju does his best to dodge, but he still suffers deep, painful cuts that leave him struggling to move. The boss pulls out his dagger, begins to juggle it in the air, clearly enjoying himself as he watches the girls. The moment Sokju sees this, he realizes that Daeyeon is in serious trouble. The poor girl is already terrified, simply imagining what is about to happen. Before Sokju can react, the man hurls his dagger directly at her, intent on ending her life. But at the last second, Yuna leaps in front of Daehyun. Just as the dagger is about to strike, Sokju leaps in front of both girls. The blade plunged directly into his back. The mafia boss scoffs at Sokju, mocking him as a pathetic fool who's only worthy of the empty praises he receives from others. He then commands his lackeys to leave Yuna alone and eliminate the other two. The lackeys quickly agree and move forward to execute the order. Suddenly, everyone hears the door creak open. All eyes turn to Jin as he makes a powerful entrance, having taken down the goons and leaving them sprawled on the ground. Back at the club, Gangster Cha meets with his lackeys, who provide him with the latest updates. They report that the Gosung cartel is responsible for the abduction. Cha is stunned by the absurd mistake the Gosung cartel made by getting involved with both Jin and SW Corporation. It was bound to backfire, especially since the cartel never investigates their clients before accepting a job. One of the lackeys then asks, Cha revealed his reasons for helping Jin. He pointed out that Jin is the one who put them in a tight spot, as he exposed all the dirt on the Kim family that they had been keeping under wraps for years. Cha lets out a deep sigh, explaining that he had no choice. He emphasizes that he's just an old man who couldn't possibly take on a kid like Jin. He adds that they can't seek revenge, especially since it was the Kim family who provoked him first. The lackeys then remark that they don't have to help Jin either. Cha falls silent for a moment and chuckles to himself. He explains that he felt he had no choice but to help him because his sister had been kidnapped. Back at the hideout, Jin makes a stunning entrance. The lackey leader asks who this man is. Yona is left stunned at the sight of him. Daeyeon is equally surprised to see her brother, and when she expresses this aloud, the mafia boss overhears the conversation and realizes that Jin is her brother. The boss erupts into laughter, almost losing his breath. He finds it hilarious that he kidnapped a girl, and now her adorable brother is here trying to save her. The entire situation strikes him as quite amusing. Meanwhile, Jin turns to his sister and asks if she is all right. Daeon begins to cry, her tears streaming down her face as she pleads with her brother to leave this place. Meanwhile, Yona is heartbroken to see these two siblings caught up in this mess because of her. She shouts at the lackey leader, offering to cooperate in exchange for the release of everyone else. The mafia boss retorts, questioning why he should do her any favors. Yona falls silent, recognizing that she lacks significant leverage. Seoju, battered and bruised on the ground, watches Jin with a blend of admiration and amazement. Despite the tense situation, Jin remains unfazed. Finally, the lackey leader commands his goons to take Jin down. He states that they have already given him enough time, and now it's time to finish this. The lackey steps forward, dagger in hand, poised to take down Jin. But before he can make a move, Jin swiftly deflects the attack. He grabs the lackey's wrist. He drives the dagger into the lackey's own chest. The mafia boss is completely taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Seolju watches in shock as well. Daeon is equally amazed by her brother's impressive skills. Her brother quickly tells her to close her eyes. The girls quickly comply, closing their eyes tightly. Jin then slashes the lackey, leaving deep, bloody gashes on his body. Blood splatters everywhere as the lackey falls to the ground, drenched in his own blood. Yeonhwa is still trying to process the overwhelming events that just unfolded. Meanwhile, Seolju is left in absolute awe as she realizes that Jin isn't just swinging his knife around aimlessly. Instead, he has expertly severed the lackey's muscles and ligaments to neutralize him. The mafia boss is equally astonished by the sight and remarks that he doesn't appear to be a brother at all. Instead, he resembles more of a bodyguard. Jin moves closer, prompting the boss to quickly retract his earlier statement. He concedes that Jin must be more than just a bodyguard, as no ordinary kid could wield a knife with such skill while maintaining a cold gaze. However, he brushes off the revelation, insisting it doesn't matter since he still plans to kill Jin regardless. With that, he swings his dagger at him. But my guy quickly ducks down with lightning speed. The boss continues to swing his dagger from left to right. As the mafia boss lunges at Jin with his dagger, Jin effortlessly blocks the attack with one hand and counters by swinging his own dagger at the boss. The boss, always quick on his feet, steps back just in time to evade the brutal hit. The two engage in a deadly dance of blades, with each strike becoming more vicious than the last. This time, Jin's blade finds its mark, slicing through the boss's hand and rendering it temporarily useless. The mafia boss, filled with pain and disbelief, demands to know who Jin really is, but he remains silent. His expression was unreadable as he stood there, lost in thought. He gets ready for the next round. Without hesitation, the mafia boss lunges at Jin once more. This time, Jin effortlessly seizes his wrist. With a swift motion, he slashes through the boss's other hand. After delivering several brutal cuts, Jin delivers a devastating punch to the lackey's face, leaving him staggering backward with a bloodied nose. The mafia boss, now filled with rage and desperation, he grabs a gun and takes aim. It was directed straight at Jin, but before he can pull the trigger, Jin hurls his dagger with deadly accuracy. It embeds itself in the boss's shoulder, making him wince in pain. Seizing the moment, Jin launches himself at the boss with incredible speed. He delivers a crushing slap under the boss's chin. The blow sent him crashing backward like a sack of potatoes. The mafia leader, thoroughly beaten, collapses to the ground, his pride and power shattered. The others watch in stunned silence as Jin stands tall, exuding confidence and strength. His presence alone makes Yona and Seokuju tremble slightly. Jin steps forward gently and urges his sister to open her eyes. When she does, she sees him standing right there, a reassuring smile on his weathered face. Without missing a beat, he tells her that he's there to take her home. Yona is briefly taken aback by his wounded appearance and instinctively places her hand over his injuries, inquiring about his well-being. Jin wore a warm smile. He reassures her that he's fine, despite his injuries. His calm demeanor and soothing words cause her emotions to surge, leading her to cry uncontrollably. Jin does his best to comfort her, his own heart aching at the sight of her distress. Yona is deeply touched by the compassion Jin displays for his sister. They watch them with admiration. The following day, we find ourselves at SW Seoul Medical Center. Jin sits quietly in the corridor. His handsome face drew the attention of passing nurses. His phone buzzes with a message from Jae-hung. Everyone is curious about why Jin isn't at school. Jin responds that he has an errand to run. As he checks his messages, he watches as his friends excitedly discuss their hangout, playfully teasing him for missing out. Jin smiles as he reads his friends' messages, feeling a warm connection, even though he is missing out. He reclines in his seat. He let his gaze drift around the corridor. His gaze lands on the room across from him, marked by a sign that reads, Psychiatry Department. The scene transitions to later that night. Following Jin's intense battle with the goons, the police and authorities arrive at the scene and round up all the criminals present. Doctors begin to tend to Jin's sister. Yona approaches Jin and tells him that he needs to take his sister to the hospital. She promises to cover the bill. Jin, puzzled, asks why, since his sister seems fine. Yona explains that Dae-yeon may have hidden injuries and emphasizes the need for thorough medical attention due to the trauma. She also reveals that Jisoo and Huijin Kim had been harassing Dae-yeon. While relieved they've faced consequences, she notes that the victim's resolution is still incomplete. She explains that speaking with a counselor could be beneficial for Dae-hyun following the traumatic experience. This is why we are waiting outside a psychiatrist's office instead of an emergency room. As Dae-hyun steps out of the room, she approaches Jin and asks if he's been waiting long. Jin reassures her that he just arrived a few minutes ago. He then asks about what the doctor said. In response, she explains that there is nothing serious to worry about, but she will need to attend sessions once a week for a while. Overall, she assures him that she's fine. Jin also mentions that his injuries are minor, consisting of just a few light bruises. The girl lets out a sigh of relief, grateful that he is okay. Jin's mind drifts back to the emotional turmoil she experienced after being bullied, a harsh reminder of all she endured. She calls out to him. He flashes her a smile, inquiring about what's happening. She smiles back and says she forgot for a moment what she was going to ask. However, it's clear that she's hesitant to bring up her question. The scene shifts back to earlier, where the doctor was checking on her well-being. She listens intently as the soldiers discuss how a single child managed to defeat most of the kidnappers by himself. Their disbelief is palpable, as it simply doesn't add up to them. At that moment, Dae-yeon is equally stunned by what the soldiers are saying. She is curious about how Jin can fight so well and what his life was like before returning to Korea. However, she can't bring herself to ask him any of these questions. As they walk down the corridor, they encounter Dae-hyun. The moment Dae-hyun sees her, she radiates happiness. Upon seeing each other, Dae-hyun quickly asks her how the therapy session went. Dae-hyun expresses that everything went well and mentions she heard that Dae-hyun covered the bill for her treatment. She tells her friend that she really didn't have to do that. Dae-hyun waves it off, saying it's no big deal, and reminds her that she's the one who got her into this mess. She then sincerely apologizes to her. Dae-hyun laughs it off, noting that she has already apologized numerous times. Besides, Yuna was a victim herself. That's when Jin notices a massive bodyguard standing behind Yuna, watching intently with a seriously intimidating expression. Despite the intense stare directed at him, Jin remains completely unfazed. Yuna then turns to Jin and asks if he has had his checkup. Our boy quickly agrees, and Dae-hyun adds that she had to drag him there. He only consented to go after she threatened not to go to the hospital herself if he didn't. Dae-hyun then inquires about Sokju, and Yuna confirms that he is in the same hospital. Dae-hyun seems genuinely eager to see him, and suggests they stop by before leaving. Although she is excited about the visit, Jin's feelings remain less clear. They ultimately visit Sokju. Dae-hyun ensures that to thank him for rescuing her from the blade. Sokju is taken aback by her sudden expression of gratitude, and stutters, insisting that it's no big deal. She then asks Sokju if he is feeling better, and he replies that he is indeed feeling much better now. Meanwhile, Jin is visibly unhappy as he watches his sister getting cozy with Sokju. He stands there in silence, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Even Yuna and her bodyguard take notice. Jin appears to be troubled. Dae-hyun hopes that Sokju recovers quickly. With that, they make the decision to leave. Yuna waves goodbye to them. They walk out through the main door. Once they're gone, the bodyguard reflects on how difficult it is to believe that someone as seemingly scrawny as this kid could take down multiple people at once. It's truly unbelievable. Yuna chuckles and admits that she's quite amazed herself. However, she isn't certain if it's something that would even surprise a professional like the bodyguard. The bodyguard shrugs and explains that it's not merely about the kid beating up a group of guys. There seems to be something much deeper going on with him. The bodyguard explains that our protagonist swiftly and silently neutralized more than 10 guards, a remarkable achievement. Even a trained professional would find it challenging to accomplish that without some form of backup. What's even more astonishing is that he managed to do it without killing any of them. He rendered them unfit for combat, judging by the cuts on the two men found in the cargo container. His knife skills are remarkably advanced, especially considering they were retired soldiers. Not only a report, but also an update on the situation with those thugs. It's evident that Jin Yu is a highly trained professional with extensive combat experience. Both Seok-ju and his team faced significant challenges as they navigated the complex landscape of their mission. Their determination and resilience were put to the test, but they remained focused on their goals, pushing through obstacles with unwavering commitment. Dae-yeon is completely blown away by this. Sometime later, we reconnect with Dae-yeon and Jin. Dayan quickly offers an apology. She feels a deep sense of shame for always needing his help. Jin assures her that she doesn't need to apologize and that he is the one who should be thanking her. Dayan is startled by this revelation, and Jin continues. He expressed that he understands what it feels like to have a family now. For the first time in his life, he puts someone else's safety above his own. He is beginning to understand the true meaning of family, an experience he had never encountered before arriving in this country. We see the same woman with short black hair again, and I will reiterate that she is likely Yona's sister. She appears utterly distraught that Yona was rescued safely. The reporter reveals that a suspicious rumor is circulating. He elaborates that while Seok-ju played a key role in the rescue, the feats of another student who accompanied him were even more extraordinary. She asks how that's possible, and the reporter replies that even the chairman has taken an interest in this student. We already know that this student is our boy, of course. The woman is taken aback and begins to wonder if the rumors could actually be true. We see Jin once again. He's tackling some intense pull-ups. As he works out, his mind flashes with memories of past challenges and triumphs, images of the people he fought that day. Just as he becomes lost in the intensity of the exercise, Diane knocks on the door and announces that she has brought some fruit. Diane enjoys the delicious fruit. Jin arrives and quickly assesses the situation. He asks his sister how she's feeling. She replies that she's already answered that question 1,000 times and insists that she's fine. Once Jin sits down, he notices that something is on Dayan's mind. He asks her what's going on, and that's when she assures him she doesn't hate him just because she witnessed him fighting and brutally beating those guys. She insists that it doesn't alter her perception of him. After all, he went to great lengths to save her, and she has no intention of inquiring about his past. Dayan then grows somber, expressing that she was never able to tell Grandpa about the bad things that happened at school. She simply wasn't ready to share those experiences with him. Now she feels more relaxed, as if she can share anything. Suddenly, her phone starts ringing. It's Yan Ah on the line. She grabs the phone and heads to her room, remaining on the call. Some time later, we see Yan Ah sitting in front of Jin, who quickly tells her to take a seat as well. Jin sits down and asks Yan Ah why she wanted to see him. She explains that she wanted to apologize for putting Dayan in such a dangerous situation. Although she has apologized before, she wishes to express her feelings to him personally. She explains that Seok-ju will also come to apologize in person once he has recovered. Additionally, she wants to thank Jin for saving her. Jin makes it clear that his only reason for going was to rescue Daeyeon, not Yeon-ah. She shrugs, stating that it doesn't change the fact that she was saved because of his intervention. Once she finishes, Jin asks if there's anything else she wants to say. Yeon-ah admits that she also wanted to inform him that they will cease investigating his background. She hopes he isn't too upset that they tried to uncover details about his past. She lets out a sigh and explains that she couldn't overlook the fact that all of his documents were forged. Following a recent kidnapping attempt in America, this raised some red flags for her. She has faced many tough situations since childhood due to her identity. She states that, although the truth behind his fake records remains unresolved, she will not pursue the matter any further. Jin begins to leave, stating that if there's nothing else, he will be on his way. Yeon-ah looks startled and asks if he could spare a few hours. Her grandpa wants to meet him and thank him in person. As Jin heads back, he responds that there's no need for that, as he wasn't there to rescue her in the first place. Yeon-ah falls silent. Jin heads home, walking down the dimly lit, gloomy alleys late at night. As he walks, he spots a familiar figure across the street. As the scene zooms in, we see one of Mr. Chow's lackeys, who has been brutally shot in the gut. It doesn't take long for our boy to recognize who this man is. The man clings to life, yet he takes the time to berate Jin, blaming him for putting his gang in jeopardy. He explains that they were already struggling after Jin exposed the Kim family. Then, their boss assisted by tipping off the location of the Gosong cartel. This stirred up trouble between the Gosong cartel and their rivals. Mr. Chow's territory is now under siege. His friends and lackeys have already been killed, and the leader of the Gosong cartel made a point to personally visit Dushik Cha. When Gosong finally confronts Cha, he delivers a sharp verbal jab, questioning why Cha doesn't just give up before making a fool of himself in front of his men. Chow counters with a sharp remark, noting that he has already given most of the crew a weekend off. However, Gosong has brought along his entire platoon of lackeys. Then, another man in a coat interjects, telling Cha that he really shouldn't have stirred up trouble by getting involved with the Kim family. As if that wasn't enough, he also recently tipped off Gosong and his men. Our gangster delivers another brutal jab, and this time Gosong loses his cool, going absolutely bonkers over what Cha just said. He angrily commands all his lackeys to charge at Cha. The gang charges at Cha like a pack of wild dogs eager for a fight. But our beloved gangster isn't just any weakling. He deftly ducks, he lets a punch zoom past his face, and retaliates with a devastating blow that leaves his attacker reeling. Another lackey swings at him but receives a brutal hit right under the chin, crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Gosong grits his teeth in frustration as Cha continues to eliminate lackeys as if they were mere flies. Suddenly, Cha takes a deep breath, gathering her thoughts and preparing for the next step in her journey. A brutal jab with a stick struck him from behind. He groaned in pain but quickly regained his composure, throwing a punch in return that sent the attacker staggering back. The assailant crashed down, defeated. Despite Cha's skill in taking out several opponents, the sheer number of lackeys proved to be overwhelming. It's clear that despite his skills, he won't be able to take them all down this way. Our beloved gangster takes his stance, furious that Gosong has brought so many men, especially since he knows Cha doesn't have most of the club's support. He can't help but smirk as he thinks about our boy, wondering if he has managed to save his little sister by now. Just as they mention his name, Jin arrives outside the club. The lackeys standing guard tell him to get lost, but Jin refuses to take orders. He delivers a brutal kick to one of them. This sent him crashing to the ground, leaving the other two speechless at Jin's audacity. He then gets off his bike. The two remaining lackeys attempt to take a swing at him, but Jin effortlessly grabs the person's hand. He delivers a devastating blow to his face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The remaining lackey tenses up at the sight. He takes a heavy kick to the gut. With both goons dealt with, he moves further into the club, only to discover a vibrant atmosphere filled with pulsating music and colorful lights. The scene was haunting, a grim tableau of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the silence was punctuated only by the distant echoes of chaos. Each figure told a story of violence, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and disbelief. Blood pooled around them, a stark contrast to the earth, marking the brutality of the events that had unfolded. It was a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can emerge in moments of conflict. As he moves forward, a group of arrogant thugs demands that he leave. However, our protagonist remains unfazed and continues walking toward them. One of the thugs steps forward, rambling about something nonsensical, but our guy swiftly silences him with a single blow, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving the others behind. Completely terrified, the thugs recklessly charge at him. Our hero begins delivering powerful blows, taking them down one by one. The scene shifts back to gangster Cha, who is now exhausted after defeating a group of thugs. Gosong is absolutely livid, unable to believe that Cha is managing to hold his own for so long all by himself. On the other hand, Gosong's assistant feels a sense of relief that they only attacked Cha while he was alone. Otherwise, it could have turned into a massacre. More lackeys rush toward our gangster. However, he quickly eliminates the one in front of him. Before he can fully navigate, he takes a devastating punch to the face. Cha retaliates with a powerful punch, striking back with equal force. At this point, Cha is barely holding on. Even Gosong reluctantly admits that he is a tough nut to crack and deserves praise for his efforts. However, he makes it clear that Cha appears to be at the end of his rope and should consider giving up now. They promise it will be worth his while. Cha spits out a mouthful of blood and questions why he should comply. Wiping the blood from his face, he resolves to finish what he started. It's clear that the big cheese is not impressed by Chao's bold display. The swarm of lackeys surrounding the place visibly shakes at the sound of his bold statement. Suddenly, a commotion erupts at the entrance, with the lackeys screaming at the top of their lungs. Gosong, bewildered, demands to know what is happening and why his men are screeching like dogs. They turn around, initially seeing nothing, but soon they hear footsteps. Out steps Jin. The entire crowd is stunned to see a child among them. Cha is equally shocked to see him and quickly asks what he is doing there. Jin casually responds that he is simply there to return the motorcycle he borrowed. Cha was completely unprepared to hear this kind of nonsense while surrounded by death itself. Meanwhile, Gosong's assistant sneers when he realizes that Cha knows this kid. He promptly orders his lackeys to take Jin down as well. The lackey proudly complies, striding toward our boy as if he is about to scold a toddler. Cha then tells them it would be best if they just left him alone. However, the assistant insists they cannot simply let Jin go, as he has witnessed everything. Cha snaps back once again, suggesting they should pray to God that Jin feels generous enough to let them go rather than the other way around. The assistant is clueless about what this foolish person is rambling on about, but he quickly gets a wake-up call when Jin takes down one of his men with a single punch. Our boy then delivers a kick that shatters another lackey's leg. He delivered a headbutt to another, sending him sprawling. One of the thugs attempts to swing a bat at Jin from behind, but Jin quickly grabs. He strikes him with a brutal smash to the face, leaving him bloodied. The bat clatters to the ground. Gosong is completely amazed by Jin's performance. Cha simply smirks and remarks that it's their fault for not listening sooner. He adds that even though Cha is tough, he wouldn't stand a chance against this kid. The big cheese commands his team with authority, instructing his lackeys to take down Jin. They quickly charge at him. As usual, Jin effortlessly takes them out, making them appear like amateurs in the process. Growing impatient, the big cheese shouts at his lackeys to stop letting a little punk get the better of them. Just as he's about to issue another command, he suddenly falls silent when he sees Sha's charging at him. At this point, Goshong is certain that things are about to get even messier for him. Shortly after, the big event unfolded. Cheese and his lackeys are sprawled on the ground, looking as if they've kissed the dirt. Cha slumps back, utterly exhausted. Jin strides over to him. When Cha looks up, he surveys the wreckage of the fight, where people are scattered around like discarded wrappers, and sees Jin standing triumphantly. Jin begins to leave, casually remarking that Cha has now paid his dues. Cha is taken aback. He is still trying to understand why this kid remains so fixated on the same nonsense after everything that has happened. He then asks whether Jin saved his sister. Jin calmly replies that he did, and it's all thanks to Cha. The scene transitions to a hospital room, where one of Cha's lackeys suddenly jolts awake. As he surveys his surroundings, he spots Cha. On the other side of the room, they were all patched up, yet still clearly in rough shape. The lackey is taken aback to see his boss there, and Cha quickly tells him to stop calling him boss while they're in the hospital. Confused, the junior asks how his boss ended up in this situation. Cha casually mentions that he got roughed up and simply took a cab to get treated. The lackey then asks about Goshong and the other lackeys. Cha, with a nonchalant shrug, replies that he took care of them all. The junior can't believe it and dismisses the claim as nonsense. This prompts the senior to become a bit annoyed, and he asks his junior why he thinks that. The lackey suggests it's probably because the senior is too embarrassed to admit he was beaten by Goshong. Cha then asks if he happened to meet Jin yesterday. The junior brightens and confirms that he did, in fact, meet him. He explains that he was ambushed by the enemy team while leaving the club. After sustaining severe injuries, he found our boy and yelled at him. Fueled by anger, he charged at Jin, but after taking the first hit, he fainted and doesn't remember anything else. The boss explains that Jin likely knocked him out to get him to the hospital. Cha then continues. Inside the club, he felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies surrounding him. That's when Jin appeared. He took them all out in seconds and then told him he had paid his dues before simply walking away. The lackey finds this absolutely admirable and thinks it's undeniably badass, to say the least. The senior nods in agreement, acknowledging that Jin is truly impressive. The lackey then asks his boss if he has any idea who this kid really is. The senior accepts Jin's claim of being an average teenager, deciding they'll have to trust him on that. In the next scene, we see a football soaring through the air, heading straight toward Jin. He catches it effortlessly. The referee promptly calls it a handball, leaving everyone on the playground completely stunned. His friend, visibly annoyed, reminds him that he's not supposed to grab the ball because he's not a goalkeeper. Jin is perplexed about why he's receiving such criticism, but he offers an apology regardless. Suddenly the bell rings, and Jin's friends call out to him. He asks if Youngchan has time to hang out today, as it's the only day he doesn't have lessons after school, and they're planning to do some gaming together. Jin tells them to go ahead, assuring them he'll meet them at the location later, as he needs to walk his sister home first. His friends are a bit bewildered and ask if he has started babysitting his sister again. Jin explains that she hasn't been feeling well lately. Blondie decides to save a spot for Jin. Meanwhile, Daehyun is getting ready to leave her class. She's considering making kimchi stew for Jin since he loved it the last time. However, she's unsure if he can handle spicy food, so she's also thinking about preparing a milder soybean paste stew instead. Suddenly, she hears a buzz of excitement from the other girls in her class. They're all gathered by the window, swooning over Jin. Some find him attractive, while others are hoping he'll become their boyfriend. The girls even turn to Daehyun and ask if her brother is seeing anyone. Daehyun is taken aback by their overwhelming enthusiasm for her brother. She hesitates before reluctantly admitting that he mentioned he isn't dating anyone. As the ladies rush back to the window, Daehyun smiles faintly, clearly pleased that her brother is popular with the girls. Stepping outside the school, she wonders why Jin doesn't have a girlfriend and if he might not be interested in girls at all. Suddenly, she hears voices nearby and discovers that it's Jin with his friends. Startled, she quickly attempts to greet them as politely as she can. One of the more bashful lackeys blushes at her cuteness and simply waves in response to her greeting. The boys decide to head to the game room, hoping that Jin will join them there. Once they leave, Daehyun asks Jin if he's hanging out with his friends. Jin confirms that he is, but adds that he'll stop by home first. When she inquires if it's due to her, Jin explains that he just forgot something at home. She insists that she can walk home on her own since it's still bright outside. However, Jin insists that he really needs to pick up something he left at home. She then reminds him that he doesn't need to go out of his way for her, just as she told Yana when she offered to have security escort her. All she wants is to lead a normal life. Jin remains silent, but ultimately agrees to her request. He agrees to do as she says, but suggests they still walk home together from time to time. Dae-yoon pouts, expressing that he worries too much. Jin explains that he's not just worried, he actually enjoys their walks. In the end, she finally agrees to continue walking with him. As they walk, Jin suddenly stops when he spots a woman with black hair whom we suspect to be Yona's sister. She greets Jin. However, he doesn't bother to respond to her greetings. Meanwhile, Dae-yoon remains just as clueless about the woman with the black hair. The woman then feigns surprise at seeing Dae-yoon for the first time, adopts an exaggeratedly concerned expression, and claims she must be the one who suffered greatly due to Yona's abduction. Dae-yoon is now seriously confused and asks her who she is. The woman introduces herself as Yona's cousin and expresses her gratitude to Dae-yoon for helping Yona. She offers to treat him to dinner if he has some time. Jin flatly refuses, explaining that Yona has already thanked him personally, so there's no need for the stranger to go out of her way. The woman is taken aback by his bluntness, but attempts to keep the conversation going, stating that she also has a proposition that could benefit them both. Once again, Jin firmly declines, stating that he is not interested. He then begins to walk away. This left the arrogant woman absolutely fuming. But before he disappears from view, Dae-yoon ensures he bows his head and offers one last polite nod. Meanwhile, the lady seethes with rage as her guard asks if he should bring him back by force. She firmly replies, no. It appears her ego has been more bruised than we realized. She is practically boiling over with anger. Next, we head to the gaming room, where everyone is glued to their TV screens. While they are all deeply immersed in their game, Young-chan decides it's time to take a break. As he walks down the hall, he accidentally encounters a cocky punk. This man immediately begins threatening Young-chan, barking at him to watch where he's going. Young-chan, the poor guy, is practically shaking as he stumbles through an apology. But Mr. Cocky isn't finished yet. He's about to slap Young-chan across the face. Just in the nick of time, Jae-hyung bursts onto the scene and saves his friend from a slap. Jae-hyung strides over confidently, telling the arrogant punk to get over it. There's no need to create a scene over a minor shoulder bump. He quickly spits out the lollipop he had been sucking. He locks eyes with the punk and tells him not to underestimate them as a bunch of scaredy cats. The punk's nerves are clearly rattled by Jae-hyung's intense glare. My guy continues to stare him down and demands it. That crazy punk, why is he staring like that? Once the punk is thoroughly intimidated, he finally walks away with whatever pride he has left. Jae-young lets out a satisfied smile. On the other hand, Young-chan seems to be in shock as he watches his friend and reflects on the turn of events. It's surprising for him, especially since Jae-young was once the one bullying him, and now he is the one coming to his rescue. Orangehead warns them to hurry, or Hyuk-jin will start giving them a hard time for being late. They make their way to the restroom. Young-chan still can't believe his eyes. This guy actually saved him. When they finally return, Hyuk-jin asks why it took so long to use the restroom. Orangehead explains that there was someone trying to cause trouble for Young-chan. Hyuk-jin's interest is piqued, and he quickly asks who it was. Orangehead replies that the guy was wearing a Gosok Tech uniform. Blondie then turns to Young-chan to check if he's okay. The timid fellow simply replies that he's fine, as nothing had happened since Jae-young interrupted just in time. Orangehead decides it's time to fully immerse himself in the game. Suddenly, a group of rowdy individuals burst into the gaming room. Among them is the same guy Jae-young bumped into earlier, and he has brought his lackeys to seek revenge for the humiliation. Hyuk-jin is completely absorbed in his game and doesn't notice the people standing to his left. When he finally looks up, he sees a group of goons looming over him. The gang leader swiftly instructs him to step outside. Both Hyuk-jin and Jae-hyung are talented individuals who bring unique skills to the team. Their collaboration often leads to impressive results, showcasing their ability to work well together. Whether in a competitive setting or a creative project, their synergy is evident and significantly contributes to their success. As Young-chan realizes that things are about to get serious, he begins to shake, terrified at the thought of what's coming next. Once they step outside, Young-chan trembles with fear, feeling utterly terrified that this mess has come about because of him. The cocky guy from earlier begins to boast about how Orangehead was all talk and no action, asserting that it will be easy to take down both him and his friend. But our Orangehead doesn't back down. He mocks the cocky guy, highlighting how he was scared and walked off quietly earlier, only to return with his lackeys. The arrogant man doesn't take the jab well and becomes furious. He attempts to land a punch on Orangehead, but Jae-hyung swiftly ducks and counters with a strike. A brutal punch to the cocky guy's face made it clear who was in charge. The arrogant leader stumbles backward. Young-chan, on the other hand, is practically panicking, convinced that it's all his fault they're in this situation. That's when Jae-hyung speaks up, reassuring his terrified friend that he doesn't need to feel guilty about anything. These individuals are the ones who should be held accountable. Those words completely melt Young-chan's heart, as seeing his friend look so badass while saying them is almost overwhelming. Hyuk-jin chimes in, noting that it's the exact same line Jin used a while back, and even the way Jae-hyung delivered it had the same energy. He jokes that Jae-hung basically copied Jin, and now he feels like he needs to bleach his eyes after witnessing this copycat moment. Orangehead starts to blush, feeling completely embarrassed. He admits that Jin looked so cool when he said those words that they stuck in his head, and he couldn't help but repeat them. As the trio becomes engrossed in their banter, they momentarily lose sight of the fact that they are up against a gang, leaving them too distracted to focus on the goons around them. Soon enough, the lackeys charge at them, unwilling to be ignored in the midst of the battle. The Orangehead stands firm. As soon as one of the thugs approaches him, he delivers a powerful kick to the man's gut, sending him stumbling backward. Another goon attempts to swing at him. However, Orangehead retaliates with a brutal strike, bringing him down. Yongchan, who isn't exactly a fighter, is in a state of panic on the sidelines, unsure of what to do. Yukjin is in full battle mode, taking down goons left and right. He turns to Yongchan and tells him to stay back and watch from a distance. Orangehead agrees. While Yongchan may be a pro gamer, he is clearly out of his element in this fight, so they have everything under control. Yongchan is completely astonished by the situation. He can't believe they are fighting because of him, yet they are telling him to stay back. The goons are writhing and trembling on the ground after taking a severe beating. Meanwhile, our boys are starting to struggle, exhausted from the fight and outnumbered. Eventually, Jae-hung takes a hard hit to the gut and feels the pain. He realizes he's in trouble as the cocky guy prepares to land a punch right on his face. But before the punch can land, Yongchan leaps onto the cocky guy. He grabs him tightly, as if he has found a brother from another mother. They both tumble to the ground. The cocky guy begins shoving Yongchan aside, yet Yongchan clings on tightly, undeterred by fear. That's when Orangehead seizes his opportunity and swings his leg, delivering a devastating blow to the cocky man's head. The impact leaves Yongchan teary-eyed from the sheer brutality he has just witnessed, an experience unlike any he has faced before. Orangehead stands tall, looking like a boss after delivering the final kick to the cocky guy. He glances at the guy who is clearly out of the fight. Yukjin can't resist teasing Orangehead. Yongchan stepped in to save the day, prompting Orangehead to quickly become embarrassed and defensive, insisting that he was about to take the guy down himself. They look to Yongchan, who is on the brink of tears. Orangehead quickly inquires if he is all right. The timid fellow quickly reassures him that he's fine and apologizes for causing all this trouble. The scene shifts as our protagonist finally arrives at the game room, only to find it empty. He hears a noise coming from the adjacent room. Curious, he decides to investigate. As he approaches, the sound grows louder, and he can make out voices. He pushes the door open, revealing a surprising scene unfolding before him. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name. He turns around to see his friends, who excitedly inform him that he missed all the action. The beta bullies begin boasting about how they just defeated some tech guys from Ghost Suck. They head inside. As they ascend the stairs, remind Jin that although he may not be familiar with the tech-savvy individuals, they are quite formidable, yet ultimately no match for them. As they enter the gaming room, they are shocked to find a large group of people lying unconscious on the ground. The beta lackeys are astonished and quickly ask who took down all these tech guys from Gosuck. Our hero casually explains that he came looking for everyone, but was jumped by these guys as soon as they spotted his uniform. The three of them are completely stunned to realize that their friend took out all these men single-handedly. After their carefree time at the arcade, the group sets out to grab some food. The beta bullies have brought the same delicious meal that Yongchan usually enjoys, but Orangehead forgets to grab drinks and decides to get some right away. Yongchan chooses to go with him, but Orangehead selects Az instead. As they begin to eat, Hyukjin feels a sense of pride and laughs about how they managed to take down the Gosuck tech goons. Orangehead agrees, noting that the goons came in trying to act tough, but ended up getting beaten like dogs. Meanwhile, our boy stares at the tuna mayo dish, unsure of how to proceed. He watches as Jae-hung tears off the seal. He pops the snack out of its wrapper. He mimics Jae-hyung and begins to take a bite. As he eats, he asks his friends who started the fight. Jae-hyung explains that one of the goons was bothering Yongchan outside the game room, which set off the entire scene. Our boy checks in on his timid friend, asking if he's okay. The friend replies that he's fine because Jae-hyung arrived just in time to rescue him. Orangehead shares some advice with Yongchan, telling him that in situations like this, he should never back down. Yongchan appears a bit confused by this, prompting Orangehead to explain that you shouldn't flinch in front of a bully. You must make it clear that you're ready for anything. Otherwise, they'll take advantage of you if they sense fear. You can let anyone walk all over you. Yongchan wonders what would happen if they accidentally hit him. Orangehead simply shrugs and states that they're going to try to hit him, even if he's scared. However, Yongchan is concerned that they might hit him even harder. Orangehead agrees, but he emphasizes that if you don't stand up for yourself, you'll only be perceived as a pushover, which is worse than getting beaten up. Yulton shares his perspective, noting that he has seen this tactic succeed in the past, as most people prefer to avoid conflict. Bullies often target those who are quiet and never voice their concerns. Yongjan remains silent, likely recognizing that he has often been targeted because he never stood up for himself. As they chat, our boy continues to munch on his delicious food. The scene shifts to his past, where, instead of enjoying fancy food, he was left with mediocre curry and a piece of dry bread. In that moment, he had no choice but to eat it. To make matters worse, strong men constantly surrounded him, bullying the vulnerable and stealing their food. One day, a cocky man made a bold demand, insisting that our boy hand over his meal. But Jin wasn't having any of it. He fought back, leaving a gruesome mess in his wake. His memory prompts him to reflect on how the same pattern of the strong preying on the weak, it appears to repeat itself in both his past and present situations. That's when Yongjan finally musters up his courage. He gathers his courage and boldly declares that he doesn't like either of the beta bullies. The two bullies choke on their food, their breath caught in their throats upon hearing this. Yongchan continues, expressing his hatred for them because they bullied kids in class, himself included. Orangehead appears curious and asks when they ever bullied anyone. He emphasizes that they only joked around occasionally, nothing more. The blondie also agrees, stating that they have never physically harmed anyone in class or forced anyone to do their dirty work. Compared to some of the other guys, like Jisoo Kim, they seem practically like saints. Yongchan stands firm, asserting that even if they are just joking or playing rough, it still constitutes a form of violence to others. The beta bullies are left stunned, unsure of how to react. Yongjan continues, explaining that the violence is the same, regardless of its scale. He resents them for their cruelty, showing no hint of guilt. Once he finishes speaking, he points out that since beta bullies encouraged him to stand up for himself, so he poured out everything on his mind to give it a try. The beta bullies are completely taken aback by Yongjan's words. The blonde one is taken aback and admits that no one has ever told him anything like that before. He didn't realize people could perceive their actions in that way and had thought they were just joking around. The other bully agrees, stating they thought it was acceptable since they weren't as bad as some of the others. Yongjan, still feeling nervous, explains that he was surprised by how nice the beta bullies appeared when he spent time with them. He speculates that they may not have realized their behavior was a form of bullying. Feeling guilty, the orange-headed character quickly offers an apology. The blonde also expresses regret, admitting uncertainty about how to fix things but wanting to extend an apology nonetheless. Our boy continues to play with his food. As he removes the shell from his rice ball, it falls to the ground. He's completely disappointed to see his meal ruined. His friends are unsure how to react and end up yelling at him when he tries to eat the rice ball after picking it. In the bustling heart of the city, we return to SW Corporation. We see the same woman who claimed to be Yana's cousin sitting at her desk. Suddenly, Yona storms into the room, clearly furious. She calls out the woman's name, Jia. The sassy lady looks up and smiles at Yona. But before she can say much, Yona interrupts her with a sharp tone, demanding to know if she has seen Jin recently. Ji attempts to playfully remind Yona that it was she who was tracking Jin's background due to her suspicions. Frustrated, Yona admits that she did investigate Jin but had promised him she wouldn't look into it any further. Now, she is also telling Ji to stop nagging him. Ji raises an eyebrow and reminds her not to forget the kind of world they live in, particularly in light of the recent kidnapping incident. She makes it clear that they are not taking any chances, and our boy's background is a significant concern. Yona insists that Jin wasn't involved in any of the recent trouble. However, Jay quickly interrupts, stating that just because Jin assisted with the rescue doesn't mean he can be trusted. Ji's manager also weighs in, highlighting that Jin's identity is a serious concern for the school. They stress that a school affiliated with SW Corporation should not have accepted a student with falsified records, making it clear that they will not ignore this issue. Yona grits her teeth in frustration. Ji smiles with a hint of satisfaction and explains that they might receive some good news soon. Curious, Yona asks what kind of news Ye is referring to. Ji's manager explains that Jin's records were restricted, so they had to consult higher-ups in their network to gather more information. Ji gazes at Yona with a challenging smile, questioning whether she's not curious about Jin's true identity. Yona firmly declares that she doesn't care, emphasizing that Jin saved her, and that is more than enough for her. At that moment, the telephone rings, capturing everyone's attention. Ji's smirk widens as she announces that it's time for them to hear the news together. She answers the call, and the caller reveals that they have news to deliver. While Yona waits anxiously, Ji expresses hope that the caller will provide information about Jin's identity. The caller informs that the higher-ups have decided SW Corporation should refrain from any further inquiries into Jin's background. The announcement leaves Jay looking visibly pale. The guards were stunned as well. Her frustration boils over as she begins yelling at the caller, demanding to know how they can simply let the matter slide. The caller emphasizes that due to the long-standing relationship between SW Corporation and the government, they have chosen to overlook the fact that Jin is estranged from his family following an unfortunate plane crash. He is essentially a young man who has found his way back home. They emphasize that it is best to allow him to live his life without further scrutiny. The following day at school, Yona arrives with her escort, capturing everyone's attention, including our boys, who are eager to see them back after such a long absence. Suddenly, Yona locks eyes with Yonchan, leaving him feeling uneasy. She approaches him and casually asks if Jin isn't in school today. Youngchan, searching for Jin, mentions that he was just here, but Jaehyung clarifies that Jin was called to the office just a few minutes ago. As Yona and her escort Sochu settle into their seats, her escort reveals that the chairman is currently at the school. Yona is taken aback to learn that her grandfather is at the school. He wonders why he didn't inform her of his visit, and if Jin might have gone to meet him at the office. In the office, we finally made progress on the project that had been stalled for weeks. Team members collaborated effectively, sharing ideas and solutions. The atmosphere was charged with renewed energy as everyone focused on meeting the upcoming deadline. Meet the old man we've been hearing so much about. He is thrilled to finally meet our boy in person, especially since our boy had previously turned down a meeting. He came by himself to express his gratitude for saving Yona. Our boy replies that there's no need for thanks. He was simply trying to rescue his sister, and Yona happened to be there as well. The old man acknowledges that he is aware, yet he still wishes to express his gratitude for saving his granddaughter and to apologize for involving his sister. Our boy reassures the old man, explaining that there's no need for concern, as Yona has already offered her apology. The old man remains silent after hearing this. As our boy makes his way into the classroom, that's when Grandpa finally asks. He flatly refuses, making it clear that becoming Yona's bodyguard is not something an average teenager like him can handle. The old man reminds the boy that even an average teenager would struggle to deal with a group of kidnappers composed of former Special Forces soldiers. Jin then points out that Yona already has an internal security team protecting her around the clock. The old man agrees, but adds that a security team can't be with her while she's at school. Besides, she wouldn't be able to live normally with a team following her all the time. He explains that Sokju was responsible for her security, but the recent incident made him realize he isn't the right person for the job. As a result, he's considering handing the responsibility over to our boy. Jin begins to walk away once more, stating that he can't help. The old man falls silent for a moment. He then explains that he wasn't just there to thank him for saving Yona. He also wanted to express his gratitude for what he did 3 years ago. As soon as our boy hears this, he freezes and quickly he turns back toward the old man. The old man continues to express his gratitude, saying he has wanted to do so for a long time. He explains that without our boy's efforts, he wouldn't have had the chance to see his son before he passed away. It's evident that Jin recalls what the old man is discussing, yet he maintains a nonchalant demeanor. He claims it was just another job, but the old man insists it was a dangerous task that no one else would dare to take on. Thanks to our hero's success in the mission, he was able to reunite with his son, who often spoke about Jin. The old man reveals his desire to understand why the boy had become a mercenary. He attempted to track him down but found no leads. Now, as fate would have it, they are face to face. He adds that Yana is his daughter. Jin's mind quickly flashes back to the past, remembering the man mentioning that he had a daughter around his age. Still, Jin makes it clear. He states that he can't be Yona's bodyguard, but he adds that he won't turn a blind eye if anything happens to her. The elderly person is somewhat taken aback, but then she smiles and says that would be more than enough. He then mentions that there is one more thing he would like to request. He expresses his desire to hear Jin's thoughts on the security team at SWW. Jin then asks for clarification on what he means. The old man explains that SW's security team is part of a long-standing and proud tradition, perhaps too proud for their own good. They believe that Yona's recent kidnapping could have been contained even without Jin's assistance. As W continues to expand, the threats are increasing, and their security division is falling behind in innovation. The old man seeks Jin's honest assessment of their skills, and this will be a paid assignment, of course. Jin lets out a sigh, feeling as though everything around him is just a drag. He finally heads back into his classroom. As soon as he enters, Yona greets him warmly. He clearly ignores her and walks to his seat as the teacher begins the class for the day. Jin sits quietly in his chair, reflecting on the old man's words. He realizes that Yona's father must have died, as the old man mentioned he had seen his son before passing away. The scene shifts back to the past, where Jin appears as a mercenary, surrounded by the site workers gathered together for a meal. Jin is munching on a food bar when a voice calls out to him, wondering how a kid like him ended up working as a mercenary. It's clear that this man is Yona's father. After seeing Jin's face, he comments that he didn't realize Jin was so young. Jin quickly covers his face and begins to walk away. The man presents him with a platter brimming with delicious and appetizing food. He tells Jin to throw away his trash and eat this instead. He emphasizes that what he eats is crucial at his age. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries discuss how their new client appears to be quite wealthy. They are building roads, a school, and a clinic in the town where they are all stationed. While they chat, Jin listens quietly. While on guard duty, the man approaches him once more. He offered him a chocolate bar. Jin simply turns his gaze away. Later that night, the man offers him food once more, but Jin turns him down again. On a particularly rainy day, the man brings an umbrella and a coat, but Jin refuses both. One day, as Jin packs up his belongings to leave, the same man approaches him once more. He expresses that he will miss having Jin around and invites him to visit if he can, as they will be there for at least another month. The man tosses a bag to Jin, explaining that it contains snacks and basic medical supplies. Finally, Jin speaks up and asks why he is receiving all of this. The question catches the man by surprise. He is surprised to hear Jin speaking Korean and mentions that he had previously tried to communicate in Jin's language while speaking English, but received no response. The man explains that he is sharing this because he has a daughter around Jin's age, and thinking of her makes it impossible for him not to worry. Later, we find ourselves in a dilapidated area where conflict is still ongoing. We then see Jin with his fellow mercenary, who informs him that the town where Jin was stationed as a guard has been taken over by a resistance group. He explains that they were waiting for the foreigners to complete their construction so they could take over the buildings, and that most of the people at the site had been killed. Jin is jolted from his flashback by the sudden ringing of the bell. He notices Yona calling out to him, asking if he's free at the moment. Sometime later, they find themselves in the lounging area. Sokju bows his head in respect as he offers a late apology in person. Jin assures him that there's no need for that, as he understands the reasoning behind his actions. Yona then expresses her belief that Jin will deny it and explains that her grandfather asked her to invite him on his behalf. Jin agrees immediately. This left Yona quite puzzled, as it was the first time he agreed without protest. The scene then shifts to Ji, who grits her teeth in frustration. She is furious that the higher-ups are not revealing Jin's true identity. At that moment, her manager walks in and informs her that the same student has arrived. This surprises Ji a little. In the southwest, the landscape is characterized by vast deserts, rugged mountains, and vibrant sunsets. This region is rich in cultural diversity with a blend of Native American, Hispanic, and Anglo influences. Visitors can explore historic towns, enjoy outdoor adventures, and experience unique culinary traditions. The southwest offers a captivating mix of natural beauty and cultural heritage, making it a fascinating destination for travelers. In the corporation's men's locker room, Jin is getting dressed according to the company's dress code. Sokju inquires about how Jin managed to secure a position at SW Corporation. The scene shifts to the past. Jin is reviewing the records of all the security personnel employed by SW Corporation. The old man had advised him to spend a few days with the team and share his thoughts, as arrangements had been made to accommodate him. It should be relatively easy for Jin to get a sense of the program. Back in the present, Jin tells Sokju that he wanted to experience life on the security team, which ultimately led him to this job. Sokju wonders if that implies Jin wants to become a bodyguard. Jin then asks Sokju if he isn't joining. In response, Sokju explains that today's session is for Team 2 and he is part of Team 3. He adds that Team 3 is responsible for escorting Yona exclusively, while Team 2 escorts Ms. Jie and her parents. The scene shifts to a training hall, where all the personnel are seated on the ground. One of the instructors introduces Jin to the group, explaining that he will be joining them for the next few days. He is in the same class as Sokju, and the chairman has permitted him to join their program to gain insight into their field. One of the men raises his hand and asks if Jin was the one who managed the kidnapping situation involving Sokju. The senior confirms that he is, in fact, the same person. Jin introduces himself and expresses his gratitude to everyone for allowing him to participate. The students embark on their training journey. Yona stands above, observing our boy. Sokju reveals to her that he is here because he wanted to experience what it's like to be a bodyguard, or at least that's what Jin told him. Meanwhile, the guards are sprinting down the halls, fully immersed in their training. As Yona observes our hero, she also notices someone else in the hall, Ji, accompanied by her guard. Yona curiously wonders what she is doing there. Meanwhile, Jin sprints across the landscape, racing alongside the other soldiers. The senior leading the pack glances back and notices that Jin is keeping up well, prompting him to increase his pace and run with even greater intensity. After several rounds, all the soldiers are completely out of breath. The senior appears utterly exhausted, as if he might faint at any moment. Jin, however, appears unfazed, taking a casual breath as if nothing has happened. The senior reveals that they've run enough to make anyone faint, but Jin kept up the entire time and even looks like he could handle 20 more laps. They transition to a series of intense exercises. Jin excels in those areas as well. From the sidelines, Yona is completely amazed by how Jin outperforms everyone, leaving them struggling to keep pace. Meanwhile, Ji sneers, remarking that it's just basic training, yet Team 2 is still falling far behind this kid. As our boy stands there, the senior is wondering where they found this kid. He's questioning whether the kid has been trained somewhere before, as he seems just too good. Then the senior notices GA standing nearby. His face goes pale as soon as he makes eye contact with her bodyguard. He realizes he will face criticism from GA and her bodyguard later for falling behind a high schooler. Suddenly, one of the juniors raises his hand and points out that he has heard this student played a critical role in Ms. Yona's rescue. He expresses his desire to test the kid's skills himself. The senior, angered by this, questions whether he really wants to spar with a high school student, yelling at his junior for losing his mind. However, the senior soon realizes he is completely unprepared for the challenge. Blown away when the kid himself appeared, he volunteers to fight, stating that he doesn't really mind. The senior, utterly speechless, he scratches his head in frustration and reluctantly agrees. Then he tells his juniors to fetch the protective gear for our boy. Before long, our boy is fully decked out in his gear. The other guy facing him also gets suited up. Yona wonders if everything will be alright, and Seoju notes that it's difficult to say given the challenging situation. Even Jae finds it quite amusing to think that this high school kid might actually win. She mentions having heard that the kid possesses extraordinary fighting skills, but her bodyguard reassures her that he is still no match for his men, who have been highly trained in various forms of combat. Long before they began working at SW, the senior advises both of them to take it easy. He especially advised his junior to go a bit easy on the kid, and the junior agreed. The senior then instructs them to get ready. The junior takes his stance and warns our boy that he's not up against those chumps he has beaten before, so he better be careful. Our boy stands firm, showing no sign of hesitation. The moment the senior signals the start of the fight, the junior lunges at our boy with an astonishing burst of speed. He swings a punch right at his face, but our boy quickly steps back. The junior swings again with full force, but Jean effortlessly dodges once more. Yona, feeling anxious, points out that the soldier wasn't supposed to go so hard during a sparring match. The soldier relentlessly charges at Jin, swinging his fists left and right. Jin skillfully dodges each attack with ease. He swiftly kicks the soldier's leg, causing him to stagger. Seizing the moment, Jin clenches his fists and delivers a brutal punch, but the soldier quickly raises his hands to block it, avoiding a direct hit. The hefty opponent mocks Jin for his futile attack and prepares to deliver a punch of his own. But Jin quickly deflects the incoming attack. He throws a fist and counters with a brutal blow right to the bastard's face. That display of power leaves Yona in awe. Even her guard is impressed that Jin struck exactly where the fatty's face was exposed. As the creature writhes in pain, Jin grabs him by the head. Jin delivers a vicious knee smash to his opponent's face, leaving him bloodied as he begins to collapse to the ground. GA is completely astonished by what just occurred. Jin stands as the clear winner. His opponent slumped unconscious on the ground. He removes the protective gear from his head, while both the senior officer and the other soldiers are stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Sokju notes that they were clearly instructed to take it easy, but the situation is simply too intense. GA speaks up again, questioning whether this kid is really the 19-year-old he claims to be. Meanwhile, her bodyguard seized with anger as Team 2, part of his crew, encounters a troubling predicament. He is far from pleased to see one of his soldiers falling like flies after being defeated by a teenager. The other soldiers pull their incapacitated buddy off the ground, while Jin remains the center of attention. The senior is now confident in Jin's role in saving Yona from the kidnappers. Meanwhile, GA's bodyguard stands watch, facing the death glares from his soldiers. They realize they need to come together to find a solution. The senior, overwhelmed by anxiety, tries to rally his classmates, urging them to focus and think clearly. As they brainstorm ideas, the tension in the room begins to ease and a sense of teamwork starts to emerge. Another soldier, Bayum Sok Choi, raises his hand and volunteers to spar with Jin as well. The senior reminds him that they have already lost to a kid once and doesn't want to look foolish by losing again. Bayum Sok, brimming with confidence, expresses his eagerness to fight Jin after witnessing his impressive skills. The senior points out that they can't all just push through, but Jin insists that he's totally fine and not exhausted at all. He even mentions that he hasn't moved around enough to feel tired. This unsettles everyone because, after taking down one of their top soldiers, he claims he hasn't even broken a sweat. Sok-ju lets out a deep sigh, clearly unfazed by our boy's antics. Bayum Sok finally steps into the ring, standing face to face with Jin. While stretching his muscles, he casually asks our boy where he learned to fight like that. Jin then inquires if Bayum Sok isn't going to put on his headgear. The soldier confidently replies that he doesn't need the headgear and tells Jin to go ahead and use one if he wants. Jin was only asking for the soldier's sake. He didn't care about the headgear himself and simply tosses it aside. Bayum Sok is taken by surprise, as is Yona. That's when Bayum Sok starts to get cocky, calling Jin a punk and expressing that he likes his spirit. Jie curiously asks her bodyguard what he thinks will happen this time. He acknowledges that they previously underestimated Jin, but he is confident they can take him down now. He takes great pride in his men, who train tirelessly every day. This time, our boy is set to face the ace of the team. Jie cracks a smile, eagerly anticipating how Baeum-sok will handle Jin. Meanwhile, Yona's bodyguard begins to believe that Jin might actually lose this round. In a weapon-free fight like this, it all comes down to physical strength, and Baeum-sok Choi is a muscular powerhouse. There's no telling what kind of rigorous training Jin has undergone, but nothing can compare to the raw strength that Baeum-sok possesses. As the fight begins, Baeum-sok, brimming with confidence, takes his stance and swings at Jin. Our boy effortlessly sidesteps the punch. Jin attempts to land a punch on Baeum-sok, but this guy isn't here to play games. He swiftly dodges Jin's attack. He counters with a punch of his own. Jin tilts to the side to protect him and delivers another punch. Baeum-sok grabs Jin's fist and smirks. He acknowledges that Jin's punch is stronger than he anticipated given his appearance, but Jin isn't interested. He throws another punch. Baeum-sok effortlessly blocks the attack and gives Jin credit for his excellent timing. He smirks and scoffs, confident that no one can break his guard with such pesky blows. However, he is dead wrong. Jin quickly swings his arm ready to counter the unexpected move and lands a solid kick to Baeum-sok's thigh. The cocky fighter is now completely stunned. The senior's jaw nearly drops to the floor at the sight of our boy making a hardcore comeback. Jin follows up with another brutal kick to Baeum-sok's leg. By now, Baeum-sok is absolutely fuming and throws a punch in a fit of frustration. However, Jin calmly takes a deep breath, adjusts his stance, and delivers a powerful strike to Baeum-sok's chin, followed by several more blows that leave the cocky fighter reeling. A man clenches his teeth in frustration. Baeum-sok attempts to swing at Jin once more, but our hero deflects it with some impressive ninja-like moves. He delivers a sharp slap to Baeum-sok's throat, causing him to cough and spit. With a thud, the once muscular man drops to his knees. The first shocked expression we see is on Yane's face. They were quickly followed by Gio and her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Jin stands still as the muscular man coughs violently on the ground. Yane's bodyguard is taken aback by how strategically Jin has broken through Baeum-sok's upper guard. By striking his knee and then immediately targeting the neck, he effectively closed the gap in their physical strength. Further attacks on vital points would have completely neutralized Baeum-sok's advantages. Jin then asks if anyone else is eager for a throwdown. However, it's evident that no one is eager to step forward. That's when the senior chimes in, advising Jin not to target the neck or knees during sparring. Jin, looking genuinely puzzled, asks if there are rules to sparring, apologizing for any mistakes he may have made, as he wasn't aware of them. The senior quickly clarifies that there aren't any specific rules. He just felt it was worth mentioning. Deep down, he knows he's trying to save face after being outmatched by a high schooler. After witnessing the entire battle, Ji-yu is convinced that Jin's ability to rescue Yan-A was not merely a stroke of luck. She seeks her bodyguard's perspective on the matter. The man, clearly frustrated after witnessing his soldiers fall one by one, reluctantly admits that from basic training to serious combat, Jin excels in every aspect. Ji-yu smiles broadly at this. Ji-yu quickly instructs everyone to move on to the next course. Everyone is taken aback, especially Yan-A, who has no idea what Ji-yu means by that. Ji-yu walks over to Jin and reminds him that, since he's here to experience real security duties, it's finally time to discover what it truly means to be a bodyguard. Jin listens intently, absorbing every word spoken around her. He explains that since he's paired with Team 2, he'll be escorting her, and she is looking forward to his assistance. Yan-A, however, can. You can tell from a mile away that this woman is up to something shady. The next scene takes us into one of the offices at W Corp, where we meet a suited man who is surprised to learn that Jin is in the same class as Yan-A. He explains that he learned about Jin's background during their research, but it's still a shock to see the codename Jin is actually just a young kid. The suited man notes that Jin's name only emerged a few years ago, indicating he was even younger when he first gained recognition. He struggles to understand how this kid could be the same ruthless individual he has heard about. The scene shifts back to the locker room. Jin is finally suited up in a real bodyguard outfit, and he looks incredibly badass. Evening has descended. Diane is with her grandpa, who asks if Jin is still out with friends. She replies that Jin had to take care of something and mentioned he would be a little late. The grandpa expresses his concern, reminding Jin not to stay out too late. While he believes Jin will be fine, he warns that encountering any trouble with hooligans at night could lead to serious issues. The next scene reveals the two defeated soldiers who have been quite cocky before facing Jin. They're now receiving a stern reprimand from their superior, and everyone is feeling ashamed after being defeated by Jin. The senior is so furious that his veins are practically bulging, and he makes it clear that they're about to endure training like they've never experienced before. The soldiers' expressions change dramatically upon hearing this. The senior lets out a sigh of relief, grateful that they didn't get reprimanded by their boss today. Meanwhile, Yona is completely astonished when she sees Jin stepped out in his bodyguard uniform, looking as if he was ready to hit the town for a date. Even GA is truly pleased to see him. Those defeated soldiers can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy toward our boy. As we step outside the building, Jin and 2 other guards are escorting GA. Several other guards are present, ensuring she enters her luxurious Bentley without any issues. Once she steps inside, the guards follow her in. Meanwhile, Jin stands outside, waiting until the senior bodyguard instructs him to get in the car. With that command, Jin takes a seat in the back, next to Yona. Once inside, he notices that 2 guards are always by GA's side. Suddenly, GA asks him if he has ever considered a career in singing or acting. She explains that one of the subsidiaries she manages is an entertainment agency, and that is their destination at the moment. Jin, however, straightforwardly expresses that he is not interested. She then asks him why he's interested in becoming a bodyguard. As soon as he hears this, he realizes that they probably don't know the true reason behind his involvement. He simply goes with the flow and expresses his desire to experience life as a bodyguard. She praises him, noting that he's quite skilled at his job. Based on his impressive performance and training today, and how effortlessly he defeated the guards in Team 2, she is genuinely impressed. When his bodyguard learns about Team 2's defeat, he becomes absolutely livid, his face turning red with anger. He feels humiliated at the reminder that his team was beaten by a high schooler. On the other hand, Jin points out that he only won because Team 2 let their guard down. They had to hold back, considering he's just an inexperienced kid. He had a significant advantage from the beginning. If they had treated him as a genuine opponent, he is confident he would have lost both duels. The woman acknowledges the situation, but deep down, she expected Jin to be more boastful about defeating the working guards. It turns out he's not like that at all. Meanwhile, the bodyguard is impressed by how thoroughly our protagonist has considered every detail. After some time, they finally arrive at their destination. In the other WW Corporation building, she is sitting in her office, while our boy and the senior bodyguard stand outside. The senior is amazed that after standing there for an hour, our boy hasn't flinched at all. Out of curiosity, he asks where he received such intense training. Our boy simply looks at him and remains silent. The senior asks again where he learned those moves from the sparring session, noting that this isn't something you can achieve by luck alone. In response, Jin simply states that he learned on the streets where he grew up. This vague answer ruffles the senior bodyguard's feathers, as he wasn't expecting such a dismissive reply. However, Jin's response isn't too far from the truth. The scene then shifts to his past, demonstrating how he truly did learn these skills on the streets. He runs alongside his buddy as a hail of bullets rains down from behind. He climbs ropes to reach the treetops despite the harsh weather, confronting highly trained soldiers and assassins without flinching. As they set out once more, their car speeds down the highway. GA asks if he's feeling all right, noting that it's been a long day. He replies that he's fine. She finds it odd, considering it's his first day on the job in this line of work, but he reassures her once again. This is indeed his first time. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard reflects on how he hasn't asked a single question since they began the route. He shows no signs of being affected, even when they deliberately skipped dinner to test his resolve. He seems fully aware that these situations can arise in security work. He remained steadfast in his position until he was instructed to move. Suddenly, Jin spots something serious up ahead. A truck is approaching. The driver inside appears either drunk or sleepy. It's difficult to determine which. It is clear that the truck veers out of its lane. It heads straight for the car where Jin and Jai are sitting. The truck skids across the road and collides with their car. Once the car comes to a stop, the bodyguards from the other vehicle rush over. The airbags have deployed. The senior bodyguard quickly checks the back seat, asking if GA is all right. What he sees there completely blows his mind. Jin has successfully kept GA within reach, saving her just in time to avoid the worst of the crash. The bodyguard is astonished by Jin's quick reaction. In an instant, GA protects her just before impact. However, he then pulls away from Jin, creating some distance between them. The other bodyguard rushes to her side, asking if she's okay. Meanwhile, the remaining guards quickly gather around to discuss the recent events, and one of them reports that the truck driver was clearly intoxicated. The junior guard reports that the driver appears to be unconscious, and they are working to pull him out of the vehicle. The senior guard instructs everyone to call an ambulance, secure the driver, and gather details about the incident. Meanwhile, inside the car, GA glances at Jin, who is sitting quietly. She jumps in surprise and asks if he's all right. Jin nods in agreement, but Jai expresses concern that he might have been injured and suggests that he should accompany them to the hospital for a checkup. Instead of addressing this, Jin reminds her to always wear her seatbelt, even when she's sitting in the back seat. It appears this is not what she expected to hear at such a critical moment, leaving her unsure of how to respond to this harsh truth. Back at home, Daeyeon is busy preparing a delicious meal. Jin also walks into the living room. She enters the room and asks if she's making lunch. She replies that she's cooking for Grandpa and will save some for him. Jin reminds her that Grandpa is already at his job. Daeyeon explains that she plans to take it to his workplace, just as she used to visit him there often, but she hasn't done so since he returned home. Jin decides to join her and seals the deal with a friendly smile. Later, in the vibrant city, we find Grandpa happily chatting with a fellow officer who is teasing him about his cheerful demeanor since returning from vacation. The officer jokingly asks if he won the lottery or something similar. Grandpa looks puzzled and asks what the officer means. The officer explains that Grandpa seems unusually happy lately. Grandpa is puzzled by the teasing, so his friend explains that apartment 703 just shared some snacks with them. He instructs Grandpa to come by and pick him up after his shift. Grandpa replies that he will stop by after he finishes sorting the recycling. As the old man begins to push the trash down into the bins, he reflects that he might have allowed himself to become too excited about Jin's return, to the point that others have begun to notice his happiness. Suddenly, Grandpa hears a commotion. He watches as a thug slams on the brakes in the middle of the road and jumps out of his car. Another driver behind him urges him to move his vehicle instead of blocking the road, but this arrogant man simply steps out of his sports car. Holding 2 disposable glasses, he adopts a smug attitude and uses every name in the book to tell the other guy to shut up. He adds that he'll be back in a minute after tossing the glasses. The man in the car shows clear signs of fear in response to the thug's aggressive demeanor. The thug strides over to Grandpa and drops the 2 disposable glasses into the dustbin. However, he is so careless that the trash simply falls to the ground instead of making it into the bin, leaving Grandpa with extra work. The elderly man quickly picks up the scattered litter. Meanwhile, the thug's girlfriend, still sitting in the car, urges her boyfriend to toss the bag of trash as well. Reluctantly, he grabs the trash bag and throws it from a distance, not bothering to walk over to the bin. As expected, Grandpa ends up cleaning up the mess left behind by the inconsiderate duo. Meanwhile, the thug speeds away in his car. Just as Grandpa is busy putting the garbage in its rightful place, he hears a voice he recognizes. He turns to see his children arriving for a visit. Although Grandpa is thrilled to see his children, he still wonders what they're doing there. They reveal that they brought lunch for him, but he insists they shouldn't have gone to the trouble, as he can easily buy something nearby. Diane glances around and sees Grandpa sorting through the recycling. He agrees, stating that it's better to address it before it piles up and becomes unmanageable. The charming girl offers to help with the task, but Grandpa quickly tells her that she doesn't need to get her clothes dirty. Diane, however, has already made up her mind and dismisses his concern, stating that she'll just wash them later. They begin sorting through the trash, while our hero quietly observes from behind, beaming with happiness to be surrounded by family. After a while, we see the girls starting to blush. While looking in a certain direction, it wouldn't be surprising if they're admiring our boy's handsome face. In the background, we catch a glimpse of Mr. Rama. Cha and his lackey, finally discharged from the hospital, are walking out of his apartment. Suddenly, Mr. Cha perks up as his eyes wander to the front. He spots our boy sorting through some trash, completely unaware of what he's doing there. Cha's lackey identifies the old man. He realizes he's the grandfather they encountered when they went to pick up the child. Upon hearing this, Cha quickly puts the pieces together. He realizes that the girl must be the boy's sister. Seeing our boy smile so warmly, Cha finds it fascinating that he knows how to smile after all. He can finally see that he truly looks like an average teenager. The lackey suggests they go over and say hello, but Cha decides against it, noting that guys like them often ruin moments like that. Instead, he proposes they grab a bite to eat. Next, we see the lovely family enjoying their lunch in the park. The 3 of them are having a great time, eating and chatting happily. Once they're finished, Dan waves goodbye, and they decide to head out. Once evening falls, the old grandpa finishes his duty and walks home with a pleasant smile. Then, he notices the same Corvette he saw earlier that day when the thug came to throw out the trash. The old man approaches the thug and reminds him that parking in that spot isn't allowed. It blocks the entry and creates a hazard for children, so he suggests parking in the lot instead. The thug sneers and questions why he should listen to an old man like him, making it clear that he intends to park his car wherever he pleases. The old man attempts to reason with him, but the blonde woman beside the thug threatens him, questioning whether he's just a guard and if he's trying to get himself fired. The old man maintains his smile and calmly explains that he understands he is paid by the residents. This is why he is asking them to park elsewhere, to avoid causing trouble for others. The thug scoffs and says he won't park there because if another car scratches his, who's going to reimburse him for the damages? Grandpa is left without a response. The blonde woman sneers, clearly doubting that Grandpa could afford the cost of the car. That's when Mr. Choslaki seizes the thug by the neck from behind. In a terrifying tone, he asks the thug if he has no manners when speaking to his elders. The thug groans in pain and demands to know who is behind him. Choslaki leans in, his face so intimidating it could scare ghosts, and simply asks why he wants to know. The thug is utterly terrified by the look Choslaki is giving him. The lackey yanks the thug aside and tells him to shut up and move his car. He makes it clear that if he ever catches him causing trouble for this gentleman again, he will ensure that both of them receive a serious beating. The repulsive couple quickly jumps into their car and speeds away. Choslaki smiles at the old man and asks if he is all right. Grandpa, unsure how to respond, simply replies, "Thank you." The man then reminds Grandpa that Jin is his friend and that he saw him working with the old man earlier today. Grandpa's mind sharpens as he recalls that this man is the same person who visited their home one day to meet Jin. The scene shifts to Mr. Choslaki's territory, where Lackey meets with his boss. Choslaki is in good spirits despite his fractured hand, pleased that he can still enjoy a drink with his other hand. The lackey notes that if he hadn't intervened, Grandpa would have faced even more trouble from that little punk. Choslaki chuckles and nods at his friend for his solid work, remarking on how disrespectful punks can be these days. Suddenly, Jin barges in. At first glance, he appears quite terrifying. Cha immediately starts sweating at the sight of Jin's serious demeanor, as Jin is the last person he would want to confront. He asks Jin why he's giving them such an intense look. By the way, we've been calling this man Choslaki for a while now since we didn't know his name. Let's give him a proper name and call him Muscle Man. Jin pulls out his phone and shows a picture. Muscle Man took a selfie with Grandpa, who had also mentioned that one of his friends lives in the apartment where he works. Muscle Man starts to blush, feeling both pleased and embarrassed with himself. Meanwhile, Jin appears absolutely furious as he asks Muscle Man if this is some kind of threat. Chao and his lackey are terrified that Jin might misunderstand the situation, and they certainly don't want to end up on the bad side of our main character. As the boy's anger boils over, Muscle Man begins to stagger and quickly tries to explain that it's just a gesture of goodwill. He pleads with Jin to listen before taking any action. The scene then transitions to W Corporation. GA is asking her guard about the child's well-being. The guard remains silent for a moment. However, it is noted that the kid should be wrapping up his training session with Team 3. GA asks if Jin was taken to the hospital for a checkup and what the doctor said. The bodyguard reports that Jin has a few bruises, but there is nothing serious to worry about. GA reflects on how Jin saved her just in time, revealing that she has a soft spot for him in her heart. She instructs her bodyguard to check in on Jin just in case, since you never know what symptoms might arise after a car accident. She's worried that if it turns out the crash was staged and with Jin getting hurt, it could create a serious problem. I had a hunch from the beginning that the accident was orchestrated, as they were simply trying to evaluate Jin's capabilities. We then see Jin again, wearing his school uniform once more. Soju asks him what is happening. It was evident that Jin appeared to be holding back compared to his previous session. Jin emphasizes that he wants to avoid getting on anyone's bad side. He then asks Soju why she feels that way. He's still spending time with the security team because he initially believed Soju had already completed her security training and had moved on. Soju sighs and clarifies that, contrary to what Jin may have heard, he was never an official guard. He only took on that role due to his family and his upbringing alongside Yena. Over time, he discovered he had a talent for the job. He acknowledges that witnessing Jin save Yena from her captors was a turning point for him. It made him realize he wasn't as skilled as he had believed, and sparked a desire to improve. Soju notes that he received all his training from SWJU, but is curious about where Jin learned his moves, as he appears to be a trained professional. Jin simply responds that he learned it on the streets where he used to live. Soju senses that Jin isn't being completely honest, but chooses not to press him further. After finishing their preparations in the men's locker room, they step outside and discover Yana standing nearby, eavesdropping. Jin ignores her and keeps walking, but Yana quickly interjects. He inquired whether he was planning to do more field work today. Jin appears confused. Yana blushes as she explains that she believes it would be a great opportunity to spend time together, and it won't take too long. Jin stays quiet. Both her guard and Seoju remain silent after hearing her unusual wish. Later, a group of guards is stationed outside as Yana and Jin stop by a stall to grab some food. Yana excitedly shares how much she missed cup noodles and triangle kimbaps during her time in the US. As Jin gazes at his triangle kimbaps, he is suddenly reminded of an unpleasant memory when his food slipped out of the wrapper and fell to the ground. Seoju appears somewhat bewildered by the rundown spot they've chosen for their meal. Yan notices and asks Jin if he isn't going to eat anything. He replies that he doesn't think he should eat with her since he's supposed to be guarding her. Yana is taken aback by this. Seju quickly explains that Team 3 is currently responsible for escorting Yana. Their job is to blend in as her companions while closely guarding her. Yana charmingly encourages everyone to dig into the food. Meanwhile, Seoju reflects on how Yana deliberately chose the convenience store near his home, knowing he would decline if she suggested somewhere nicer. Yana then mentions the accident that occurred while Jin was escorting Jae and asks if he is okay. Jin replies that he's fine, all the while staring at the triangle kimbaps inside the packaging. Yana then asks if Jae gave him a hard time, pointing out that Jae is known for being extremely demanding and harsh. In response, Jin simply says that everything went smoothly. Yana finds this hard to believe, as it doesn't sound like Jae at all. She remarks that Jae only smiles when she's insulting others. As they chat, Jin admires Yana's pleasant personality. He finds himself drifting back into his memories. He remembers her father, completely exhausted and injured. Jin panted heavily, gun in hand, as he scanned for enemies. Her father tells him that at least one of them should survive. He adds that he doesn't have much time left, and even if he is saved today, his life will not be extended for long. He reassures Jin that he shouldn't feel guilty about leaving an injured man behind. He's simply grateful that Jin chose to stay and help when everyone else turned away. The father's only regret is not being able to share more moments with his children or see his daughter's face one last time before he passes away. Jin encourages him to stop being sad and insists that since he is still alive, he should stand up and go see his daughter. The father's face lights up at Jin's words, igniting a glimmer of hope even in this despairing situation. The story picks up right where we left off, and as the flashback fades, Jin turns to Yana and asks if they can talk alone for a moment. Startled, she repeats his question, clarifying if he means just the two of them. Jin responds positively. Suko-ju decides to step away, stating that he will give them some space. Once Suk-ju is out of earshot, Yana asks what's happening and why Jin suddenly wants to speak privately. In response, Jin mentions this name. Yana quickly realizes that In Gok-soon is her father's name, leaving her even more confused about why Jin is bringing this up out of the blue. Jin then asks Yana to describe what her father was like. Yana looks puzzled, unsure of where Jin is heading with this. She eventually sighs and explains that her father was a busy man who spent much of his time working overseas. They weren't very close, as they barely saw each other. She explains that her father fell ill, and the doctors informed him he didn't have much time left. Despite this grim news, he continued to work and ultimately became sick while abroad. She still struggles to understand why someone would choose to spend their final days working instead of being with loved ones. She was on her way to see him because he couldn't manage the flight back home, but he passed away before she could arrive. She goes on to explain that her father worked himself to death without ever having a final moment with her. If she's being honest, she admits that she still resents him for that. She is still uncertain why Jin is inquiring about her father, but she insists that she wouldn't have opened up if our boy hadn't saved her from the kidnappers back then. Once again, Jin's thoughts drift back to a construction site. Her father is speaking to him again. He explains that he is doing all of this to help, and as a parent himself, he feels compelled to do something for these children. It's the only way he can confront his feelings about his daughter. He admits he hasn't been a good father, and if he had known sooner, he would have spent more time with her. To him, family is more important than anything else in the world. In the present, Jin reveals to Yana that she was the reason her father worked tirelessly until the very end. The news shocks the girl, and she asks him what he is talking about. Jin explains that he has come to fulfill the final request of his client. He reveals that her father wished to see her one last time before he passed away. He expressed his regret for not being able to make it happen. These were the words her father wanted Jin to convey to her. We flash back once again to the past, where her father tells Jin that this is an official job and he must carry it out at all costs. He adds that, regardless of whether he lives or dies, Jin will be the one to deliver this message to her. Yana is shocked to learn that Jin met her father before he passed away. After dropping this bombshell, Jin grabs his bag and starts to walk away. This left Yana wide-eyed. Tears begin to well up in her eyes as she questions whether her father truly said those words. It appears that Jin is experiencing his own character development arc as well. He has finally begun to understand something he didn't realize before. He's starting to grasp the meaning behind the request he was assigned to fulfill. Whenever Yena's father tried to offer anything to Jin, it wasn't about making himself feel better. It was simply about wanting to protect him. The father made that request to get Jin away from the battlefield because he was doing everything he could to help. The next scene takes us to Jin's apartment, where the doorbell rings. Jin quickly opens the door. He was surprised to find his senior, Major Kang, standing there. Later, they gather in the living room at the dining table, where Jin's grandpa is excited to finally meet Major Kang in person, after only speaking on the phone previously. Major Kang apologizes for not arriving sooner to say hello. He explains that he returned to Korea with Jin, but wanted to allow him some time to reconnect with his family first. Grandpa is surprised to discover that Major has been in Korea all along and expresses his eagerness to thank him in person. He reflects on how shocked he was to learn about all the things Major Kang had done for Jin. Earlier, the old man believed Kang was merely an embassy employee, unaware that he was the very person who brought Jin home. Major Kang happily explains that they wouldn't have survived without Jin's assistance. It's true. Kang reflects on how Jin essentially brought them back from hell, and he couldn't be more grateful. On the other hand, Grandpa nods in respect and acknowledges that Jin might never have made it back home without Major Kang. He admits it's a bit late, but he expresses his gratitude to Kang once more for everything he has done. Major Kang begins to sweat and appears anxious, quickly dismissing the thanks and insisting there's no need for it. Nevertheless, Grandpa is curious and asks how a military officer came to meet Jin. Major Kang initially feels confused, unsure of what to say. However, he quickly gathers his thoughts and explains that Jin was their guide during their deployment overseas. Jin helped them navigate a difficult situation, and Kang emphasizes that they definitely wouldn't have made it out alive without his assistance. Grandpa invites Major Kang to stay for lunch, mentioning that it's almost noon. Major Kang happily agrees. As he munches on some fruit, he turns to the little girl and asks if she is Jin's sister. The girl becomes a bit frantic, but quickly responds with a yes. Kang gives her a warm smile and tells her that being Jin's younger sister makes her like a younger sister to him as well. He jokingly adds that now she has two stylish brothers to hang out with. How cool is that? The little girl feels a bit awkward but manages to muster a polite response. After all, she's just a 17-year-old doing her best to be courteous. A 36-year-old man is making an effort to appear trendy. As noon arrives, the table is filled with food, all thanks to Grandpa's well-paying job as a security guard. Major Kang dives into the food with enthusiasm, eating at a rapid pace bewildered, and reassures him that there's no need to rush. Major Kang expresses his apologies and explains that he's simply too excited, as he can't recall the last time he enjoyed a nice home-cooked meal like this. Grandpa then asks if Kang's mother is no longer in his life. Kang responds that she's alive, but not very skilled in the kitchen. He and his father prefer to eat out, which saves them from the awkwardness of pretending to enjoy her cooking. Kang becomes a bit emotional as he reflects on how the mess hall was the best part of his time in the military, and he acknowledges that truth. Both Grandpa and the girl share an awkward smile. While Jin quietly continues to eat his food, he remains the good guy that he is. In the next scene, Jin and Major Kang are spending time together outside. Kang shares his joy at seeing Jin and notes that the other boys also have fond memories of him. Jin's mind drifts back to the warm memories of his fellow juniors showing him kindness, and a genuine smile spreads across his face. He then asks his senior what brings him here unexpectedly. Kang explains that he was out on business and decided to stop by to see his junior since he had a few days off after completing his assignment. He's truly happy to see that Grandpa and Jin's little sister are so kind. Jin smiles in response to this. Major Kang beams back at him with equal enthusiasm. As the senior stands up to leave, Jin asks if he's heading out already. Kang nods, replying that it's getting a bit late. Major Kang expresses that he would love nothing more than to sit down and catch up, but he needs to go meet his fiancée. This news surprises Jin, and he asks if his senior has already gotten engaged. Kang confirms this. Jin is left staring, uncertain of how to respond. Noticing Jin's flat reaction, Kang becomes agitated and irritably asks if Jin is jealous of his senior finally finding someone. Jin quickly denies it. Kang explains that their arrangement is somewhat old-fashioned, as their parents set them up. He admits he's actually glad about it, especially since he's often too busy with assignments to date much. As Kang waves goodbye, he tells Jin to take care. Just as he is about to leave, Kang suddenly stops and calls out to Jin. Our boy quickly answers the senior's call. Kang cryptically asks if he has found the answers he was seeking. To grasp the meaning behind Kang's words, the scene flashes back to a time when Jin asked his senior about the true meaning of family. At that moment, Kang found the question difficult to answer and stayed silent. Back in the present, Jin acknowledges that he still doesn't fully understand the concept of family, but he's beginning to grasp its meaning. Kang is delighted to hear this and bids Jin a heartfelt farewell. We then return to Stubby Corp. Gia apologizes to her visitor for the last-minute call, explaining that she didn't have enough time to meet him elsewhere. To everyone's surprise, the visitor turns out to be Major Kang himself. He quickly reassures her that there's no problem at all. In fact, he's the one who called her out of the blue and is simply glad she could spare some time for him. As she takes her seat, she remarks that she has heard Major Kang has been dispatched overseas frequently, so it must be quite busy for him. The man scratches his head and modestly claims he's not as busy as she is, explaining that he's just wandering around trying to be helpful. She tells him not to be so modest, fully aware of how tight his schedule really is. Kang grins sheepishly in response. She reflects on how she never imagined ending up with a military man, noting that they wouldn't have even met if their parents hadn't arranged it. She then wonders how many times they've seen each other. Kang replies that it is exactly 14 times. She points out that this amount of time is far too little, especially considering they had been engaged for over a year. She then recalls something else and mentions that she has a favor to ask. The man quickly perks up and tells her to simply say the words. That's when she glides across our boy's profile, and as he examines the document, she points out that it's about the boy in the picture. She wants him to review his his records. Kang doesn't need to investigate further, as he already knows everything about Jin, yet he chooses to remain silent about it. She then reveals that this boy is Yona's classmate, and that they've uncovered that Jin's records are fake. Although she has been trying to investigate it herself, the authorities have been uncooperative. Therefore, she believes it might be better to leave the matter in Kang's hands. Kang, however, offers an apology. He makes it clear that he won't beat around the bush and that he can't help her with this. GA's widen in surprise. She remains silent for a moment. She turns her head away, slightly annoyed, and tells him that if he doesn't want to share anything, he doesn't need to be so dramatic about it. The poor guy trembles with anxiety and nervousness, clearly not wanting to upset her. A few days later, Jin receives a phone call informing him that Major Kang and his team, who were on a mission, have gone missing. The scene shifts to Major Kang and his soldiers, cautiously making their way forward with their guns drawn. We also see enemy soldiers positioned in the woods. An enemy soldier reports that Kang and his team have been pushed into the target zone. The boss flashes a big grin at the pleasant news and eagerly anticipates hunting them down. Back with Jin, he asks the caller if Major Kang is in danger. The caller confirms that Kang is indeed in peril, revealing that the person on the line is Yona's grandfather and the director of SW Corporation. According to sources, Major Kang and his men were ambushed by armed forces during their mission. They are being pursued by the enemy and are compelled to engage in combat. Meanwhile, the military is preparing to extract Major Kang and his troops. The director explains that he is sharing this information because he knows Jin has a close relationship with Major Kang. Jin quickly understands that if the director felt the need to inform him, it likely indicates that Kang's chances of survival are not very promising. The old man reluctantly agrees, explaining that he called Jin to prepare him for the worst. Jin stays quiet. The caller advises him not to jump to any rash conclusions and to leave the matter in the hands of the military. He reminds Jin to remember that he has a family to consider now. In the end, our boy reaches an agreement and concludes the conversation. As he stands there, memories of Major Kang flood his mind. In the infirmary, Kang, wearing a broad grin, reminds his fellow soldiers that he had already mentioned Jin's Korean heritage, and indeed, he is. The other injured soldiers join in, expressing their disbelief and questioning whether Jin has truly regained his memories. Once, as Jin sat alone, Major Kang approached him. He advised Jin to take his time and not to pressure himself into remembering anything. Then, he asked Jin if Lee Jin-yu was his real name, to which Jin confirmed immediately. In another memory, Jin and his colleagues were in the game room, battling to win just one game. The atmosphere is lighthearted yet tinged with despair as they continue to lose game after game. In a particularly vivid memory, Major Kang rushes in with excitement and quickly reveals to Jin that they have found his family. He explains that they have discovered Jin has both a grandfather and a younger sister. Our boy stays quiet and appears unfazed. His other friends are overjoyed. They smile and congratulate him warmly, thrilled that he will now be able to lead a normal life once again. In this moment, Jin experiences a pang of sadness upon hearing the news about Major Kang. He's lost in his thoughts when Dae-hyun calls him for dinner. Grandpa reminds him to hurry before the food gets cold. Jin finally steps out of his room and stands in silence. The others are puzzled by his unusual behavior and ask if he isn't going to take his seat. Jin snaps out of his thoughts. He eagerly sits down next to his sister. As they settle in, Grandpa reveals that the other guards are envious of the fact that his grandkids come to eat with him. Dae-hyun finds it strange that anyone would feel jealous about that, as he assumes all kids visit their grandparents. Sadly, the old man reveals that this is not the case, and none of the other grandkids visit as often as she does. Dae-hyun is pleasantly surprised and excitedly announces that she will visit again soon, bringing lunchboxes. Meanwhile, Jin is not fully in tune with the current mood. He suddenly calls out to Grandpa, who inquires about what's on his mind. Jin asks Grandpa how he feels about helping someone who once helped him. The old man pauses to think and then responds that there is no simple answer. It depends on the nature of the help he received and how he can provide assistance in return. It is clear that the person who helped you had much more to lose and did not expect anything in return for their assistance. He further explains that the true value of a kind deed is immeasurable, and eventually, Jin will discover that there will come a time when he needs to repay someone for their kindness. Ultimately, if you can't fully help someone, you should at least do your best to return the favor. Grandpa begins to feel a bit embarrassed after sharing his heartfelt thoughts and apologizes for rambling, admitting that he's not the best at expressing his perspectives. Jin responds by saying he understands everything very well and is genuinely glad to have met someone like Grandpa. The old man appears uncertain about the source of all this flattery. He expresses his gratitude to his grandson, stating that hearing Jin's words means a great deal to him. Suddenly, Dayan notices her brother watching her. Jin expresses that he is truly glad to have a sister like her. Dayan falls silent for a moment. She blushes deeply, as she isn't the type to handle this much flattery all at once. Later, once Jin enters the room, he speaks with his senior and informs him that he will be assisting Major Kang. He also asks his senior to make any necessary arrangements if possible. The director appears uncertain about sending our guy into the fight, but it seems he doesn't have much of a choice. The scene shifts back to the woods. We see Major Kang completely exhausted, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. He instructs everyone to rest for a moment and tells one of the soldiers, Sok-yoon, to scan the perimeter. Meanwhile, Ji-sok and Suchul are sent to assess how close the enemy is. One of the soldiers speaks up, noting that everyone is feeling pretty wiped out. Gwang-sik has lost a significant amount of blood, but the senior replies that they need to reach the next checkpoint to wait for rescue. The soldier questions whether they can make it, given that they're almost out of rations. The senior becomes agitated and starts to grit his teeth. The scene then shifts to the enemy base. One of their soldiers reports that Kang's party is close to giving up. The boss expresses his admiration for how long they've lasted, acknowledging that he would have suffered greater losses if Kang's party hadn't been protecting civilians. Additionally, Major Kang is also unfamiliar with this land, which gives this eye patch bastard an advantage in the fight. Suddenly, the man's eye begins to throb beneath his eye patch. He can't help but feel agitated. As the image of our boy flashes through his mind, it becomes clear that our guy is the one who took this bastard's eye. Later, a plane soars through the skies. Inside, our boy sits in his soldier uniform, gun in hand. It's evident that he knows the land he's heading to well. This region is known as Grian, one of the places where Jin previously worked as a mercenary. Before he boarded the plane, the director's assistant explained that Major Kang and his team were deployed to rescue a group of researchers who were gathering data on the region's minerals. The mission was progressing successfully until the troops were ambushed by an unidentified armed force. The assistant also noted that they have prepared the list of items our boy requested, and the military forces of both nations have agreed to assist in securing his passage to the region. Lastly, the director himself poses one final question to our protagonist, asking if he is absolutely certain about his decision. Yin quickly replies that he is. With that, we return to the plane. The sirens begin blaring as they approach the checkpoint. It's finally time for our hero to spring into action. The scene shifts to the school, where the lecture is proceeding as usual. Our beta bullies are falling behind. Not surprisingly, young Chan is busy taking notes. Yona, on the other hand, is puzzled and wonders why Jin isn't in class and hasn't responded to her messages. We're back in the woods once more. As he moves cautiously, he spots bullet cartridges scattered on the ground. Scanning the area, he realizes that Major Kang has not reached the second foothold. After witnessing the remnants of the battles here, he suspects that the Major may have already moved from the second foothold to the third. Meanwhile, in the woods, soldiers are engaged in intense gunfire. Major Kang reloads his magazine as the enemy maintains a relentless barrage. Seeing this, Kang is momentarily taken aback but doesn't waste any time. He quickly takes aim at the soldier with the RPG and fires, striking him directly in the head. The RPG unexpectedly detonates after the soldier is hit, resulting in a massive explosion that sends debris flying in all directions. Many enemy soldiers have been taken down, yet Major Kang and his squad continue their relentless barrage of bullets. Once they have dealt with the current soldiers, those hiding behind hesitate to move forward and ultimately withdraw. Kang swiftly requests a status report. The soldier reports that no one else has been injured, but their ammunition is running low. It's uncertain, but they may not have enough for another skirmish. Kang then asks how far the next foothold is. The soldier replies that it's approximately 8 kilometers southwest, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours and 20 minutes. Kang is not pleased to hear this. Covering that distance on foot with civilians and wounded men, especially in such dense jungle, is incredibly challenging. The soldier observes that the enemy appears to be employing a strategy of ambush and retreat, rather than initiating a full-scale attack. Kang grits his teeth upon realizing that the enemy is intentionally trying to wear him down from the very beginning, willing to sacrifice as many men as necessary to achieve their objective. He observes that these men aren't fighting like trained soldiers. Instead, they are being strategically deployed by someone with a keen understanding of tactics. Initially, the attack appeared random, but after a few skirmishes, Kang began to notice a pattern. The enemy's pursuit forced him to retreat from the first foothold to the second, and now they are driving him back from the second foothold as well. The enemy is pursuing him as if they are already familiar with the terrain. His best option now is to defend the third foothold and hope the rescue party arrives in time. No matter what it takes, Kang is determined to bring his men back home safely. At the enemy base camp, a soldier informs his leader that the enemy is following the anticipated path, and he has already positioned the troops to intercept them. The man with the eye patch grins, clearly unfazed by this turn of events. After all, there are limited routes the enemy could have chosen. Suddenly, a mercenary bursts into the tent, demanding to know how many more of his men will have to die needlessly. He wonders why the man with the eye patch won't allow them to charge in full force, instead of sacrificing themselves just to retreat. The eye patch then gives the mercenary a deathly glare, causing him to tremble and fall silent instantly. The eye patch's aura grows even more intimidating as he explains that they are up against a highly experienced Special Forces unit. Charging at them without a strategic maneuver would have already decimated their troops, leaving them with no men to fight and no territory to claim as their own. However, the eye patch man begins to smile again and reverts to his usual demeanor. He reassures his mercenary friend that none of them will matter to him from this point forward. With those chilling words, a shot rings out, striking the poor man in the head. He collapses to the ground. He truly won't have to worry about anything from now on. The leader steps out of his tent. We see that other members of the mercenary group have also been taken captive. He finally gives the green light to pursue Major Kang and his team. He also commands his soldiers to dispose of these useless fools before they leave. A while later, we see Kang's party, all appearing exhausted. One of the soldiers remarks that they've covered half the distance and will definitely reach the foothold on time if they maintain this pace. Kang decides to remain vigilant and adjust their pace slightly. The enemy is familiar with this terrain, but they are not. They are fully aware of the exact path Kang's party is currently taking. Back with the eye patch man, he is practically brimming with joy. He revels in the hunt and eagerly anticipates the moment he will capture his prey, just when they think they have escaped. He can hardly contain his excitement, envisioning the shock on the fools' faces when they realize they've been deceived from the very beginning. So thrilled, he commands his soldiers to notify the others that their prey will be arriving soon. Meanwhile, Kang and his party navigate the rugged terrain and they come across the slaughtered bodies of mercenaries scattered across the ground. Every one of them is gone. Kang is left bewildered, completely unaware of what's happening. It appears our boy is the one responsible for taking down all those soldiers. Back at the enemy base, a soldier brings troubling news to the leader. It seems the Alpha unit was prepared for the ambush, but they have lost contact with him. The boss is jolted in shock, demanding to know how this could possibly be true. The soldier explains that they have made several attempts to reach the Alpha unit, but each time has been unsuccessful. The man with the eye patch grits his teeth in frustration. Angrily, he asks about the Delta unit, demanding to know if they are right behind them. The soldier responds that the Delta unit is closing in on the target, with nearly 2 kilometers remaining. The boss instructs his men to contact the Delta unit and ensure they capture the prey at all costs. He then decides to contact them himself. Once the transmission is established, he instructs the Delta unit to report back. The man from the Delta unit responds quickly, stating that they are under heavy fire. The big boss is completely stunned by this revelation and demands to know what he's talking about. In response, the man explains that they were ambushed while on their way to the target. The big boss then asks who they are fighting, and the reporter replies that they have no idea who their enemy is. But before he can say anything more, a loud bang interrupts him. The transmission suddenly cuts off. The big cheese grits his teeth in utter frustration, thoroughly annoyed that they are the ones being hunted. Meanwhile, we see our protagonist, and it's evident he is the one creating chaos among the enemy ranks. The enemy soldiers are unleashing a barrage of bullets. Jin is dodging their attacks with such finesse that it seems almost unbelievable. Aware that it will take Major Kang about 30 minutes to reach the third foothold, Jin plans to keep the enemy soldiers engaged until then, ensuring that his friend and the rest of the team can escape safely. He then glides across the ground. He swiftly aimed his gun at the enemy. He focuses intently on his target. He takes the shot, dropping one of the soldiers instantly, and without missing a beat. He then targets the second soldier and takes him down as well. The soldiers quickly identify the source of the sniper fire, but before they can respond, Jin unleashes a barrage of bullets, sending them flying. More soldiers arrive and immediately begin bombarding Jin with a fresh wave of gunfire. He ducks down to shield himself as bullets fly all around him, narrowly missing their target. Jin starts running, confident that the enemy won't be able to track his path through this terrain. He intends to use this to his advantage and launch an attack from a different direction. Meanwhile, Kang and his soldiers hear the distant sound of heavy gunfire. The soldier reports that the gunfire is coming from the route they just traveled. Kang is baffled. The mercenaries were already dead when he arrived, and now intense gunfire is erupting from the direction they came from. He expresses his confusion to his friend, stating that he can't make sense of the situation yet. They decide to wait at their current position until the rescue party arrives. As they wait, the senior starts to hear loud noises. Gunfire erupts once again, and enemy soldiers are falling dead left and right, all thanks to our hero. The enemy responds with gunfire. However, my guy quickly ducks behind some rocks. He reveals that the enemy has realized he is the only one attacking them, and he has been outnumbered from the beginning. However, they are starting to panic because their numbers have dwindled to half. He notices 3 more soldiers who appear unaware of his exact location. With quick precision, he takes action, aims and shoots them down immediately. He glances at his watch and realizes there are still 14 minutes until the rescue team arrives. As the sun begins to rise, our soldiers maintain a vigilant watch over the enemy. One of them announces that the rescue unit will be arriving shortly. The civilians let out a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Kang quickly reminds his relieved soldiers to stay alert until they are safely out of this situation. This was particularly concerning, especially considering his uneasy feeling about the abrupt cessation of gunfire. Suddenly, the transmitter crackles to life. From the other side, a man reports that this is Jin, and he is just 3 minutes away. The soldier recognizes the name, and it doesn't take Major Kang long to connect the dots and understand who was responsible for the sudden cessation of gunfire. As he looks ahead, he sees Jin walking toward them with his hands raised in the air. Major Kang peers through the scope of his sniper rifle and confirms that it is indeed. The other soldiers can confirm that it's Jin, but they have no idea why he's here. Major Kang remains in complete disbelief. He certainly does not want to believe what he sees. Just as expected, the rescue helicopters arrive on the scene. Kang rushes over to Jin. He grabbed him by his shirt. He sternly demands to know what he is doing here and why he came. Jin stays composed and confidently states that he knows this region better than anyone else. Kang reminds him that he no longer needs to be there since he has transitioned from a mercenary life. In response, Jin explains that this is precisely why he came. He was determined not to live a life filled with regrets. Ever since our boy learned that Major Kang and his men were in danger, he knew he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't come to their aid. Kang grows increasingly furious, reminding Jin that he is just a kid. Despite his anger, he pulls Jin into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face as his emotions overflow. Finally, the chopper lands, and the rescue team swiftly disperses to assist the survivors and provide aid. Meanwhile, with the eye patch guy, his lackey reports that the Alpha unit has been completely wiped out, and 17 out of 20 Delta troops are dead. While he isn't completely certain, he's confident that Alpha was annihilated instantly, and that Delta was ambushed while on the move. The man with the eye patch grits his teeth in frustration after hearing the report. His anger is understandable, as everything was going according to his plan. His prey was exactly as he had anticipated, with no reinforcements in sight. All he needed to do was wait for the perfect moment to strike. However, against all odds, someone succeeded in destroying Alpha and nearly wiping out Delta as well. The only combat he's experienced like this was from the person who injured his eye. As he remembers Jin, his eyes begin to throb again, and it finally dawns on him that our boy must be behind all this chaos. His lackey quickly observes the eye patch guy's unusual behavior. The eye patch highlights that this is precisely the type of combat for which 001 was renowned. The lackey reminds him that 001 was terminated years ago, but the boss instructs him to check again. He orders his lackey to analyze the current situation, considering the possibility that 001 might still be alive. The scene then shifts to the SW cooperation training area, where the guards are diligently performing their daily routine exercises. Among them are Seoju and Jin, with Yona observing from the sidelines. The training includes running and rope climbing, and Seoju can't seem to take his eyes off Jin, likely because he struggles to keep pace with him. After the rope climbing, the next exercise is desk jumping. Seoju and Jin stand side by side, ready for the challenge ahead. They begin to sprint at an astonishing pace, with Jin effortlessly outpacing his peers. He leaps over desks with such ease that it seems he was born for it. The spectators on the sidelines, including Yona, watch intently, marveling at how Jin excels at everything. After completing the course, the group takes a moment to catch their breath, while Seoju pants heavily from exhaustion. But when he glances at Jin, he's shocked to see that Jin hasn't even broken a sweat. In the men's locker room, Seoju watches Jin intently, captivated by his impressive skills. That's when he notices a spot of blood on Jin's arm and calls attention to it. Jin also notices the blood stain. He quickly brushes it off, claiming it's nothing, and puts on his school coat. However, Seoju is taken aback, realizing that only a deep wound could bleed like that. Despite the injury, Jin managed to outperform everyone in training. Seoju speaks from the heart, expressing that whenever he looks at Jin, he feels as though he has been trapped in a small pond his entire life. He doesn't know much about our boy, but he's certain that Jin is not an ordinary guy. It's clear that he has been in this game for a long time, especially after witnessing his rescue of Yona and his impressive performance during the entire training session. He explains that since he was young, everyone has called him a prodigy, but seeing Jin has forced him to confront his own limits, which is incredibly frustrating. However, he makes it clear that he won't let Jin outshine him in training. Jin then asks if that's the reason Seoju has been keeping such a close eye on him. Seoju feels a bit awkward after being called out. Jin notes that it's hard not to notice Seoju's efforts to outdo him in every training session. However, he admits he understands why Seoju feels the need to compare themselves, given that they are the same age. Seoju remains silent after hearing this, which only confirms that he is indeed comparing himself to Jin. Our boy then asks Seoju if it's true that he is more than just Yona's bodyguard and has been trained as her aide since he was young. Seoju mentions that he's uncertain who shared this information with our boy, but it holds some truth. His grandfather serves as the chief secretary to the chairman of SW Corp, and his father works alongside him as an aide. It was decided early on that Seolju would one day join Zovyu Corp. Having grown up together, he became Yona's aide to assist her when the time came for her to take on a role at the company. That's when our boy admits he has no idea how to be an aide and wouldn't even know where to begin. Keeping that in mind, he emphasizes that each of them has their own role to fulfill. Just as our boy walks away, Seolju quickly catches up and declares that he won't let Jin outdo him in training or sparring. Jin looks at his friend and smiles. After all, a bit of healthy competition and rivalry never hurt anyone. Once they step out of the men's locker room, Yona is waiting outside, just like always. She praises both of them for a well-executed training session. She then turns to our boy and asks if he's been busy lately, noting that they haven't seen him at school for a while. Jin simply states that he had something to take care of. Yona remains silent for a moment. Suddenly, his phone rings. The caller ID shows it's Major Kang. Our boy answers the phone, and Major informs him that the doctors have just reported that Gwangzik's operation went smoothly and that there's nothing to worry about. Jin is very pleased to hear this. Major further explains that if they hadn't returned in time, Gwangzik might not have survived. So, he's alive thanks to our boy. Kong thanks him twice, expressing that if Jin hadn't been there to save them, the entire unit would have been in danger. The other members of the group share the same gratitude. The other guys in the background begin showering our boy with gratitude. Major Kang then becomes serious and tells him that he doesn't want to see him in the field again. He somewhat acknowledges that it's a funny thing to say, especially after Jin just saved everyone, but it doesn't sit right with him. He points out that he now has a new life ahead of him. Our boy gently reminds the Major that it was because of him that he found that family in the first place, reinforcing his belief that stepping onto the battlefield was the right decision. Major Kang can't help but smile as he thanks Jin once again for making the right decision. Jin hangs up after saying goodbye. As we look ahead, we see Yona standing there, a clueless expression on her face. She appears a bit startled, likely because she's never seen him smile like that before. Yona then frantically asks Jin if he needs to hurry back home. He replies that he doesn't, as his friends are waiting for him at the game room. Intrigued, Yona quickly expresses her desire to go there as well. However, it seems Seokju is uncertain about whether they should go over. Eventually, they arrive at the game room. As our boy steps inside, he's momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Seokju and Yona appear equally confused. The game room is a complete mess, with peripherals scattered across the floor. One of the staff members is busy trying to clean up the aftermath of what appears to be a chaotic event. Seokju asks the manager what happened. The frustrated manager explains that a group of kids in uniforms similar to theirs were gaming quietly when a group of students from another school entered and sparked a full-blown brawl. The situation quickly escalated into a huge mess, and now they are working to clean up the chaos. It appears that our two beta bullies and Youngchan may have landed themselves in serious trouble, and Jin seems to have a clear understanding of what just happened. We finally catch up with Youngjan, who is running at full throttle. Despite being out of breath, he dashes down the street and swiftly slips into a dark alley. Hiding in the corner, he is absolutely terrified as the thugs who are chasing him continue their relentless search. To understand how Youngjan found himself in this predicament, let's take a step back. The entire gang of thugs surrounds the beta bullies, who are doing their best to fight back, but find themselves hopelessly outnumbered. The orange head urges Yongchan to simply run. The blonde one even advises him not to mention this to Jin. He has abandoned his friends in the middle of the fight and is now trembling at the thought of how those beta bullies will face an entire gang of kids from Gosok Tech. His phone suddenly rings, startling him. It's our boy Jin calling. Meanwhile, back with the beta bullies, Jae-young takes down a thug with a single punch, but then he is struck by another man. He swiftly retaliates with a kick to the gut. This sent the thug tumbling backward. Meanwhile, the blonde is taking down thugs left and right. After taking down numerous opponents, the duo appears completely exhausted. However, the number of thugs they are up against is overwhelming. One thug stands behind his lackeys and mocks the duo, claiming their effort wasn't half bad and admitting he finally sees some truth in the reports of his men getting beaten. This man is In-chan Gu, the notorious leader of Gosok Tech. Even our beta bullies could never have imagined that one day they would have to face the infamous In-chan Gu and his goons. As Orangehead continues to taunt him, he asks if he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his friends. In-chan takes the bait and charges at them like a bull in a rage. As soon as he swings his fist with incredible speed, the orange-headed figure sidesteps it effortlessly. He balls up his fist and delivers a devastating blow, but In-chan quickly blocks it. Orangehead swings again, only adding to In-chan's frustration. In-chan Gu swings at Jae-hung, but Jae-hung counters with a powerful strike to the thug's face. Jae-hung appears too exhausted to deliver a solid hit at this point. At that moment, he is struck with shock as In-chan Gu grabs his leg in midair, grinning from ear to ear while taunting him that he was as good as dead now. With that, In-chan Gu delivers a brutal punch, leaving Jae-hyung's face a bloody mess. But this bastard doesn't stop there. he delivers a powerful knee smash. This sends Jae-hyung sliding across the ground. Meanwhile, the blonde is also in trouble. While he's distracted and worried about his friend, he receives a skull-crushing blow from a thug behind him. Once he is down, the thugs begin to pound him relentlessly. In Chang-gu relentlessly assaults Jae-young, his shoes now stained with blood and grime. He shows no mercy, crushing Orangehead's skull with vicious intent. Suddenly, another lackey appears from behind and informs Inchan that Taesu wants these men brought to him. The other lackey asks what they should do about the one who got away. Inchan instructs him to gather everyone at the club and begin the chase for that third guy. It appears they are referring to Youngchan. It seems this scaredy cat has finally crossed paths with our boy. He shares the details of what happened, explaining how the Ghost Socktech guys came in and ambushed them, clearly upset about the events from a few days earlier. He adds that they were initially caught off guard, but Jae-young and Hyuk-jin quickly fought back until In-chan-gu arrived on the scene. Jin has no idea who In-chan-gu is, so the frightened individual explains that Tae-su-ki runs Ghost Sock Tech, and In-chan-gu serves as his right-hand man. They were notorious enough to be recruited by the gangsters even before graduating. He explains that there were 20 of them waiting to ambush, and Jae-young and Hae-jung and Hae-jin urged him to run away. 2 of them confronted all 20 and made him promise not to reveal anything. The scaredy cat admits that it's all his fault, as Jae-hyung came to his aid when the Ghost Sock guys tried to mess with him. Jin finally asks where he last saw Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin. The scaredy cat quickly explains that he left them in an alley by the subway station, which is the usual route to the game room. Jin quietly steps forward, not saying a word. Youngchan tries to ask where he plans to search for them. This scaredy cat still seems afraid, convinced that even Jin couldn't take on 20 guys by himself. The Ghost Sock crew is notorious for their toughness, as most of them end up joining gangs. However, the scaredy cat's mind begins to race, flashing back to all the pleasant memories and the time spent with his friends. With those joyful moments in mind, he steels his resolve. He shakes off his worries and confidently joins Jin in the fight. As they both walk away, Jae-yoon is left feeling uncertain about what to do next. Yuk-ju, in contrast, stands quietly, but then the bodyguard asks him if he isn't joining his friends. Yuk-ju is startled to hear this. The bodyguard repeats his question, asking once more if he isn't going with them, since they are his classmates. The bodyguard flashes a grin and tells Hyuk-ju to snap out of it. He reminds him that even though he may be surrounded by suits like the guard himself, he's still just a high school kid like those two. Hyuk-ju pauses to reflect. A smirk spreads across his face as he makes his decision. He turns to Jae-hyun and tells her that he'll be back in a few minutes and that it won't take long. The girl is taken by surprise by his unexpected behavior. As he walks away, she reflects that she has never seen a look like that on his face before. Suddenly, Jae-yoon announces that she will be tagging along as well. However, her guard quickly interrupts, stating that she can't get involved in any trouble, and he's confident those two will be able to handle it easily. Jae-yoon is clearly irritated by her guard's party-pooping attitude. She quickly turns her gaze away, expressing her frustration. Leaving the poor guard sweating heavily, Youngchun remains concerned. He knows Jin is a fierce fighter, but he questions whether Jin can take on 20 opponents. His worries seem unfounded when he sees Hyuk-ju joining their cause. Jin glances over his right shoulder, and Hyuk-ju simply states that he is joining as well, since they are his classmates too. This brings a smile to Jin's face. The trio strides down the path with complete confidence. When the trio finally arrives at the scene, they discover nothing but broken sticks and blood splattered everywhere. Youngchun is panicking, convinced they were just there. He wonders if they might have managed to escape. Hyuk-ju quickly spots 2 smartphones, picks them up, and explains that it's more likely the thugs took them. Youngchun confirms that these phones belong to the beta bullies, while Hyuk-ju notes that the broken phones on the ground were left there intentionally. Jin is fairly certain he knows whose blood stains the ground. Suddenly, a group of thugs strolls into the street. They spot our trio and quickly recognize that they are wearing a distinctive uniform with a prominent sign. They also spot Youngchun, who had fled earlier. The thugs start to close in on them, hurling every insult at Youngchun and claiming they've traveled far and wide just to track down this little bastard. While Youngchun is completely rattled, Sogu feels relieved that they no longer have to search for answers, as they can simply ask these thugs where their friends have been taken. Jin strides confidently toward one of the thugs, but that doesn't sit well with our boy, who responds by throwing a punch. However, Jin swiftly deflects the punch. He delivers a solid punch to the thug's face. Another thug swings his fist. Jin delivers a brutal strike to that one as well. He grabs the thug by the head and pulls him closer, asserting his dominance in the situation before delivering a knee to his face. Meanwhile, Soku is also not holding back, taking down thugs with precision and skill. Before long, all the goons are down for the count, covered in their own blood. Youngchun's expression shifts from fear to shock as he watches Jin and Soku swiftly take down the thugs. One of the goons groans in pain. Jin quickly approaches him, demanding to know where their friends have been taken. The thug stays silent. He looked both angry and cocky, even with his face battered. He flashes Jin the middle finger, signaling him to scram. To reciprocate, my guy slams the thug down to the ground with incredible speed, leaving him unconscious, his eyes rolled back. Young Chun appears visibly anxious, struggling to comprehend how Jin just slammed the thug's face into the concrete. Blackhead decides it's time for him to take charge of the questioning, believing that Jin may not be the most suitable person for interrogation. We finally arrive at the club, where all the goons have gathered, and it's packed with them. In the midst of the chaos, the beta bullies are being tossed around like trash. Young Chun attempts to investigate the source of the smashing sounds. He is completely blown away. He notices a guy covered in tattoos, swinging a bat wildly, blood splattering everywhere. The man with the bat is Taisugi, the big boss of this place. While he's busy pummeling someone on the ground, his lackeys arrive, announcing that they have brought both thugs back. The man finally stops after hearing this, and takes a moment to process what was said. He tosses his baseball bat and signals to his lackey for a cigarette. The poor guy hurriedly scrambles to fetch it for him. As Taesu plops back down in his seat, he looks angry. He's frustrated because he had to deal with a lot of trouble from his boss over the rumors that our beta bullies had taken down 10 of his men. The scene flashes back to a tense meeting between Taesugi and his boss. Taesugi is being grilled about the rumors that 10 of their men were taken down by just 2 high schoolers. The boss is practically fuming as he points out that most of their crew consists of Gosok Tech graduates, tough recruits who shouldn't be losing to random high schoolers. He directly threatens Taesu, warning that if this is how he manages things, his position could be in jeopardy. Currently, Taesu is still seething over the chaos he has had to confront due to these 2 beta bullies. He glares at them, demanding to know if they are the ones who gave his men such a hard time. The lackey nods in response, but then Taesu presses on, asking about the whereabouts of the third one. Incheon anxiously notes that one of them managed to escape, but he is confident they will catch him soon. The boss is taken aback, clearly not expecting to learn that they haven't met all their targets yet. His reaction reveals just how out of sync this situation is with his expectations. Incheon and his lackeys feel anxious as they notice Taesu is in an unusually bad mood, likely due to what his boss said yesterday. To keep things smooth, Incheon quickly offers a hasty apology, hoping to defuse the situation. Taesu finally calms down and incredulously asks how he's supposed to believe that these flimsy little guys managed to take down 10 men. He demands to know the whereabouts of their other partners. Jae Hong simply tells him to screw off. He receives a solid kick in the face for using foul language. Meanwhile, Taesu is blowing off steam by exhaling smoke. His lackey continues to overpower both of our guys. Taesu extinguishes his cigarette and lays out his terms. The first person to reveal all the information will be granted freedom, while the other will have to remain his pawn for a time. He also offers them a chance to flee, but warns that his men will drag them out of their school, and he is ready to make their lives miserable. That's when our blonde bully snickers, and both beta bullies laugh so hard it seems they might lose their breath. Meanwhile, Taesu is on the verge of losing his temper, and his lackeys realize that things are about to get serious. As expected, the cocky leader swiftly charges at our boys, wielding a bat and swinging it down with such force that blood splatters everywhere upon impact. Even the lackeys are starting to worry as they watch things spiral out of control. On the other hand, the bastard continues to beat the hell out of our beta bullies until suddenly, it stops after sensing a commotion nearby. Looking outside, we see the thugs who were loitering around the club now sprawled on the ground. Inside, everyone falls silent at the sound of the door creaking open. All eyes are on the unfolding drama as tension builds and anticipation fills the air. The crowd turns toward the entrance, where our trio strolls in confidently, seemingly without a care in the world. The boss, furious with the high schoolers, barges in and demands to know how these fools managed to take down the guards outside. Meanwhile, young Chan is completely terrified as he sees both of his friends lying on the ground, drenched in their own blood. Chan quickly points out that this is the same guy who escaped earlier. The other lackeys in the club begin to snicker, mocking Siakju and Jin. They express their disbelief, suggesting that if these 2 are meant to be the backup young Chan sought, then they must be truly scared. Meanwhile, young Chan is on the verge of panic, second-guessing whether infiltrating this place was truly a good idea. The boss drops his bat with a thud and remarks that he's been in this business for far too long, yet he never imagined he would witness a day when a group of scrawny punks would march into his club looking for trouble. He then turns to his underling and asks what he intends to do with these fools. In response, Incheon quickly rallies his thugs, commanding them to force our crew down to their knees. The lackeys charge at our boys, bats in hand, determined to finish this once and for all. At the same time, Incheon feels a sense of relief, thinking that at least they will be able to wrap up this mess today. He can hardly bear to imagine what would have happened if it dragged on for another day. But little does he know, he and his lackeys are in for quite an adventure. As expected, Syak-ju and my guy have already begun taking these guys down left and right. Chan and his crew go pale. Even the other fools standing around are trembling with fear. The boys quickly shrug off their bags, and Chan is absolutely stunned, see that they have already taken down 4 of his men. The remaining lackeys rush toward them, but Syak-ju and Jin simply take their stances, prepared for a fight. They begin taking down these thugs as if they are nothing more than obstacles in their path. My guy leaps into the air like a ninja. She delivers a devastating blow directly to one thug's face. Syak-ju isn't holding back either. Taking down the filthy thugs with single punches, he sent them flying. Young Chan can only watch in amazement as his friends completely destroy the place. They're taking down these thugs like it's second nature. When the arrogant leader witnesses his lackeys receiving a thorough beating, his cigarette falls from his wide-open mouth in shock. The beatdown continues. Eventually, all the thugs are taken down. The big boss is in total disbelief, questioning whether this is even possible. He looks at our team, and it's clear they've barely broken a sweat, yet they've managed to take down 30 of his goons single-handedly. Our boy then begins to walk, with In-chan standing beside him, trembling. As Jin quietly walks past, it seems like he's going to let this one guy slide, or at least that's what I thought, until Syak-ju steps in and delivers a devastating punch, knocking Chan down for good. The boss, now in a panic, grabs his bat and takes a determined stance, but Jin continues to walk toward him. Once they are finally face to face, the boss quickly swings, and Jin responds with a smack of his own. Jin delivers a sharp slap across the boss's throat. Grabbing his head, he smashes the bastard's face into his knee, causing blood to pour from his nose. However, this cocky guy isn't ready to back down just yet. He knows that if his boss finds out about this, he'll be kicked out of the clan for good. In a desperate move, he decides to play dirty and pulls out a dagger. Jin swings at him, but Jin suddenly grabs his hand and snaps it, leaving him whimpering in pain. To seal the deal, Jin slams the man into the ground, finally putting the cocky boss down for good. Suddenly, the beta bullies begin to stir. Young Chan quickly rushes over, asking his friends if they're okay. Blondie simply points out that they hardly look good, considering their faces were smashed with that baseball bat. Orange Head looks up and spots our boy. Once he captures Jin's attention, Jae-hong flashes a thumbs up and confidently declares that in the game of life, he's truly at the challenger rank, even though he's still just a bronze rank in the game. It's a clever jab, though Syak-ju has no idea what he's talking about in this situation. In the next scene, we see Tae-soo and his friend engaging in a heartfelt conversation. They discuss their dreams and aspirations, revealing their hopes for the future. The atmosphere is filled with a sense of camaraderie as they share laughter and support each other in their ambitions. And his underling in Cheon getting pummeled by their boss's assistant. He is absolutely fuming. He reminds them that he instructed them to clean up their mess, but instead, they only made things worse. The two unfortunate men keep their heads down. Tae-soo attempts to evade the situation with a simple apology. Tae-soo receives a brutal smack to the face from the assistant, who continues to pummel him relentlessly. He then reminds Tae-soo that there's no room for apologies, as they are supposed to be expanding the business, while the Go-song and Se-young-soo boys are out of commission. Instead, they are dealing with the mess that Tae-soo brought into their family. By the way, Go-song and Se-young-soo are the same individuals whom our protagonists defeated when they attacked Mr. Cha's territory. The lackey watches in horror as his boss is pummeled like a sack of potatoes. At that moment, the big cheese arrives and instructs his assistant to halt. Standing before Tae-soo, he reminds him that he made the mistake of believing he actually had potential. Tae-soo grits his teeth as he lies on the ground. Meanwhile, the boss lights a cigarette and asks his assistant if he has sent some men over. The assistant confirms that they have just set out, so it won't be long before they return with those who caused their men to plummet. The man makes it clear that they can't just sit around, especially not when these fools are already part of the family. He cannot tolerate anyone messing with his family. He instructs his lackey to make sure that none of those bastards leave in one piece. The assistant promptly assures his boss that he will handle it. Back on Cha's turf, Muscle Man bursts into the club. He informs Chow that he has discovered the reason behind a Hakwon Kim boy's recent troublemaking. Cha requests further details. Muscle Man anxiously reveals that one of their new members seems to have gotten into some trouble with that kid. Cha seems to recognize the kid and wonders to himself why they had to pick on him. By the way, I just learned that this muscle man's name is Young Soo. He reveals that the kid completely decimated them, and now the rest of the family is out for blood. They can't let word get out that their men were beaten by a high school kid. Chaw exhales a cloud of smoke. He tells Young Soo to gather some men because things are about to get serious. It wouldn't be surprising if he wants to step in and help our guy. Young Soo quickly asserts that he's already working on it. With a big smile, he adds that some of the boys have stopped by to say hello. He notes that since Cha has already handled the Kim family in Gosong, all the former lackeys are back in action. Cha begins to stand up, chuckling to himself. He notes that these fools are back, just looking for an excuse to have fun and get drunk. He opens the door, revealing a bright hallway filled with light. He opened the door to find all the lackeys lined up, clearly glad to have their boss back. Cha stands tall, expressing his appreciation for the crew and sharing his happiness at seeing everyone back. He acknowledges that it's been a while since they last had a great time together. He suggests they take on a quick job before catching up over some drinks. Later on the streets, Yona and Seoju suddenly find themselves surrounded by a group of thugs. The leader of the thugs smirks, clearly pleased that they didn't have to search long to find their targets. He mockingly apologizes for interrupting their date, but warns that he intends to take both of them with him. Just as the thugs prepare to make their move, a fleet of cars screeches to a halt around them. A group of guards clad in sharp suits steps out, quickly surrounding each thug. It's clear that SW Corp has sent in reinforcements, and Yona's personal bodyguard looks absolutely furious at the sight of these lowlifes. Without a second thought, he grabs one of the thugs by the head. We all know that these thugs are as good as dead. Even Yona can't help but feel a bit sorry for them, completely unaware of the danger they've just walked into. Later, a group of Cha's lackeys, armed with baseball bats, wreaks havoc in the surrounding area. We see Cha strolling into the familiar club, the same place where he and Shoku had taken down those 30 men. The gang leader is clearly shocked to see Dusik Cha. Even the two lackeys standing behind him are utterly astonished and terrified, realizing they are up against the boss of the Dusik gang, the toughest gangster in this part of town. The boss struggles to believe the situation and asks Chow why he is there, reminding him that they never harmed any of Chow's men, suggesting there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Che calmly reminds him that he should have let the kids sort it out themselves, as he finds it a bit childish for an adult to get involved in such matters. Naturally, the boss of this area is taken aback and demands to know what that even means. But then it quickly clicks in his mind, and he asks if Che is here because of our boy. Cha smirks and replies that since the boss of this turf has gotten involved with that kid, it makes sense for him to step in too. Later, we find Diane savoring some delicious noodles and savoring every last drop of the delicious soup. She feels truly refreshed and happy. Jin watches her with a broad smile, feeling grateful to see his sister so happy. Dan feels a bit awkward after expressing too much excitement and quickly explains that she hasn't had cup noodles in ages, which is why she was so enthusiastic. But Jin reminds her that he hadn't mentioned anything about just then. His phone rings. It's Mr. Cha calling. Jin picks up the phone and Cha immediately asks what he's doing. Jin shares that he's enjoying some ramen outside a convenience store. Cha points out that ramen isn't exactly a grown-up meal and offers to treat him to dinner sometime, suggesting they go for some really nice barbecue. Jin responds that he doesn't believe that's necessary. Cha playfully teases him, questioning whether he's hesitant to have dinner with a gangster like himself. Jin reveals that he prefers ramen from a convenience store, as he doesn't enjoy being treated to anything too expensive. It seems Cha has no room for argument now. He concedes and decides to go with ramen instead. After ending the call, we see that Cha has completely taken control of all the Gosiak tech. The following day, as the school bell rings, the beta bullies quickly rise to their feet from their seats. The group takes their seats and turns to Young Chan, eager to play some games. By the way, have you noticed how the beta bullies always wear casual clothes, while the rest of the kids in the class adhere to a specific dress code? Is this a cultural aspect in Korea, or did the writer intend for them to stand out? Anyway, Young Chan glances at Jae-young's fractured hand and asks if he's in any condition to play games. Orangehead quickly raises his hand and starts flicking his fingers, confidently declaring that he can still play because all his fingers are fine, allowing him to use a mouse without any issues. Young Chan is baffled by Orangehead's attempt to show off his broken arm, yet he can't help but find it somewhat admirable. Blondie warns Orangehead not to use his injury as an excuse during the game. He already knows he will blame his arm if he plays poorly. They then turn to Sokju and ask if he wants to join them. For a moment, Sokju appears startled. Jae-hyung promises that snacks will be on him today, as a gesture of gratitude for all the help. Sokju remains silent for a moment. However, she ultimately agrees to go. In the end, Yanha expresses her desire to join them as well. Blondie considers whether she's certain about going to the game room. She confirms it, wondering if it would be a problem for her to tag along. Sokju then turns to our protagonist and asks if he is still at the bronze rank. Our boy confirms that he achieved bronze some time ago. Sokju beams with pride, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled by his reaction. Without further ado, he begins walking forward, eager to head to the game room. Jin can't shake the feeling that something is off about Sokju. Despite this, everyone enjoys themselves in the game room, while Yanha quietly observes from behind. Jae-hyung, in particular, is receiving a lot of criticism from his friends for being terrible at the game, and he is nearly worse than Jin himself. After an intense gaming session, they grabbed snacks from the game room's canteen. They continued their fun munching on chips and other snacks. Yana keeps stealing glances at Jin. Her attention was clearly focused on him. It's clear that something about him is piquing her interest. Eventually, they decide to head out. As Jin walks down the path, his phone begins to ring. It's Dae-yoon on the line. Once he answers the call, the girl quickly asks if he plans to have dinner out. Jin replies that he's almost home. Just as he says this, he sees Grandpa and Dae-yoon standing in the distance. Jin inquires about their destination, and Dae-yoon, along with the old man, explains that they are heading out to pick up groceries for dinner. Jin decides to join them, but the old man worries that he may be too tired. Jin replies that he's fine, explaining that he was simply hanging out with friends. At the grocery store, shoppers browse the aisles filled with fresh produce, pantry staples, and household essentials. The vibrant colors of fruits and vegetables catch the eye, while the scent of freshly baked bread wafts through the air. Customers compare prices, fill their carts, and engage in friendly conversations, creating a lively atmosphere. As they make their way to the checkout, the excitement of finding great deals adds to the experience of a typical shopping trip. They carefully select everything they need. Once they finish shopping, Jin steps up to carry all the bags. As they step outside, Jin's attention is captured by the vibrant colors of the sunset, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. As he watches, he reflects on the day's events, feeling a mix of nostalgia and hope for the future. The beauty of the moment draws him in, allowing him to momentarily escape from his worries. Jin spots a mysterious figure lurking nearby, wearing a hoodie and exuding a serious, intimidating aura. He quickly recognizes the man and feels his heart skip a beat as the figure greets him, calling him Novo-01. The scene shifts back to the past. The scene shows a younger Jin alongside a man with long hair, who seems to be a fellow mercenary. In the present, Jin's reaction upon seeing this man is immediate. He begins walking toward him, leaving Grandpa and Dae-hyun puzzled by his behavior. Grandpa then curiously asks if this man is someone that Jin knows. In response, Jin explains that they were teammates from his previous home. The old man attempts to make a good impression by introducing himself as Jin's grandfather. The man responds with a warm smile. Though Dae-hyun appears a bit startled, he begins to step back. While the two exchanged words, they exchange deadly glares at one another. Grandpa notes that the newcomer must be tired from traveling and invites him to join them for dinner. However, the man politely declines, explaining that he was just in the neighborhood and thought he would stop by to see Jin. Grandpa decides to give Jin and his friends some space, so he starts walking away to allow them to catch up. Once they are alone, the man smirks and notes that Jin appears to be doing quite well for someone who is supposed to be dead. Jin finally speaks up, addressing the man as 06 and asking how he managed to track him down. In response, the long-haired man reveals that their camp has discovered Jin is still alive and that they are now searching for him. He reassures Jin that there's no immediate danger since they haven't yet discovered where he lives. He explains that he was in the area on a mission and decided to stop by after hearing that the camp was already looking for him. However, he warns Jin that it won't be long before they catch up. It appears the camp is getting ready to send someone to deal with our boy once they discover his location. It's only a matter of time before they assign 06 to the job. Jin becomes alert at the mention of the threat, but 6 merely smirks and dismisses the tension, telling Jin there's no need to be defensive since he's only here to catch up with an old friend. Jin remains silent, a blend of wariness and curiosity evident on his face. Meanwhile, Z6 suggests grabbing a bite to eat, admitting he was so focused on tracking down Jin that he nearly forgot to eat. After a while, we see the long-haired guy devouring a bowl of ramen as if it's no big deal. This leaves our boy Jin feeling a bit uncomfortable as he watches this guy eat like he hasn't seen food in days. After that hearty meal, the long-haired individual lets out a satisfying burp and can't help but remark on how delicious it was. Jin agrees, noting that it's not only delicious but also convenient and high in calories. The long-haired individual points out that Jin still pays a great deal of attention to efficiency, even after leaving his life as a mercenary. Nevertheless, Jin becomes serious and asks his friend how he managed to find him if the camp hasn't tracked him down yet. In response, the long-haired individual replies that he already knew Jin was alive because he knows him like the back of his hand. He then asks Jin if he has regained his memories, and Jin quickly replies that he has. 6 mentions that even 032 likely knows Jin is alive, but he can't predict how he would react, as the news of our boy's death affected him deeply. Our boy then asks why he informed 032 about this. The blonde replies that the fewer people who know, the better, even if it's someone close. Jin points out that he always thought he would eventually realize he was alive, but he didn't expect him to keep it a secret from the camp. The blonde simply snickers and admits he didn't expect this much from himself either. The scene flashes back to the past, revealing a landscape engulfed in flames as soldiers advance. The explosions are enormous. We see Jin lying low on the ground, gun in hand. The blonde man walks over to. He crouches down and rubs the ground, noticing blood on the grass. This is a clear sign that someone has just passed through the area. Eventually, he returns, leaving our boy hidden as he crawls down through the grass. In the present, the blonde admits he has no idea why he didn't take our boy back to the camp when he found him, but he feels a sense of pride in his decision. He explains that they were trained like dogs, compelled to obey the camp's commands, yet he felt a deep camaraderie with Jin. The blonde becomes increasingly annoyed, crushing the can in his hand, and demands to know why Jin didn't stay hidden for good. Jin replies that he had no other option. The blonde then wonders whether regaining his memory has changed him, or if living in a place like this has had that effect. He just can't seem to decide whether it's for better or worse. Suddenly, Blondie's phone rings, and he quickly pulls it out of his pocket. After answering the call, he remains silent. After listening to the caller, he simply places the phone back down. The smile on his face suggests that the camp may have already hinted to him about taking Jin out. As expected, he reaches for the chopstick from the empty bowl. After snapping one and sharpening it, he swings it down at Jin, but Jin quickly grabs his hand. The sharp piece of wood stopped just an inch away from his eye. The bastard then tries to swing his other hand, but my guy quickly stops him again. The second piece of wood comes to a stop just before it strikes his neck. While they remain locked in this deadlock, the blonde apologizes, explaining that he had only come to say hello today. However, the camp discovered his presence sooner than expected, and quickly gave him orders to eliminate him. Jin somewhat agrees, stating that it can't be helped, since orders are orders. Suddenly, a girl emerges from the grocery store. As she glances over, she notices two guys. Surprisingly, they are tidying up the place. She can't help but blush as she notices how handsome they both look. After placing the trash into the baskets, the blonde remarks that this is likely not the best location to carry out the task on such short notice. The blonde then begins to walk away. Before leaving, he notes that he prefers this version of Jin, expressing confidence that it represents an improvement. He walks away quietly. The scene shifts to the Sub-W Corporation. Inside the training hall, Seo-Ju is immersed in an intense workout. Suddenly, his phone rings. When he checks, he sees that it's Jin calling. Seo-Ju quickly picks up the phone and asks what's going on, as it's rare for Jin to call him. Jin then explains that he needs a favor. He requests access to surveillance footage from the area, as he needs to track someone in real time. Seo-Ju is taken aback by the unexpected request and explains that he will need clearance from his superiors, which will take some time. He also notes that tracking someone's location can be quite challenging. Seo-Ju then asks when he needs this. Jin replies that he needs it immediately. His urgency stems from the concern that if 06 is in charge of the mission, he might target Grandpa and Di-On first. However, he keeps this information to himself and does not share it with Seo-Ju. Seo-Ju is completely bewildered, unsure of how he's supposed to pull this off. The scene transitions back to Cha's club, starting with a close-up of Cha's face. His lackey, Young Soo, reveals that Jin stopped by to ask to borrow the motorcycle, and he allowed him to take it. Cha's expression shifts to annoyance when he realizes that his only bike has been taken by our boy. His lackey then asks if he shouldn't have let Jin borrow it, to which Cha replies that it's absolutely fine, adding that he never rides it anyway. Young Soo anxiously admits that he was terrified when Jin showed up so late at night. After encountering Jin so many times, seeing all the kids in school uniforms makes him feel jittery these days. Next, we see Jin speeding down the road on the powerful motorcycle. At that moment, Seo-Ju reports back, stating that he has just sent the location to Jin and that the target hasn't moved for some time, ensuring its accuracy. Seo-Ju looks utterly exhausted after scrambling to prepare all the information on such short notice. He can't help but point out that he's noticing something suspicious about the man Jin mentioned. He appeared overly conscious of the surveillance cameras and frequently changed directions, which could only indicate one thing: he's attempting to conceal his actions. He then asks Jin who this man is and why they are tracking him down. Jin replies that it's something personal. Seo-Ju isn't surprised by the response, as he had already anticipated it. Once he hangs up, he realizes that Jin is definitely up to something. He needs to move quickly to save time, especially since Jin asked for the halfway point of the man's route. Seo-Ju reveals that he attempted to gather more information about the newcomer, but was unable to find anything else about the foreigner on his own. Once Jin arrives at the location, he stops and surveys his surroundings. It's seen that 006 must have arrived only recently. Otherwise, he would have already attacked his family. As he contemplates this, images of Dahan and his grandfather flash through his mind. He is determined not to prolong this situation, as he has people to protect. Meanwhile, we see 006 preparing with his guns and loading his his magazine. Suddenly, his phone rings, showing an unknown caller. He answers, and the caller reveals that they have just discovered 001 is alive and in Korea. Before the caller can say more, 006 quickly interrupts, stating that he has been with Jin since their early training years and knows everything about him. He goes on to explain that he just completed a job in the region and came to verify whether the news about Jin's survival was true. He makes it clear that he cannot sit back while a traitor is alive and thriving. It turns out the caller is the same eye patch guy we've seen before. He tells him that he must do whatever it takes to take Jin out, emphasizing that there's no one better for the job than him. He warns 006 to be extremely careful, as Jin earned the designation 001 for a reason. Blondie then notes that a significant amount of time has passed since their early days. The eye patch guy agrees, pointing out that Jin is likely to be rusty after spending so much time hiding in the shadows. He ends the call, expressing his hope for good news. As soon as the call disconnects, Blondie glances at his phone, his eyes widening in surprise as he realizes something. Just then, Jin approaches him from behind, but he is interrupted by a loud noise that echoes through the air, startling him and causing him to freeze in place. Jin grabs him by the waist and pulls him close, their connection intensifying as they share a moment filled with unspoken emotions. He slams him to the ground, leaving the gun just out of reach. Both quickly regain their footing. 006 expresses his annoyance, muttering that he ensured no one was following him. He wonders if those damn cameras were the ones that gave him away. As they confront each other, Blondie reveals that he anticipated Jin would come searching for him. However, he questions why Jin didn't hesitate, given that it hasn't been long since they last parted ways. Jin stays quiet. 006 assumes that the new version of 01 is also not very talkative. They quickly dash toward each other. They exchange blows with such speed that it's nearly impossible to see them land. Jin finally manages to deflect an incoming punch and counters with one of his own, but Blondie sidesteps it effortlessly. In response, Jin unleashes a powerful shoulder smash, sending Blondie staggering backward. Just as Jin attempts to kick him, Blondie reaches out, grabs Jin's leg, and slashes it down with a dagger. That's a pretty scummy move, to be honest. Blondie grins from ear to ear, noting that Jin's skills have improved even more since their last training session. Jin tends to his injured leg. Blondie lunges at him once more. Jin quickly steps back, narrowly avoiding the dagger that whizzes past his throat. They engage in an intense dance of hack and slash, with Blondie doing everything he can to tag Jin with a blade. Jin ultimately drives the dagger deep into his shoulder, but before Blondie can strike again, Jin ducks down and grabs Blondie's hand, adding a satisfying twist. The dagger soars through the air. Blondie and her band have been a significant force in the music scene since the late 1970s. Their unique blend of punk, pop, and new wave has earned them a dedicated following and numerous accolades. With hits like Heart of Glass and Call Me, they have left an indelible mark on the industry, showcasing their ability to evolve while staying true to their roots. Throughout the years, Blondie's innovative sound and style have continued to inspire new generations of musicians and fans alike. Once he has it in hand, he takes aim. However, he soon gets stabbed by his own blade, which pierces his shoulder. Blondie continues to unleash a barrage of bullets. Even as Jin dodges and runs, he keeps moving around. The pistol eventually runs out of ammunition. Blondie grits his teeth in frustration. He swiftly tosses the empty gun aside. He grabs his suitcase. She takes off running. Jin's eyes widen as he sees the man running away. If he escapes, Jin's family will be in danger. He pushes through, despite his injured leg, and chases after him. As he rushes out of the shelter, he sees Blondie attempting to escape on Jin's bike. Jin feels a sense of hopelessness as he watches his enemy flee on the Hayabusa. His mind flashes to the image of his beloved sister and grandpa, both smeared in blood. However, his worries soon prove unfounded, as just when it seems Blondie is getting away, someone slams their car into the bike. Blondie rolls over the car's roof and crashing onto the asphalt. The car comes to a quick stop. Sochu steps out and asks if he should have refrained from intervening. Jin, however, responds that he did an outstanding job. Sochu gets back into his car, and as he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that something significant is happening. We then flash back to the moment when Sochu crashed into the bike. Once he steps out of the car, he checks on Jin and asks if he's all right. Jin assures him that he's fine, despite the injuries to his shoulder and neck. However, Soju is concerned, pointing out that Jin definitely doesn't look okay. Soju then turns his gaze toward Blondie, who is sprawled out on the ground, bloodied, and seemingly out for the count. Sok-ju starts to worry that he may have hit him too hard. Jin then tells his friend to just leave. Sok-ju is initially taken aback by this request, but the serious expression in Jin's eyes convinces him to comply. As a result, he begins to follow her instructions closely, demonstrating a newfound willingness to cooperate. As he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that the man Jin is pursuing resembles a typical tourist in SW Corp's database, yet he doubts that's the entire story. He suddenly remembers the wrecked car and begins to worry about how he will explain the damage. We return to to the shelter. 006 is tied to a chair, bloodied and looking disheveled. Jin stands over him, calm and composed. He tells him that he can look up now because he knows he is awake. Oh, a Z and Z. 630 and never expected our boy to be working with a partner and should have known when he tracked him down so quickly. He acknowledges that he made a mistake in assuming he would never collaborate with anyone else. Our boy remains silent. 006 then asks what he would like to know. Jin asks who else received the order to execute him. In reply, 006 admits he can't be certain, but believes he is likely the only one, as he was the closest to the region and the timing was right. 006 further explains that the camp cannot accept the reality of Jin being alive. They want to keep his faked death a secret, so they will attempt to eliminate him as quietly as possible. He adds that they will never give up because Jin has caused significant damage to the camp, especially to the mad dog who is determined to do everything in his power to kill their boy. Blondie then concludes the conversation, stating that he has nothing more to say and is only sharing this information with Jin because they were once comrades. Finally, he tells Jin to go ahead and kill him now. Jin takes hold of the dagger and steps forward. It seems Blondie isn't truly afraid of dying. He preferred to be killed by our boy rather than by some random enemy. He starts to close his eyes, bracing himself for death. To his surprise, Jin begins to untie him. Blondie asks what Jin is doing, and Jin simply replies that he's freeing his legs. Blondie rephrases his question, asking why he isn't being killed. Jin responds by questioning why he should. He then reminds Blondie of the reason he must stay alive, which is also the reason he cannot escape the camp. Jin explains that he understands what it means to live with a family and how it feels, so he suggests that Blondie do the same. He also points out that since Blondie has failed his mission, he is as good as dead, and he should find a place to lay low where the camp find him. As 06 starts to walk away, he tells Jin that his family will always be in danger, and the camp will thwart any attempts to eliminate him. Jin replies that he is already aware of this. He adds that the outcome would have been different today if he had targeted his family first. He intends to protect this life as best as he can. Blondie smiles and says he'll do his best to shake the camp off his trail before vanishing. He then asks one final question. What is the real name of our boy? Jin remains silent for a moment before finally revealing his name. Blondie smirks and introduces himself as Liam, joking that it took them 10 years to learn each other's names. With this heartfelt exchange, 006 starts to walk away. The next scene takes us to our protagonist's apartment. Once he arrives home, he quietly opens the door. She slips inside, careful not to make a sound. Before he can reach his room, he hears the creak of another door opening. His heart skips a beat as he realizes he has been caught sneaking in. It's his grandpa, standing there with a surprised expression, taken aback by Jin's return at such a late hour. Jin offers a warm smile as he carefully conceals the wound on his shoulder and asks why his grandpa is still awake. The old man explains that he had trouble falling asleep, likely due to the coffee he had earlier. With a pleasant smile, he tells Jin to take a break, noting that Jin must be tired as well. With that, Grandpa heads back into his room. Just as Jin is about to head to his room, he hears his sister calling for him. Once he looks at her, she quietly reassures him, telling him not to worry too much about Grandpa. He was just waiting up because he is still concerned about whether Jin is having a hard time settling back into life in Korea. She reminds him that she left dinner on the table for him, knowing how much he enjoys home-cooked meals. After that brief conversation, she quietly returns to her room. Jin approaches the delicious spread laid out on the table and smiles broadly at the sight. The scene shifts to Seokju. When his phone rings, he picks it up and sees a message from Jin. Thank you note for hitting 06 with his car and for providing the exact location. Seeing this, Seokju can't help but feel a surge of emotions. He felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment from his friend. The next day at school, Yona and Seokju walk side by side as usual. Seokju spots Jin standing outside the classroom. They call out to him and he quickly looks up. Both of them ask why he is standing there, and Jin replies that he needs to talk to Seokju about something. Yona is taken aback by this and begins to wonder what it could mean. Once they enter the lounge room, Seokju asks about the incident that occurred the night before. Jin, appearing ready to share, expresses that he believes it is time to reveal what happened. Seokju steadies himself. Jin finally reveals that the man he hit with the car last night was someone he used to work with, and he had come to see him. A silence ensues as Seokju waits for more details. When he asks if that's all, Jin replies that it's pretty much it, believing it's better if he doesn't know anymore. Seokju feels a bit down, surprised that Jin is keeping things so low-key. Jin is convinced that Seokju must have researched the man he tracked down last night. He advises his friend that it's best not to delve any deeper into the man's past, and he is sharing this out of gratitude for the help he received. Seokju feels a sense of pride after being acknowledged by our boy. He tells him that he doesn't want to dig any deeper, especially since this guy is connected to Jin's past. After their brief conversation, both boys head back to class. Yeonhwa then curiously asks Seokju what their conversation was about. When Sokju doesn't respond immediately, she attempts to guilt him by asking if he can't even share that much. Sokju, caught off guard, quickly improvises, claiming he was just asking Jin how to level up in a game. Yeonhwa's face brightens, believing this indicates that Jin is genuinely passionate about video games. However, she recalls that Yang-chan is much more passionate about gaming, and that Hyukjin and Jaehyung are also significantly better players. She wonders why Jin would seek advice from Sokju when those guys are professionals, or perhaps Jin simply wanted to talk to someone on his own level. Regardless, this little banter really hits the poor guy right in the gut. While our boy appears to be busy minding his own business, once school ends, we find Yeonhwa waiting outside. She makes notes about their groceries and wonders if she should buy some fruit, as it has been a while since Grandpa had any. Suddenly, she hears someone call her name. When she gazes upward, she notices a boy standing in front of her who doesn't resemble anyone from their school. Once he has her attention, he asks if she attends Sunan High School. Yeonhwa quickly confirms that she does, and the boy then mentions that he was wondering if he could get her number. Unsurprisingly, this startles Yeonhwa, leaving her unsure of how to react. She begins to panic, but the boy reassures her not to be scared or feel pressured, explaining that he simply wants to get to know her. Eventually, Yeonhwa politely turns him down. The boy takes it in stride, though he does seem a bit disappointed. A large guy approaches from behind and mocks him for being rejected so quickly. That's when the boy reveals his true colors, becoming cocky and sternly reminding her that all he asked for was her phone number. Before he can harass Yeonhwa any further, he receives a brutal slap across the face, delivered by the one who leaves him reeling from the sting. Is none other than Jaehyung, accompanied by two friends. The boy turns around, demanding to know who had slapped him. However, he receives another slap from Jaehyung for trying to act so tough. After feeling the sting of the slaps, this lowlife realizes that getting involved with these guys is a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Hyukjin is sending chills down the spine of the other goon with just his glares. The two bullies decide to leave, attempting to salvage whatever dignity they have left. Orange Head lets out a sigh of disappointment upon seeing the bullies. She then happily turns to Jaehyun and asks if he's alright. The girl enthusiastically nods and bows her head repeatedly, but Jaehyun, feeling embarrassed, quickly assures her that there's no need to thank him. At the other end of the street, we see people panicking as they spot a group of thugs walking down the block. Surprise! It's Taisugi, accompanied by his underling Inshin and the rest of his crew. They're casually strolling through the area, and wouldn't you know it, the same guy who attempted to harass Jaehyun is now with them, clearly bringing Taesu along as backup to seek revenge on our beta bullies. This harasser's name is Taesong, and he is apparently the brother of Taesugi. Meanwhile, Taesu is feeling utterly annoyed, grumbling about how every wannabe tough guy in town seems to think they can mess with him these days. His lackey reminds him that news of their defeat by a group of high schoolers is spreading, and they might need to do some damage control. Consequently, they decide to start asserting their dominance by taking out the thugs who dared to mess with Taesong. A creepy smile spreads across Taesu's face as he agrees with his lackey, declaring that they're going to show these guys what Go-Shock Tech is truly made of. Suddenly, his little brother points at Jaehyun and says, "That's the girl who got me smacked by a bunch of guys." It seems these punks are in for another wild ride, as our guy is confidently strolling down the street with the harasser quickly points out that the man walking beside her isn't the one who slapped him earlier. Taesu, on the other hand, feels as though he has seen this person before. When he takes a closer look at the boy, he is absolutely devastated to realize who it is. His lackeys begin to tremble as they recall that this is the same guy who defeated them after infiltrating their territory. While Taeso trembles in fear, his little brother asks what's the matter. Taeso inquires if the girl next to that guy over there is the one he was trying to hit on. His little brother nods. He receives a devastating slap across the face. Taeso, filled with anger, asks his brother if he's trying to get them all killed. The poor kid is in tears, completely bewildered about why his brother is being so harsh with him. However, he ends up taking an even greater beating. Later, we return to the apartment. Jaehyun is truly impressed by how skilled Jin is at peeling fruits. The brother smiles and asks her if she thinks that's true. She nods, admitting that she could never achieve this level of smoothness and roundness, no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly, the phone rings, its sound echoing through the living room. The voice appears to be coming from Jin's room. He walks over and finds his phone on the table. When he checks it, he sees an unknown caller. Despite this, he answers the call, only to discover it's a 06 on the line. 06 reveals that he has left a trail for the camp to follow, deliberately leading them as far away from Jin as possible. He plans to stay in this location for the next few days. Once he is out of the country, he intends to leave additional traces in other countries to further mislead them, which should be quite effective in creating confusion. Jin agrees and adds that he will also set up a separate trail. Blondie engages in some light banter, remarking that Jin was supposed to be a dead man. Now that their roles have reversed, he doubts they will ever cross paths again. He wishes Jin the best for the the future before ending the call, and our boy reciprocates those good wishes. With that heartfelt note, their conversation comes to a close. The following day at school, Jin learns that his sister was harassed after school yesterday, but his friends quickly reassure him that Jaehyun took care of it. Orangehead confirms that Jaehyun knocked a guy in the head a couple of times and sent him on his way. Suddenly, Sokju appears and quickly asks for a description of the harasser. Youngchan explains that he was wearing a Gosok Tech uniform. As soon as he hears this, Sokju perks up. Jin notes that it's the same school they had issues with previously. My guy becomes absolutely furious, realizing that someone harassing his sister from Gosok seems far too coincidental. Sokju agrees, stating that they can't simply overlook this. Meanwhile, the beta bullies, typically eager to pick fights, are feeling unusually anxious about the situation. Even they believe that jumping to conclusions might be premature. Just in time, Yona enters the scene and diffuses the tension. She asks what they're discussing and reminds them that every guy just wants to hit on Jaehyun, as she's always been popular with guys due to her undeniable beauty. Her brother doesn't understand any of this, while Youngjan agrees, noting that Jaehyun has already been asked out several times before. It seems that Jin is still struggling to come to terms with the fact. Youngjan notes that she is indeed popular. At one point, no one dared to approach her when Gisu Kim and his sister began picking on her, leaving her visibly unhappy for a while. Jaehyun confirms that his sister is indeed pretty, and Blondie adds that he knows several guys who have had a crush on her. Jin remains unsure of how to respond, appearing increasingly contemplative. Meanwhile, the beta bullies are left questioning whether this is such a difficult concept for Jin to grasp. Sokju speaks up again, insisting that they should still get to the bottom of this. Jin responds positively, and Soku decides they can go right after school since there's no training. Meanwhile, the others standing around are completely unaware of what the two are planning, and Yona even asks if they were paying any attention to their conversation. The scene then shifts to Gosok's territory. Toso sits in a chair, looking quite annoyed. His lackey is updating him on how everyone is treating them poorly. Recently, Sejong Sokai even gave them a beating, and now all the nearby schools are treating them badly. Tae-soo reflects on how just a few days ago, he was yelled at by his seniors, and everything seems to have unraveled since he got involved with our boy. His lackey quickly gathers all the boys and informs his boss that they need to implement some damage control before the situation escalates. The boss remains silent, letting his cigarette drop and crushing it beneath his foot. He chooses to go along with the plan. His lackeys crack smiles, pleased to see their boss in better spirits. At that moment, Jin bursts into the room with Sokju. The boss's face turns pale with fear at the sight of these familiar faces. Even the lackeys who were smiling just moments ago now appear frightened. Everyone steps aside as Jin strides directly toward the boss. He suddenly stops and asks Tochu why he harassed his little sister. Tae-soo's mind flashes back to when he saw the siblings walking together, and he quickly explains that he had no idea she was Jin's sister. Of course, Tae-soo's response only serves to further inflame Jin's anger. Even Sokju begins to exude a deadly aura. The boss quickly starts to scream, insisting that his encounter with his sister was purely coincidental. He further explains that his little brother just tried to talk to her after seeing her on the street, not realizing until now that she is Jin's sister. Our boy is curious to hear this. The man further explains that his brother didn't mean any harm. Now that they know who she is, he will ensure his brother stays away from her in the future. Jin stays silent. The gangster still appears terrified. After exchanging final glances, Jin and Sokju start to walk away. Once outside, they slam the door behind them. The boss quickly informs his lackeys that they'll address damage control another day, expressing confidence that they will understand. Once outside, Jin meets up with his friends who ask him what was said. He reveals that it was, in fact, a coincidence. The guy who spoke to Jaehyun is Tae-soo's younger brother. Jaehyun is completely rattled to learn this, and he feels as though his soul nearly leaves his body upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo reminds them that she had already assured them there was nothing to worry about. Jin states that he still plans to keep a close eye on them for the foreseeable future. After all, they can't simply take their word for it. A short time later, Jin is sitting with Mr. Cha. He looks at his ramen and then at the other bowl. He remarks that it's been a long time since he enjoyed food like this outside of a convenience store. He suggests they should have just opted for some good barbecue instead. Jin, however, rejects the suggestion, much to Mr. Cha's annoyance. The gangster mentions that he heard our boy borrowed his motorcycle again. Jin admits to it and promises to return it later that night. However, Mr. Chow tells him to keep it, saying he would just leave it sitting there anyway. Jin is determined to return it. Mr. Chow sighs and tells him to do whatever he wants. Once Chow loads his chopsticks with a generous amount of noodles, he begins to slurp them down with gusto, savoring every delicious bite. Meanwhile, Jin is politely enjoying his triangular food, while Mr. Chaw can't help but notice how much Jin resembles an average teenager. On the other hand, this same kid completely dismantled the Kim family single-handedly and handled the SW Corporation like a pro. Suddenly, Mr. Chaw calls out to Jin, inquiring about what he does each day. Jin simply replies that he goes to school like any other normal kid. Mr. Chow had anticipated this kind of response, but it was not what he wanted to hear. The scene then shifts to SW Corp. The chairman stands, peering through the window. It's always amusing to witness that classic manhwa scene where the wealthy boss gazes out from their office's glass window. Meanwhile, the director's assistant reveals that many have expressed concerns about SW Corp's aggressive approach to expansion. The director simply shrugs and acknowledges that things can become chaotic when individuals prioritize their own interests. While they are taking all necessary precautions during their expansion, they recognize that making a few enemies along the way is unavoidable. The assistant agrees, noting that their aggressive tactics are causing SW Corp difficulties with some questionable organizations. Additionally, the SW Corp advisors have observed suspicious activity from other companies recently. In the next scene, Jin sits with the director. Someone offers Jin the opportunity to have tea. However, our boy politely declines, stating that he's fine. The director then inquires about Jin's experience working with the security team. Jin responds that it has been fine. The director asks how Jin is liking the school, to which Jin replies that it's nice. Finally, the director inquires if there's anything they can do to assist him, and Jin responds with a simple no. Our boy then asks if that's all the director wanted to discuss. If so, he's heading out because training is about to start. The old man happily tells him he is free to go. Jin rises from his seat and bows his head respectfully. The director returns the gesture, leaving his assistant a bit bewildered as he finds it strange that the director is paying respects. Nevertheless, Jin begins to walk out. Later, we see all the guards diligently training in the training hall. During their exercises, we reconnect with GA and her bodyguard after quite some time. Her guard observes that Jin no longer stands out like he once did. GA grows curious and inquires further about Jin. The bodyguard replies that although Jin may not stand out as much as he once did, he is certainly quicker and more athletic than their men. He is confident that Jin is highly experienced, as such a skill level can only be attained through rigorous training and combat. There's no doubt that he has received extensive professional training. After hearing this, GA becomes intrigued by Jin. She explains that, although he's young, he has quietly endured harsh training. The men have also warmed up to him. The scene flashes back to the past, where Major Kang meets with GA once again. As they chat, she advises him to avoid overworking himself and getting hurt. Kang replies that he will not. He then asks her if he's still looking into the student she inquired about. Initially, she has no idea what he's referring to, but then a bell rings in her mind. She pretends to be uninterested and asks if he means the kid named Jin. However, in her thoughts, she is amazed that Kang still remembers Jin's name from that day. She can't shake off the memory of how anxious he looked after asking about Jin. Eventually, GA smiles and reveals that she is no longer interested in Jin. This visibly brightens Major Kang's mood. GA notices the shift in his mood and can clearly see that there's more to the story. In this moment, as she gazes at our boy, she wonders if Jin might actually know her fiancé. After a while, her car speeds down the road. Jin is sitting beside her as well. She casually mentions the idea of Jin joining their talent agency, suggesting that he could benefit from their top-notch training programs in acting or singing. However, Jin promptly declines, stating that he's simply not interested. GA can't help but feel intrigued by his immediate and firm response. She wonders if he could at least pretend to consider it, finding his lack of hesitation somewhat puzzling. She finally asks him if he knows Major Kang and reveals that he is her fiancé. Naturally, this news surprises Jin. His mind flashes back to the moment in the past when Kang mentioned he had to meet his fiancée. Jin is completely certain that she knows Major Kang. When she gazes at him, she feels bewildered as Jin sits there, appearing completely untroubled by this unexpected bombshell. He seems so unfazed that it almost feels strange, especially since this is definitely not his usual demeanor. Even she senses something different about him, though she can't quite identify what it is. After some time, once they arrive at their destination, GA enters the corporate building. Meanwhile, Jin and his senior enter the staff-only room to freshen up. Jin is still struggling to accept that Jia Ye is Major Kong's fiancé, a reality that feels hard to believe. Outside the ladies' restroom, the guards stand patiently. Inside, we see GA applying a makeover to her face. Suddenly, another woman enters the restroom, and at first glance, she appears a bit shady. The woman then starts using one of the sinks positioned over Jia Ye's right shoulder. Just as Jia Ye stands quietly, the shady woman swiftly places a chloroform-soaked rag over Jia Ye's face. After Jay finally collapses and loses consciousness, the guards outside have also been subdued. The woman with black hair quickly instructs her lackeys to hurry and transport the goods. Suddenly, the senior bodyguard receives a shocking report. Mr. Sin has vanished, and Jin-Soo and K. Yong-woo, who were meant to be escorting him, have been discovered unconscious on the ground. Without hesitation, the senior officer commands his soldiers to seal all exits and secure the surveillance footage at once. Our guy bursts out of the restroom the moment he hears the news. He races through the corridor, convinced that the intruders have disarmed security and secured their target. It's only a matter of time before they make their getaway by car. After quickly descending the stairs, he finally arrives at the parking lot. He spots a man getting into a car and swiftly moves to block its path, only to realize it's just an oblivious guy inside. Meanwhile, the real criminals are making their escape in a getaway car from the opposite side. Gene sprints after them at full speed. Without hesitation, he jumps in front of their car, but he quickly realizes the danger of his actions. Those bastards don't even slow down. Instead, they attempt to run him over. As the criminals make their escape, our hero quickly radios in that he has spotted the suspect's vehicle, a black minivan. Jin wastes no time, leaping over the parked cars in an attempt to seize the minivan. Meanwhile, the other guards swarm around the exit, armed with puncturing tools to stop the van. However, it's too late. The driver slams down on the gas pedal, running over the guards and everything in front of the car. They zoom out without a hitch, while our boy is still clinging to the van. The minivan swerves erratically. Jin struggles to hold on as the vehicle bounces around. Just as he struggles to maintain his hold, his mind flashes back to a conversation he had with Major Kang. In the memory, Jin sits with Kang, who is explaining the meaning of family. Kang expresses that although family means different things to everyone, it is something truly precious. Jin still isn't fully grasping the concept, so Kang provides him with an example. His dedication to serving his country may be especially strong because it is also where his family resides. Innocently, Jin asks if anyone else would also give their life for their family. Kang is taken by surprise and initially struggles to find a response. He smiles and says that if it comes to that, he would gladly do it. Back in the present, Jin clings to the minivan, clenching his teeth and tightening his grip. He slams the minivan door shut with such force that the glass begins to shatter. Meanwhile, the driver, distracted by the commotion, fails to notice an oncoming car in the intersection. The two vehicles collide, and Jin is violently thrown from his seat, landing about 10 meters away. Seizing the moment, the minivan driver floors the gas and speeds off. Jin quickly gets to his feet and starts running after the car. Inside, a woman with black hair looks back at him. She gave him a mischievous twinkle in her eye. As Jin chases after the van, he begins to fall further behind until the vehicle vanishes from sight. Once he is exhausted, he comes to a stop. Just then, the senior guard arrives and quickly asks which way the van went. Jin remains silent. Instead, he jumps into the car, which frustrates the senior, who sternly orders him to get out. Jin tells him to hit the gas pedal and provides the exact direction the van took. With a hint of reluctance, the senior guard presses down on the gas pedal. He then informs his subordinates that the kidnappers took a side road to the right and instructs them to coordinate with the police and dispatch their units. He then reminds Jin that he should just drop off on the way home since he's just a kid and not part of the security team. He adds that his involvement in this situation isn't his responsibility. Jin counters, explaining that he is currently in practical training and chose to be here tonight, making him solely responsible for his presence. He reports seeing one male and one female in the vehicle, both of whom were Asian, but he didn't notice any other accomplices with them. As the senior guard prepares to berate Jin, he notices the injuries on Jin's face and hands. Concerned, he quickly asks if Jin is okay. Jin responds that he is fine. The senior is grappling with the reality that Jin was reported to have clung to the vehicle and was the first to locate the kidnappers. He managed to hold on as long as possible, identified their route, and even saved Miss Yona once. The senior recognizes that Jin has demonstrated his reliability in this situation, and he can't think of anyone more dependable at the moment. Meanwhile, Yona learns that Madame Guillet has been kidnapped. Her guard explains that they have minimized security and deployed all units to locate her. Team 2 and NGU are currently in pursuit of the kidnappers. Yona perks up at the mention of Jin, her eyes brightening with interest. The bodyguard further explains that Jin was on duty with them when the incident occurred. A short time later, Jin and his senior guard head to a rundown factory, the last location where kidnappers have been seen. Right on cue, they spot the same minivan. The kidnappers are transporting Miss G in a wheelchair. Senior realizes there isn't time to wait for reinforcements, so he instructs Jin to stay put. As he exits the car, he is shocked to see a group of scruffy individuals emerging from the minivan, each wielding a sharp knife. Jin steps out of the car and insists that they can't wait for anyone else to arrive. The senior reminds him that this isn't training, it's real combat. Jin quickly replies that he doesn't mind. This response triggers a flashback for the senior, who remembers the shock he experienced when the team leader of Team 3 revealed that our boy is a professional fighter. The gorilla reiterates his point, stating that based on everything he has observed, this is his conclusion. Back in the present, our protagonist strides forward with confidence. The bodyguard finally decides to venture further down. He tells Jin that he will handle everything inside the shelter. He better not let those filthy swine defeat him. At that moment, one of the goons lunges at the senior with a knife. Our hero swiftly approaches the attacker from behind and delivers a devastating blow to his face, causing the dagger to slip from his hand. However, before he can catch his breath, another assailant swings a dagger at him. Once again, our hero counters the attack, this time with a backward throw. Jin quickly picks up the fallen dagger from the ground and steps back to confront these foolish opponents. The thug who lost his dagger scrambles back to his feet, only for his boss to start berating him for not being thrilled to see his grown men getting beaten down by a punk like this. He then berates Jin, questioning whether they even allow kids to carry knives in their security detail. The other goons begin to walk away, instructing their buddy to deal with Jin while they pursue the senior. However, it seems they've seriously underestimated him. Their jaws drop when they witness the unexpected turn of events. He grabs another thug and snaps his hand with a satisfying crunch. One man attempts to stab Jin, but he quickly flips the script. He grabbed the thug and sliced open his belly before driving the dagger into his shoulder. The thug collapses to the ground, and the others begin to feel a sense of fear. When Jin shoots them a deadly glare, they finally realize that this kid is a true bodyguard. Jin charges at the remaining goons, his determination evident as he closes the distance, slicing through them effortlessly. He has eliminated every opponent, leaving no one standing. Only one thug remains. The last goon swiftly intercepts Jin's attack. As he swings back at Jin, Jin grabs his hand and slashes his belly with the other, before kicking his leg out from under him. He holds the knife to the thug's throat but chooses a different path. Instead, he uses the back of the dagger to knock the thug out cold. Meanwhile, the kidnappers inside the shelter continue to drag Ms. Jai along. Frustrated, she realizes that security is closing in faster than they anticipated. Her accomplice reports that they have informed the client that the target has been secured. She explains that it's a bit early, but they will need to move to the next location soon, as the security team will be closing in. With the mention of the devil, the leader of Team 2 bursts into the room. The male kidnapper swiftly informs his associate that he is the head of the security detail for their target. As the senior grits his teeth and glares at the kidnappers, someone attempts to sneak up on him from behind. The senior swiftly sidesteps the attack, as the bulky thug charges at him once more. The senior takes hold of his hand. He delivers a solid punch to his face. Another goon charges at him with a dagger. However, the senior quickly takes him down as well. Just when it appears that the senior has the upper hand, the situation takes a dramatic turn. Despite their skill, even the most seasoned fighters are no match for a gun. One of the kidnappers pulls out a gun, its barrel gleaming in the dim light, and points it directly at Jai's head. They coldly warn the senior that they won't hesitate to pull the trigger if necessary. The threat lingers in the air like a deadly promise. The senior could do nothing but express his frustration with a twisted face. The man makes it abundantly clear that she will die the moment he moves. The senior stands firm and doesn't move an inch. The kidnappers then drill a hole into the senior's shoulder with a single bullet, causing his face to turn as pale as a ghost from the pain. Meanwhile, the jerk who just pulled the stunt is fascinated that the senior barely flinches. The woman beside him urges him to finish the job, insisting that they don't have time to waste. The man decides to pull the trigger once more. As the senior takes one last look at Jai, he prepares for his final moments. Just as the monster is about to pull the trigger, the senior asks Jai for forgiveness. However, before he can pass away in this dramatic moment, two daggers come flying out of nowhere, piercing the man's hand. Meanwhile, the woman in black skillfully dodges left and right as Jin rushes toward Jai. She grabs her wheelchair and takes off at full throttle, leaving the goon utterly bewildered. The other senior's face also turns pale. Meanwhile, the goon opens fire again as Jin desperately tries to escape as far as possible. At that moment, the senior brings the happy soldier down with him. They both crash to the ground. Jin glances at his senior, who urgently instructs him not to look back and to keep running. Without wasting any time, Jin accelerates in the wheelchair and continues moving forward. After some time, Jay starts to groggily open her eyes. Before she has a chance to react, someone covers her mouth from behind. Thankfully, it's just Jin. He tells her to remain quiet. Once she nods in agreement, he withdraws his hand. The woman then asks where she is, noting that she was just in the bathroom. Jin notes that she will feel dizzy for a while due to the sedative. At that moment, her mind flashes back. She recalls that she had been kidnapped. Jin confirms that he and the team leader arrived first, and that security is on its way, accompanied by the police. Jin glances around to ensure no one is nearby and feels a sense of relief that she is awake, as this will make it easier to move her. He knows they won't have long before someone discovers them in this dead-end corner, and the worst part is that the enemy is armed. Meanwhile, Gia wonders if her kidnapping is connected to the recent acquisitions in the W Corporation expansion, even though she had no involvement in those deals. She looks at Jin and yells that he is hurt. Jin brushes it off, insisting that he's completely fine. But Jai isn't buying this excuse. She can see that his shoulder is injured, his fingers are injured, and to make matters worse, he's not even her bodyguard. She's puzzled about why he would go out of his way to help her. She is surprised by how dependable he has become. Just then, they hear the familiar voice of the woman. This is the same person responsible for the kidnapping. She walks toward them, gun in hand, and demands that Jin come out immediately. She threatens that if this drags on too long, they won't hesitate to kill the hostage. She insists they need to wrap this up peacefully and save the hostage before it's too late. Jia feels a surge of terror at the threat and quickly rises from the wheelchair, determined not to let this boy be dragged into the situation any further. Despite his skills, he is still just a teenager, and she knows she must step up to protect him before taking any reckless actions. Jean signals for her to stop. He cryptically gestures with his fingers, but it completely goes over my head. However, it appears that Jia can understand what he is trying to convey. She stands there in silence. Jin eventually steps out from his hiding spot. He raises his hand quietly. The kidnapper woman is convinced that Jia is hiding behind that container. She recalls her disbelief when she saw our boy hanging from the van, despite the fact that he is just a child. She mocks him, suggesting that he's probably seen too many action movies, because in reality, even a hero can be killed. She's right. No matter how brave you are, you can't stand up to a gun barrel pointed straight at you. Jin remains calm, even with a gun aimed at him. Jia finally emerges, calling out for her to wait. The tension escalates. Jaya's heart races as she realizes the danger is closer than she thought. The woman's gaze is piercing, filled with a chilling intent that sends shivers down Jaya's spine. She knows she must act quickly to escape the looming threat. Jin seizes his opportunity. He throws the blade at her hand, injuring it severely. Before she has a chance to catch her breath, another dagger zips past her. At that moment, Jin leaps over her, and they both tumble to the ground, causing her gun to slip from her hands. She quickly grabs one of the daggers tucked near her thigh and attempts to swing it at Jin, but he backs away just in time. They both create some distance between themselves. The woman leaps toward Jin, and their deadly dance of hack and slash begins. After a fierce exchange, she takes a brutal hit to the gut and tumbles backward, her gun falling to the ground. She quickly spots it. She grabs the gun and aims it with a smirk, believing she finally has the upper hand. But Jin moves quickly, snatching the weapon from her grip and twisting it around. Now, the gun is aimed directly at her. The woman is sweating and utterly bewildered by how this just happened. Meanwhile, Jia is amazed by Jin's impressive moves. Meanwhile, our boy stands there, cool as a cucumber. The woman smirks once more, remarking that he must have seen a lot of movies. She teases him, suggesting that while he may be able to fight, she doubts he truly has the guts to pull the trigger. She acknowledges that bodyguards may practice target shooting, but shooting at a living person is an entirely different matter. While she's completely mistaken about that, Jin doesn't hesitate for a second before shooting her in the thigh, causing blood to spatter everywhere. The woman is absolutely stunned, unable to comprehend how he could pull the trigger without a second thought. What baffles her even more is that his eyes remain eerily still after firing the gun, as if he has grown accustomed to it. She still cannot understand how a boy from such a peaceful country could know how to fight like this. But when she looks at him closely, she recognizes those familiar eyes. A chill runs down her spine as she realizes he is code 001. Before she can say anything more, Jin strikes her across the face with the gun, knocking her out cold and causing her to fall to the ground. Jia is completely amazed by how effortlessly Jin takes her down, as if it's no big deal. Meanwhile, back with the senior, he appears to have finished dealing with his adversary as well. He appears severely injured, with blood dripping from his shoulder. Unfortunately, the senior finds himself surrounded by a group of goons. The man from before gets back on his feet and puts his hat back on. He retrieves his gun from the ground. A bulky man throws a punch at the senior. However, the senior quickly deflects it. He lands a punch of his own. Suddenly, the man aims his gun at the senior. He admits he underestimated the head of security for the SW Association, acknowledging that they wouldn't have been able to kidnap her if they hadn't waited until the end of his shift. On the other hand, it seems the senior is on the verge of giving up. He fought here solely to buy Jaya and Jin time to escape, but he can't be certain if they made it, especially since that woman pursued Jin. For some reason, the senior has a strong feeling that Jin will manage it. He feels surprisingly confident about it. He's so confident that even the guy standing over there can't help but notice the smile spreading across the senior's face. Finally, he asks what's behind the senior's smile. The bodyguard remains silent, maintaining a steady smile on his face. The cap guy warns that if the senior believes Jin is safe simply because a woman is pursuing him, he is gravely underestimating her. He asserts that no man here can defeat that woman, and now that she's angry, Jin will soon be begging her to put him out of his misery. The senior's smile finally fades as he grits his teeth in frustration. The kidnapper claims he hasn't sent any men after Jin, insisting that she will finish with him before they even arrive. The cap guy then begins to squeeze the trigger of his gun. The senior is urged to focus on saving himself, as he is on the brink of death. Suddenly, a bullet pierces the cap guy's hand, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He stumbles backward. His gun falls to the ground. The senior quickly turns in the direction of the shot to see where it came from. She is shocked to find Jin standing there, gun in hand. The cap guy is sweating profusely, blood pouring from his wounds, and he's furious as he tries to understand what Jin is doing here. Panic sets in as he worries about his friend Priscilla, who went after Jin earlier. It seems he was far too confident in her abilities. On the other hand, Jin fires another bullet, striking the cap guy in the thigh. The gun then turns, and he aims it at the senior, causing the senior's heart to skip a beat. However, before he can react, Jin opens fire. To the senior's surprise, the bullets whiz past him, striking down the lackeys surrounding him from all directions. Once Jin's gun runs dry, the tension escalates as he quickly assesses his surroundings for any possible escape routes. The senior looks around, only to see every man on the ground, groaning in pain. What fascinates the senior the most is that Jin didn't hesitate at all while drilling holes into those bastards. He disarmed them with a single bullet for each man. In the background, GA stands with her ears covered. Once the shooting stops, she gazes upward. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard reflects on what the leader of Team 3 had said. Jin is definitely a professional. Right on cue, the reinforcements arrive. The police swiftly begin their investigation, handcuffing all the goons and covering the entire area. Meanwhile, a few soldiers approach GA to check if she is all right. She quickly assures them that she is perfectly fine. Then, she notices our boy speaking with the officers. Once Jin confirms he is with the security team leader, the soldiers quickly begin tending to his injuries. GA approaches him and asks if he's all right. Jin replies that he is fine, but GA questions how he can consider himself fine given his condition. Jin explains that he has had no issues with mobility so far, so he's doing mostly okay. He adds that a few bruises from saving a VIP from kidnapping is a favorable outcome. Jin mentions that he has a favor to ask. GA looks startled and quickly inquires about it. Jin explains that he doesn't want to worry his family until his injuries are treated, so he plans to tell them he'll be attending a security team workshop instead. GA feels a bit confused, wondering if this is all he wanted to discuss. She then walks away, urging him to get those wounds treated. Before leaving, she makes sure to thank Jin for his help. Shortly thereafter, the senior arrives and places a hand on Jin's shoulder. He flashes a warm smile and tells Jin that they will see each other next time. With that, GA and her bodyguard walk away. The scene shifts to an unfamiliar location. In a dimly lit office, a mysterious man sits behind a desk, while an unknown lackey stands behind him, delivering the unfortunate news that their attempt to kidnap GA has failed. The boss smiles upon hearing this and reveals that the true objective was never to successfully kidnap her. This was a way to send a message to SW Corporation. He explains that they will begin to tread more carefully once they understand the potential trouble their expansion could bring. That's all he aims to achieve. The scene shifts to a chamber where the same woman from the kidnapping is seated. She expresses her annoyance, stating that she never expected a beast like Jin to be on their payroll. She discusses the mercenary, who is truly a force to be reckoned with. The man remains silent. The woman continues, stating that if she had known he was working with SW Corporation, she would have approached the situation very differently. In fact, she likely wouldn't have accepted the job at all. The man pretends to be clueless, but the woman tells him not to play dumb. She notes that Jin, the mercenary, always keeps his face covered, but she recognized his eyes from their previous encounters. She mentions that about 6 months ago, Jin vanished without a trace, sparking all sorts of rumors about his retirement or even his death. She never imagined he would end up working for SW Corp. The man's response is unchanged, and he adds that he can't make sense of any of it. He mentions that he's heard a thing or two about that mercenary and finds it quite amusing to picture one of their guards as a top-notch mercenary. The woman eventually stops arguing because, let's be honest, talking to this guy is like trying to reason with a brick wall. A short while later, we find ourselves at the SW Corporation's medical center. The first person we see is Lady G, relaxing in one of the wards. I used to think she was a total villain, but it turns out she's not so bad. She's just incredibly curious about our guy. We also see her lingering nearby. When G asks what he's doing here after taking a bullet, he casually replies that he can handle simple tasks just fine. G dismisses the idea and tells him to head home and rest, noting that having one less person on duty won't make a significant difference. The guard expresses that he can't find any peace, feeling a sense of responsibility since the entire situation unfolded while he was off duty. He further explains that the mercenaries were operating from abroad, and they still haven't determined who their client was. Even the mercenaries themselves are unaware of who hired them, as multiple middlemen were involved in the process. G's mood shifts to sadness as she reflects on how Yana was targeted first, and now she has been kidnapped too. She asks him if it's all just a coincidence. The guard shakes his head, insisting that it's definitely not a coincidence. This only makes G feel even more down. G reflects on how our guy managed the entire situation like a true badass, appearing even more impressive than he did during training. She reminds her guard that he is not just an average teenager. The man agrees, recognizing that he is certainly not an average guy. In her mind, she considers that Grandpa must know Jin's true identity since he placed the boy on their security team. She then remembers that Jin had multiple fractured ribs and detached fingernails from battling the kidnappers. Additionally, he sustained a deep cut on his shoulder from a stray bullet. The guard then points out that Jin had been clinging to their vehicle during the attack and must have sustained those injuries when he fell off. Ji's face goes pale as she realizes that Jin fought off all those thugs despite his injuries, even taking on 5 men with knives while she was unconscious. This revelation adds another layer to the situation, leaving her even more shocked than before. The guard acknowledges that it doesn't make much sense, yet it's surprisingly true that Jin managed to pull it all off. Gi quickly rises from her bed and rushes toward the door as they head out. We head straight to the ward where Jin is being treated. As soon as she bursts into the room, she finds him putting on his W uniform once more. When Jin surveys his surroundings, he spots Ji and her guard. The lady doesn't waste any time and immediately asks him what he's doing getting dressed. Jin explains that he's going home, as he hasn't been there for 2 days. Ji reminds him that he has serious injuries and cannot leave until they finish treating him. Jin explains that he would prefer to rest and heal at home. Ji starts shouting, telling him not to be ridiculous and asking who gave him permission to do something so rash. In response, our boy simply replies that it was the doctor who told him to do it. Despite Ji's numerous protests, Jin quietly packs his bag. The lady then asks him how he plans to explain this to his family. Jin responds by noting that the bruises on his face can easily be explained as injuries sustained during training. Ji feels frustrated watching this guy, who seems to have an answer for everything. She then informs her guard that she needs a moment alone with Jin. Once the guard steps out, she tells Jin that she wants him to come work for her after he graduates. Our boy gazes at her, and Ji expresses that there's nothing to gain by staying with Yona, as she describes herself simply as a child. She explains that Yona has only her future ahead of her. Ji, on the other hand, asserts that she can ensure our boy a safe and secure future. After a brief pause, Jin states that he has a question. Hearing this, Ji assumes he is likely curious about the salary, so she quickly reassures him not to worry. She promises that he will be paid more than he can imagine, along with plenty of extra benefits. However, Jin flatly refuses to entertain such thoughts, and instead asks what she meant by him staying with Yona. The woman stays silent for a moment. Then, she abruptly asks if he's dating Yona, to which Jin flatly replies that he isn't. However, Ji thinks to herself that Yona always waits for him during training, which likely means she has a serious crush on him. She tells him to come work for her after he graduates, promising to make his family proud and secure him a good job immediately. Jin appears to find the offer tempting, but he doesn't say much in response. He simply tells her that he'll think about it. Later, back at the apartment, Yona and Grandpa are both utterly shocked when Jin explains that he got hurt during training. Grandpa asks if it's something serious. Jin reassures him that it's not, explaining that he just has blisters on his fingers, and the doctor said there's nothing to worry about. The old man then asks his grandson if the security team he's working with is truly what he wants to pursue in the future. Jin doesn't provide a definitive answer, simply stating that it's what he's interested in for now. Grandpa reminds him that even if this is what he feels like doing right now, he can always change his course if he discovers a new passion in the future. Since Jin is still young, Grandpa assures him that he will support him no matter what he decides to do. Jin smiles in response and agrees with his grandfather. Feeling a bit awkward, Grandpa asks if he has suddenly jumped into a heavy topic. He notes that high school seniors often worry about their future careers and wonders if he might have overstepped. Yona chuckles at this and reassures Grandpa that he didn't say anything wrong. Meanwhile, Jin is completely clueless about what busting chops even means. The scene then shifts to a familiar camp. We see the same eye patch guy, whose lackey reports that 032 went off course without notifying anyone. He suspects this might be due to 032 hearing about the news of 001 being targeted for elimination. The man with the eye patch scoffs, dismissing 032 as a fool. He believes that no one should allow their emotions to dictate their actions in the wake of a brother's death, which is exactly why he thinks having a family is utterly pointless. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of a mysterious man who could very well be 032. It wouldn't be surprising if he traveled to Korea to meet our boy. The scene then shifts back to Jin, who is stretching his fingers to ensure they are functioning properly. His mind flashes back to a memory of the kidnapper, a woman who appeared to recognize him as someone familiar. He had no idea who she was, but if she knows him by his mercenary name, perhaps she isn't connected to the camp. Suddenly, his phone rings. When he gazes at the screen, he notices that it's Yona calling. Sometime later, Jin finds himself standing outside a convenience store. Not surprisingly, Yona is also present. They have a variety of triangle kimbap spread out on their table. The girl quickly mentions that she hasn't had dinner and is craving triangle kimbap, but 032 thinks to himself that this amount of food seems excessive. Nonetheless, she invites him to dig into the meal, confident that he also hasn't had dinner. She swiftly opens one of the kimbaps. She mentioned that she heard he got hurt pretty badly and asked if he was okay now. He replies that he is. She explains that she went to see him, but they told her he couldn't have visitors and wouldn't let her in. GA also advised her not to visit him at this time. She admits she was very worried since he was absent from school yesterday. Jin shares that his grandpa advised him to take the day off. Yona finds it touching how attentively he listens to his grandpa. She becomes a bit dejected as she recalls how he had to rescue GA single-handedly from life-threatening danger. In response, Jin clarifies that this isn't entirely true, stating that it was actually the leader of Security Team 2 who was responsible for everything. Team 2's leader located them, served as a liaison with the police and the SEBW security team, and even created a diversion when he was shot, allowing Jin to escape. The leader remained until the very end to ensure that Jin could reach safety. Without his support, our boy admits he wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything for GA. Yona appears a bit uncomfortable upon hearing the truth, likely because she wasn't able to explain everything in detail. Sokju agrees that if Jin's claims are accurate, then the team leader was indeed the one who executed the rescue. Jin quickly agrees with his friend, but Sokju reminds him that the team leader couldn't have executed this rescue mission alone. The report clearly highlights the significant role Jin played in rescuing GA. Our boy emphasizes that they are essentially a team, and their main goal is to ensure the VIP's safety, rather than to determine who made the greatest contribution. Sokju nods, saying that Yona feels a bit out of place, likely because this isn't the kind of conversation she's accustomed to. Just then, Jin's phone rings. When he checks it, Yona asks what's going on and if something is wrong. Jin sheepishly admits that they need him in the game room because Jae-yoon just texted, saying they need an extra person and that he should hurry over. Yona reminds him that he's still injured and questions how he plans to play with his hand in that condition. Jin clarifies that it doesn't really matter because he considers himself pretty awful anyway. Yona feels a sense of unease once again due to his bluntness. The scene transitions to Jae-yoon walking down the footpath. I'm considering getting something to eat for Jin. Her thoughts drift back to a memory from the past. A group of girls surrounded Yona, asking why Jin hadn't been in school for the past few days. Yona explained that he was away on a trip and had injured his hand slightly. The girls were startled and inquired if it was something serious. Yona assured them that it was not the case. The girls quickly brighten up, expressing their relief that it wasn't anything serious and that his face wasn't injured, as they can't bear the thought of a face like his getting scarred. Yona quietly agrees, reflecting on how Jin has become increasingly popular lately. Suddenly, Jae-yoon hears voices nearby. When she turns to look in the direction of the commotion, she spots a group of thugs. She starts to calm down as she notices familiar landmarks nearby. She recognizes one of the thugs as the same guy who had tried to ask for her number earlier. Her mind flashes back to that encounter, and she recalls that he didn't seem like a mean person, so he might be willing to listen to her. She gathers her courage, approaches the group, and nervously stutters out an excuse to capture their attention. Initially, the harasser responds sharply and with arrogance, demanding to know who it is. However, his face pales with anxiety when he realizes it's the same girl he attempted to harass. He frantically begins explaining to her that this isn't what it looks like. He claims that the man had a run-in with them first while they were just passing by, and that the man started demanding food. Jae-hyun apologizes on the man's behalf and asks if they can let him go. The harasser reluctantly agrees to her request, and they start to walk away. She then turns to the guy in the hoodie and asks if he is okay. The hoodie guy is initially startled. She quickly asks if she can buy it. Shortly after, they sit outside. It's clear that the man has devoured a lot of triangle kimbap. Much like a hungry hound, he can still be seen chomping down on the last remaining pieces he has left. After that, he quickly gulps down the bottle of water. Once his belly is full, he feels as if he is swimming among the clouds. Jae-hyun watches him with curiosity. The guy quickly apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to bother her. He was just so hungry that he couldn't resist asking for some food. Jae-hyun reassures him that it's not a big deal. The man explains that he lost his wallet as soon as he arrived in the country, which means he hasn't eaten for a few days. She reminds him that he should have asked the embassy for help, and the boy feels foolish for not having done so. The girl checks her phone and realizes it's gotten late. Jin must be waiting for her to get home. She quickly offers the boy some money. He mentions it's just a little something in case he gets hungry again. With that, she hurriedly starts running off. This leaves the guy curious about her. It's clear that this is the character known as A032, and he has a somewhat feminine appearance. So, don't be surprised if he turns out to be a girl later in the story. The scene then transitions back to the past. Jin bursts into one of the rooms, gun in hand. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as everyone gathered for the event. The room buzzed with conversation, laughter, and the clinking of glasses, creating a vibrant backdrop for the evening's festivities. He discovers a woman defending a young girl. Jin hesitates before opening fire. However, his transmission instructs him to eliminate the target and return to base immediately. The girl with the ponytail trembles in fear. That's when Jin hears someone calling. He jolts awake from the unpleasant dream. He quickly sits down on his bed. He can literally feel his pulse pounding. He then begins to hear the clattering of dishes coming from the living room. He steps outside and discovers Yona and Grandpa waiting for him. The old man looks at him and asks why he is awake when he should still be resting. Jin responds that it's time for him to return to school. Grandpa insists that resting and getting better is more important right now than worrying about his studies. Yona quietly gestures to him from behind, encouraging him to follow Grandpa's advice. Without a doubt, Jin agrees with his father, a pleasant smile on his face. Before heading out, the old man mentions that he will be home late tonight because his colleague, Mr. Lee, isn't feeling well, and he is covering his shift. Jin asks Dan why she's leaving, and she replies that she got up early and plans to study a bit before school starts. As always, she reminds him that breakfast is on the table, so he should eat up. Jin offers her a quick smile as she quietly heads out. She left behind a delicious spread of food for him. Later, we find ourselves outside as Jin strolls down the street. His phone rings with a notification. It's Jae-young texting, urging him to return to the team as soon as possible. At that moment, Yona joins the conversation and tells Jae-young to include her too. However, Jae-young harshly declines, suggesting that she should start by practicing with bots first. Just as Jin smiles at the lively banter among his friends, we see 032 walking down the opposite side of the road. Our boy's smile fades as he spots the figure, and he realizes that something about it seems familiar. He quickly dashes toward the man. 032 slips into a back alley. Jin quickens his pace and dives into the alley after him. Once inside, he can't see anyone in sight. He continues along the path and arrives at a construction site. After ascending one of the buildings, he scans the area and soon spots his old friend, who is now holding a gun and aiming it directly at him. Femboy acts without hesitation and opens fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward him. However, our hero quickly ducks behind a nearby wall for cover, still grappling with the pain from his previous injuries. Femboy walks toward our boy, and he can't help but comment on how long it's been since they last met. Earlier, he admits he was a bit startled to notice someone following him, but he's even more surprised to discover that it was our boy. That's when it finally hits Jin that this guy is 032. The hoodie guy continues walking forward and notes that he already knows 0 or 6 habits, so it's no surprise to him that our boy is still alive. He finds it fascinating that he didn't even have to look around to find him. Jin then asks if the camp sent him to eliminate him. However, this question completely goes over the femboy's head, leaving him with no idea what Jin is talking about. Jin, on the other hand, is aware that the camp would never send anyone to finish the job that 0 or 6 failed to complete. The femboy tells our protagonist to shut the hell up, reminding him that he's no longer their leader. Despite this, Jin continues to press for more information. He asks if the camp didn't send him, implying that he must have run away from the camp without anyone's permission. Femboy simply replies that none of this should matter to a traitor like him. He insists he doesn't want to harbor any resentment toward our son, but his circumstances make it difficult to avoid it. He mentions that 0 or 6 was his only family, the only person who looked out for him in that hellish camp. As 032 continues his sentimental rambling, Jin swiftly hurls a metal projectile at him, striking the gun in 032's hands. Distracted, 032 loses focus, allowing Jin to leap over him, and they both crash to the ground. 032 quickly attempts to break free and aims the gun directly at Jin's face. However, Jin reacts swiftly, kicking 032's hand and sending the gun flying. Without missing a beat, 032 pulls out a dagger and lunges forward, attempting to slash Jin with it. Their back and forth is so rapid that it's difficult to keep up. Eventually, Jin manages to grab 032's hand and balls up his fist, landing a punch squarely on 032's face. However, 032 blocks the punch with his hands and responds with a kick, striking Jin directly at his existing injury. Our boy asks if 32 has reported everything to the camp. However, 032 dodges the question, asking when Jin became so talkative. He reminds Jin that he is no longer their leader, so he doesn't have to answer to him. At this moment, Jin is simply a target. After saying those words, he pushes Jin back. He swings his dagger at him. As they both take a step back, it's evident that Jin has a gash across his belly. Meanwhile, at school, the teacher is delivering the lecture as usual. Da-yeon is lost in thought, hoping that Jin isn't skipping breakfast. She worries he needs to eat well to recover quickly. Back in the fight, Jin and his old friend continue their heated exchange. As the dagger lunges toward Jin again, he quickly grabs 032's arm and pulls them closer, keeping them within reach. Jin then delivers a brutal punch straight to the hoodie guy's face. The hoodie guy slides backward after swinging his blade, narrowly avoiding a counterattack, and he is left huffing and puffing. Jin winces from the pain of his cut as he asks 032 once more if he is reporting everything to the camp. Once again, the femboy avoids the direct questions and wonders why Jin is suddenly so talkative. He makes it clear that he won't share anything with a traitor who killed his friend, 6. Afterward, he swings his blade once more. Jin quickly jumps over him, delivering a brutal punch to his face. Jin follows up with a series of powerful swings, eventually delivering a devastating blow to 032's belly. This sent him staggering backward. Meanwhile, 032 notices the gun resting over his left shoulder. Before he can reach it, Jin dashes down the street. However, 032 manages to grab the gun and aims it directly at Jin. Reacting swiftly, Jin seizes the gun by the barrel, redirecting the bullets to ricochet harmlessly off the ceiling. Once the firing stops, Jin pins the femboy against a pillar, and the guy begins to groan in pain. Jin then asks if he is here out of her 6. The femboy remains silent, but suddenly slams his knee into Jin's belly. He then points his gun at him again, and opens fire with another barrage of bullets. Jin quickly ducks behind the pillar for cover. Attempting to protect himself from the onslaught, the femboy grits his teeth and continues shooting. Determined to take our boy down, Jin glances back and sees 032 moving away. As he tries to pursue this scoundrel, he finds himself struggling to keep up due to his wounds, with one final cut bleeding profusely. In a moment of desperation, he reaches out to his friend Sokju. When the blackhead responds, his face goes pale upon hearing Jin's request for the surveillance data from the area. Sokju quickly begins to move. Yona sees him leaving the classroom. Once outside, he asks Jin why he is getting involved in such a messy situation again. Nevertheless, he tells Jin that he'll call him back in a few minutes and advises him to send over the physical description and location he wants to track. Once the call ends, we find ourselves outside. As the femboy strolls down his path, he feels a wave of annoyance wash over him. He thinks to himself that if our boy hadn't been so preoccupied with asking questions, he could have taken him out multiple times by now. He also realizes that Jin has grown significantly stronger since their days at camp. He recalls how our boy asked him if he was there to take revenge for 06's death or if he had been sent by the camp. He has no idea why he was asking those questions or why Jin didn't just kill him right away. As 032 walks, the same harasser and his goons spot him again. A creepy smile spreads across the harasser's face as he decides to target him once more. 032 notices the goons as well. Clearly unimpressed and unwilling to waste time with them, he simply ignores them and continues walking forward. Suddenly, several more thugs block 032's path, looming over him as if they are ready to devour him alive. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. All of these thugs are sprawled on the ground like discarded toys. As 032 continues on its path, he sees Dae-yoon standing nearby. When their eyes meet, the girl quickly recognizes him as the same guy she saw earlier. The man begins to rummage through his pockets. He pulls out a note and hands it to her. He thanks her for her earlier help, saying it's all he has at the moment, but promises to repay the rest soon. Daeyeon responds that he doesn't need to do this, and expresses concern that he might not have anything left for himself. She lowers her head and assures him that everything will be all right. Later, they stop by a restaurant, where Daehyun remarks that he shouldn't have returned the money until he had saved up more. He simply replies that not everyone should wait until they have extra resources to repay someone for their help. She then asks him his age, and he replies that he's 17. Yona finds it fascinating that they are the same age. 032 is equally surprised to hear this. With that in mind, Yona quickly decides to become friends since they are the same age, and 032 agrees to the idea. It's amusing to see her trying to make friends even though she doesn't know his name yet. She then asks if he's from overseas, and he confirms that he is, mentioning that he's currently traveling. When she inquires whether he's traveling with friends, he replies that he's on his own. Yona finds herself intrigued by this. She finds it fascinating that he is traveling alone and asks how many countries he has visited. He admits he's not entirely sure, but believes he has been to nearly 20 countries. As their conversation continues, Jin finally arrives but slows down when he sees 032 sitting there. His eyes nearly pop out of their sockets as he realizes he is sitting with Dae-yoon. However, Jin doesn't rush in immediately. Instead, he stands silently behind the wall as his sister and the guy continue their conversation. Dae-yoon asks how long he has been in Korea. The man remains silent at first. However, he eventually states that he will stay until he has completed what he is doing here. She smiles and comments that he must be staying nearby since she keeps running into him. He confirms this, explaining that he has some business in the area, and adds that he assumes she must live around here too. He feels a bit awkward asking such an obvious question, but Daeyeon reassures him that she doesn't actually live there. Her school is just around the corner. Suddenly, Jin dashes in. Before 032 can react, our boy grabs him and throws him to the ground, leaving him in pain. Jin picks up a chopstick from the bin and attempts to jab it into 032's face. However, 032 quickly grabs Jin's hand. Instead, Jin responds by throwing a punch. After their brief exchange of strikes, both of them finally take a step back for a moment of respite. Jin feels guilty for involving his sister in this situation and stands there, frustrated with himself. Daehan, on the other hand, is confused by the unfolding events. Clenching his jaw, 032 tells Jin they should take this conversation somewhere else, insisting that Daehan has nothing to do with it. Jin is taken aback to discover that 032 wasn't actually targeting his sister. When Daehyun calls out Jin's name, 032 is equally shocked to realize that she knows him. She yells at her brother, demanding to know what's going on and why he's there. Instead of answering her, Jin tells her to leave immediately. The girl asks him again what he is doing there, but she suddenly feels a chill run down her spine at the serious look in his eyes. It's the same look she has seen before. She then notes that he is severely injured. On the other hand, the femboy finally asks her if she knows Jin. She responds that he is her brother. Her older brother, in fact. She also apologizes for Jin's behavior, explaining that he is not usually like this. The man is initially taken aback, but then, a smile spreads across their face as they realize how big of a coincidence this is. Jin asks his sister to give them a moment. Daehyun quickly agrees. As 032 and Jin confront one another, 032 comments on how he didn't believe Jin was actually her brother and wonders why he has suddenly adopted this disguise. Jin makes it clear that he will only respond if 32 answers him first. With that said, our boy asks him if the camp sent him here, or if he seeks revenge out of loyalty, because our boy betrayed the camp. 032 is clearly frustrated by Jin's relentless questioning, and eventually snaps at him, demanding to know why he continues to ask the same useless questions, and what good it does at this point. But when he gazes into our boy's eyes, he eventually reveals that he left the camp as soon as he heard Jin had killed his friend, 006. He further admits that he isn't there because of the camp. He's here to avenge 006's death, as he was the only family he had. Jin reminds him that he and 006 weren't even close, so why does he feel such a strong urge for vengeance? The femboy somewhat agrees and notes that they have never spent time together outside of training or missions. He questions whether revenge is truly what he seeks, and he is now uncertain about why he just ran away from the camp. After a brief pause, Jin reveals that his friend 006 is, in fact, alive. Not surprisingly, this revelation nearly causes the femboy's eyes to pop out of his sockets. Jin reveals shocking truths, admitting that he faked his death and disappeared to avoid being discovered. He expresses a strong desire to keep his friends from finding out the truth. The man is officially shocked and asks once more if 006 is truly alive. Jin confirms it without a doubt. The realization hits the femboy hard, and he begins to feel pangs of guilt, as he understands why Jin had been asking him the same questions repeatedly. Jin explains that he needed to understand his true intentions before disclosing any information. If femboy had been collaborating with the camp, he would have reported everything back immediately. Therefore, Jin was hesitant to reveal anything without first confirming whether femboy was aligned with the camp. After feeling overwhelmed by the news, the hoodie guy slumps into a chair, his posture heavy with exhaustion. The chair creaks as he leans back and starts to snicker. He then asks Jin why he is there. Jin, unsure how to respond, simply says that he just came back home. The guy is shocked and asks if he's really saying that the girl is his sister. As far as he knows, our boy has lost all of his memories. Jin replies that his memories have recently returned, although they remain somewhat hazy. Other two wonders if he has betrayed the camp simply because he regained his memories. Jin shakes his head and explains that it was because he could no longer follow their orders. Then Jin remembers Daehyun and gives 032 a serious look. He demanded to know how he had met her. 032, clearly unsettled by Jin's intense stare, is convinced that if he doesn't spill the beans, Jin might actually kill him. He nervously admits that Daehyun had helped him out some time ago. Jin anticipates receiving more details, but 032 simply turns away and states that's all there is to it. Jin finally relaxes. 032 is relieved to see him calm down, though he's still a bit rattled by how much more deadly Jin appears now compared to during their fight. Despite everything, Jin begins to clean up the mess. His friend also helps clean the area. As they tidy up the mess, femboy checks in on 006, asking if they're okay. This question triggers a flashback for Jin, who remembers the brutal impact that 006 endured from the car and how he was thrown around afterward. With that in mind, he avoids specifics and simply states that his friend is doing somewhat okay. Femboy shrugs and remarks that it doesn't matter as long as his friend is still alive. After all, given that he attempted to kill Jin, it's understandable that he might be injured. Jin then turns to him and asks how he can trust someone like our boy, especially since he is a traitor to the camp. Femboy responds that it's because Jin has never lied to any of them. Despite his betrayal of the camp, 032 believes that Jin would never betray his friends. He notes that 06 shared the same opinion about our boy. Upon hearing this, Jin states that he understands everything. His friend, intrigued by this vague remark, asks him to clarify what he means. Jin reminds him that on the day the entire camp was mobilized to find him, 006 intentionally allowed him to escape from the camp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. The femboy smirks at this and points out that they likely hated the camp even more than he did. Jin smirks back. His friend asks if there's any way to reach 006. Jin replies that there isn't. Not until 006 contact first. Jin reassures him that he will inform 06 to reach out to Femboy when he makes contact. He begins to berate himself for lashing out at Jin without reason and nearly getting himself killed in the process. He also highlights how 06 went into hiding to protect his friend. Jin reveals an intriguing detail, explaining that if the camp had known about 06's close relationship with 032, they would have exploited it to their advantage. Therefore, 006 chose not to share this information before disappearing. Femboy feels a wave of sadness as he reflects on his friend's self-sacrifice to protect them. At that moment, the hoodie guy shares some intriguing news. The camp is ensuring that no one discovers that our boy is still alive. Jin asks if they are really covering this up, and his friend confirms that it is true. He adds that only a few high-ranking officials are aware that Jin is still alive, which is why the camp cannot conduct a full-scale search for him. Hoodie guy remarks on how unusual it is for Jin, the top soldier, to be kept hidden away like this. Jin then asks how he discovered that 006 had supposedly been killed by Jin, given that this information was supposed to be kept secret. In response, his friend explains that it's because of Dog, the man with the eye patch. After that, 002 decides to head out, mentioning that he needs to make a few stops on his way back to camp to scatter some trails and ensure they don't track Jin. Just as he is about to leave, he spots Dae-yoon peeking out from behind a pillar. Jin smiles upon seeing his sister, leaving the femboy utterly stunned. This is the first time he has ever seen Jin smile like that. His friend then asks if Dae-yoon is really a sister, and Jin nods confidently. However, his pleasant expression fades into anger when 0132 asks if he can say a final goodbye to her. 032 begins to tremble under Jin's intense gaze. Eventually, the poor guy waves goodbye from a distance. The girl responds with the same gesture. She quickly turns to Jin and asks if he knew 032. Jin responds with a simple yes. She then questions why he was so harsh if he knew him well. Jin is completely at a loss for how to respond to this question. He recalls Yona mentioning that Dae-yoon has always been popular with guys and is quite attractive. With this in mind, Jin makes an excuse, claiming he thought a strange guy was trying to hit on her because she's attractive. Dae-yoon is taken aback by his explanation. A cold silence settles between them following Jin's awkward comment. Later that night, Jin returns to the apartment, secretly tending to the wounds he received from the camp. Once he's patched up, he sits quietly, reflecting on how the camp is concealing the fact that he is still alive and wondering what their next move might be. Meanwhile, we return to our femboy, who is preoccupied with thoughts of Dae-yoon, trying to determine if she is truly Jin's sister. Suddenly, he notices something in his apartment and swiftly draws his gun, aiming toward the front. A voice calls out, urging him to take it easy. As this mysterious man steps out from the shadows, a femboy notices a bald man standing nearby, leaving him momentarily stunned. The bald man tells him to put the gun down before they begin their conversation. Femboy finally relaxes his muscles, allowing the tension to melt away. The bald man looks around and asks if this is where he is currently living. He then questions whether he has succeeded in killing our boy. Femboy counters, asking the hoodie guy if he really thinks taking down Jin is a walk in the park. The hoodie guy then questions what Femboy is doing there. The shady figure quickly adds that he needs to keep things under wraps. Just as the femboy processes this, the bald man discreetly slips a dagger from his sleeve and swiftly plunges it into the femboy's belly. As he drives the blade deeper, he states that he's here to teach him a lesson and to eliminate him for disobeying the camp. The poor guy trembles as he asks whether the camp truly ordered his execution. The big guy agrees, but only if he refuses to return to the camp. He yanks the dagger out of the chest and swings it again at the man in the hoodie, inflicting a deep cut across his eye. The poor guy groans in pain as he is thrown backward and lands on the floor. The bulky figure looms over him, praising his impressive agility. The unfortunate hoodie guy is losing blood rapidly from his belly wound. He demands to know what this person is trying to achieve by doing all this. The bald man coolly replies that he's taking care of business while he has the chance, as he has always waited for this moment to kill him. With 006 out of the picture, he is certain that no one can save this femboy from meeting his end at his hands. Hoodie guy then throws a jab at his opponent, pointing out that he didn't realize he was too scared of 006. He finds it hilarious that this bald man had to ambush him like a coward. Naturally, this little jab infuriates the gorilla, and his anger quickly takes control. He swiftly swings his dagger at the boy, but the femboy pulls out his own dagger and delivers a vicious cut to the gorilla. Now the gorilla is even more furious as he swings back at the femboy. Despite the poor guy's best efforts to keep up, his wound begins to throb. The gorilla then delivers a punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. As the femboy trembles in pain, the gorilla strides over to pick up the gun from the ground. He aims it at the boy and reminds him of the immense effort the camp invested in his training, emphasizing that it will all be for nothing the moment he pulls the trigger. The boy simply mocks him, telling him to stop being jealous and focus on improving instead. With that, the gorilla pulls the trigger, and the gun drills a hole into the boy's thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground like a rag doll. Seeing him in shambles, a creepy smile spreads across the gorilla's face. It's clear he believes that no matter how many jabs are thrown, he will be the one to come out on top tonight. Surprisingly, despite all the cuts and bruises, the femboy fights back. He springs back into action and hurls his dagger at the gorilla's face. As the gorilla is momentarily distracted, the boy seizes the opportunity and quickly dashes out of the room. The gorilla begins firing a barrage of bullets. The boy finally makes it outside. His legs tremble as the bullets cause his wounds to bleed even more. The gorilla chases after him, but all he finds is that our femboy has long since disappeared into the shadows. He continues to follow the trail of blood. As he approaches the right turn in the corridor, the femboy suddenly grabs his hand and pulls him closer, their eyes locking in an unexpected moment of connection. Then, he delivers a devastating blow to the gorilla's face. Before the gorilla has a chance to react, the boy removes the magazine from the gun. He throws it directly into the gorilla's face. After enduring those humiliating hits, the big guy becomes even more enraged and swings his dagger recklessly, completely missing his target. Surprisingly, the blows this brute took didn't come from the femboy. They came from our boy, who just gave this guy a run for his money. The gorilla's face pales as he recognizes our boy. Without hesitation, Jin charges at him, delivering a powerful, crunching blow to his face that leaves everything covered in blood. The gorilla tries to retaliate, but Jin responds with a flurry of strikes to his opponent's belly and finishes strong with devastating knee strikes. However, he doesn't stop there. He slams the gorilla's face into the ground, his own face covered in blood. The wall is also smeared with blood. Finally, the arrogant gorilla falls to the ground. Once the fight concludes, the femboy sits on the ground, nursing his injuries, and asks Jin why he is even there. Hearing his voice, Jin turns around to look at his friend. They then begin to walk away together. He picks up the bag full of goodies from the ground and offers it to the femboy. He mentioned that his sister told him he was broke, so he brought this to his attention. Femboy takes a moment to observe, and they discover food supplies. He begins to laugh, playfully teasing our boy for being such a softie, and asks what has changed him so much. He wonders if he has hurt his head or something, but then realizes that our boy has been this way all along. The scene transitions to the Subview Corporation. We see our boy sitting before the director. The old man points out that the man he brought in is an international fugitive. He mentions that arranging what was requested will be straightforward, as many countries are eager to claim him. He concludes by stating that they will ensure he spends his days imprisoned, isolated from society. It seems they are referring to the gorilla that attacked them, and it appears that he truly deserves the consequences of the chaos he has caused. The old man suggests that he believes the gorilla is linked to the boy's past. For a moment, Jin remains silent, acknowledging that he wasn't directly involved while confirming that a connection does exist. The old man states he won't dig any deeper, but assures Jin that he can come to him if he ever needs help. Jin simply nods, stands up, and departs without saying much else. The assistant chimes in, admitting he was startled when our boy called for help, especially considering the serious criminal activity and gunshots at the scene. As Jin steps out of the building, his thoughts drift back to his injured friend, who is struggling to hold on. Jin quickly pulls out his phone, saying he knows someone who can arrange for the femboy to receive treatment in a safer environment. However, the femboy insists that he can handle it. He needs to stop the bleeding and disinfect the wound himself. Jin, however, emphasizes that he needs proper treatment. The femboy responds that it will take too long and that the camp might become suspicious. Jin is taken aback by this news and asks if his friend is coming back to the camp. The femboy confirms his identity. However, Jin reminds him that the camp issued orders for his elimination. In response, the femboy explains that the gorilla had mentioned he was assigned to bring him back. However, this gorilla has no fondness for 06 or any of the numbered agents, so he decided to go ahead and attempt an assassination. Jin quickly notes that returning to camp remains a risky move. The femboy chuckles, pointing out that since the camp believes 06 is dead, it wouldn't make sense for them to kill him just for going off in search of Jin. The femboy explains that he sees no other option, as going into hiding would only lead to them coming after him, which could also risk exposing 06. Femboy further adds that if his plan succeeds, he will ensure they can't track Jin down. It's the least he can do after Jin saved his life. With all the traces left behind by 06, it should keep the camp occupied for a long time. He tells Jin that he hopes he will succeed and be able to protect his real life. Suddenly, Jin is jolted awake from his memories when Lady Jai calls out to him. She asks what brings him here, and he replies that he was just running an errand. Concerned, she then asks if it's truly all right for him to be out like this, considering he has not yet recovered from his injuries. As soon as she mentions his injuries, Jin's mind drifts back to the past, recalling the times he was kicked and beaten by a femboy, which only worsened his previous injuries. Rather than admitting the truth, he smiles and insists he's doing great. The girl smiles back, her eyes sparkling with joy as she returns the warmth of the moment. She asks if he's free now, suggesting they grab something to eat. It seems she's taken a liking to him, and even though she has a meeting to attend, she'd prefer to have dinner with Jin. Unfortunately for her, Jin turns her down. explaining that he has to head straight home because he has dinner plans with his family. It appears she wasn't prepared to be rejected by a child, and she is clearly feeling the pressure of the situation. To save face, she quickly devises an excuse, claiming she remembers she has some work to attend to. Meanwhile, the guard behind her looks completely pale after hearing her blatant lies, as the meeting was the only reason they were there. Suddenly, the girl asks if he would be interested in taking a part-time job, assuring him that the pay will be worthwhile. Once again, Jin rejects her, stating that he's not interested. She lets out a sigh and finally asks if he would like a ride home. Jin responds with a straightforward no. As Jin prepares to leave, Lady Jai's guard wishes him a speedy recovery so they can train together again, noting that the other boys have been asking about him. Meanwhile, Lady Jai secretly smirks, realizing that Jin is fitting in with the guys better than she anticipated, and even her discerning bodyguard seems to take a liking to him. Once our boy is out of the way, the guard inquires whether Lady Jai intends to assign him to Seo Ha-cha's security detail. She agrees, highlighting the recent stalker incident involving Seo Ha-cha and mentioning that it wouldn't be too dangerous since he would only be escorting her. She asks for his thoughts on the matter, and he responds that it should be fine. While Jin is walking down the street, he notices his grandpa standing nearby. He calls out to him, inquiring what he is doing there. Grandpa simply says he's stepping out for some fresh air. The old man then reveals that Dan's birthday is just a few days away. Jin appears quite surprised. The old man admits that he doesn't know much about Jin's preferences these days, as he belongs to the boomer generation himself. He asks Jin if she can suggest what kids his age might enjoy as a gift and what her hobbies might be. It turns out that Jin is just as clueless as his grandfather from the boomer generation. An awkward silence settles between them as they both come to the realization that they've fallen into the boomer category. Suddenly, Jie's phone rings as she sits in her office. When she examines it, a creepy smile spreads slowly across her face. She answers the call, clearly surprised that it's Jin himself returning her call, which is a significant moment. She listens intently. Our boy then asks her about the offer she made earlier and wonders if it is still valid. The girl smiles, assuming Jin is calling about the dinner offer. She plays it cool, saying she's quite busy, but will check her calendar. However, her pleasant smile fades when Jin reveals that he is actually calling about the part-time job she offered him. She looks annoyed when she realizes Jin is actually calling about the part-time job, not the dinner. Our boy then asks once more if the offer is still valid. The girl asks if he is interested. Jin confirms his availability, and she instructs him to come to her studio tomorrow at 4 p.m. The scene shifts to the game room, where Jin and the other boys are relaxing, enjoying themselves as they game and chat. Jae-hyung, who has been reading an article about Seo Ha-cha, shares the details with his friends. The other boys perk up and begin to stare at his monitor. Jae-hyung shares that she is starring in a new TV series based on a webtoon, where she will take on the lead role in the Mercenary teenager series. The blondie then adds that he's seen her in person and thinks she looks smoking hot. His friend with the orange hair nearly chokes on his drink upon hearing this. Blondie continues, explaining that he saw her while working part-time at his cousin's advertising company, where they were filming a commercial featuring her. Jae-hyung is thrilled by this news, having been a devoted fan of Seo Ha-cha since her first show, which means he has been following and appreciating her work for nearly 8 years. Young Chan asks the blonde how she is in real life. Blondie replies that she looks pretty in person and confesses that she's never seen anyone as beautiful. The others can't help but blush and call the blonde guy a lucky bastard. Jae-hyung even asks the blonde to inform them if his cousin's company needs anyone again. The scene shifts to the set of the ad shoot, where everyone is getting ready for the upcoming advertisement. They eagerly await Seo Ha-cha's emergence from her room. Inside, Seo Ha-cha learns that a bodyguard is on the way to escort her. One of the crew members confirms it. Seo Ha-cha responds that they already have someone from the agency taking care of it. However, the man reminds Seo-ha that the guard arriving this time is from SEBW Corporation. He notes that he has already informed the corporation there is nothing to worry about. Yet they remain concerned due to the stalking incidents. He reassures her that it's just one individual who will be accompanying her, so it shouldn't be much of a hassle. The gorilla-like guard standing nearby confirms that the newcomer is just a trainee. Naturally, this doesn't sit well with the actress, who questions why they would send the trainee for such an important task. As preparations for the shoot unfold, everyone's attention is suddenly captured by the sharp sound of shoes thudding against the floor. When they turn around, they're captivated by the elegance this man exudes. Although we don't get to see this refined figure, I can confidently say that it's our boy making a grand entrance at the party. In Seo Ha-cha's dressing room, the gorilla-like guard notes that SW sent the trainee to gain some experience, and he assures her that he will keep an eye on him to ensure he stays out of her way. Seo-ha's assistant expresses gratitude to the guard for his help and apologizes for the additional trouble, acknowledging that this entire situation is far beyond his paycheck. The guard reassures them that there's nothing to worry about. He adds that it's SW's fault for sending a rookie. He personally finds it quite humiliating to work with someone beneath his level. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. When the guard opens it, he finds Jin standing there, and our incredibly handsome boy in his suit looks like a total lady killer. He quickly states that he's from SWW. The assistant is completely bewildered, questioning whether he is truly a bodyguard or simply trying to deceive them. Jin formally introduces himself and confirms that he is, in fact, the guard sent by SWW. The man finally acknowledges the truth, realizing he almost mistook Jin for a celebrity in disguise, as he looks too attractive to be just a random bodyguard. On the other hand, the gorilla perks up at the sight of our boy. He finds it nothing short of a joke that they have sent a literal child. Nevertheless, Jin asks if he can come inside. The assistant gives him the green light to enter. Once Jin enters, Seo-ha-cha glances at him and is completely taken aback, finding it absurd that such a handsome young man is a bodyguard. Jin personally introduces himself and informs her that he will be her bodyguard from now on. Seo-ha quickly returns the gesture and says it's nice to meet him. Jin begins to look around, trying to get a sense of his surroundings. Seo-ha-cha is still questioning whether this guy is truly a trainee bodyguard. He resembles more of a boy band trainee that SW is trying to debut, and she suspects they likely sent him here for some exposure. Meanwhile, our protagonist wants to confirm whether this is her first day on set. The assistant confirms this, and once the formalities are out of the way, our protagonist quickly addresses the elephant in the room by asking if the stalking began 2 weeks ago with the letters. The woman clarifies that this situation has been ongoing for much longer. She explains that the stalker somehow knows her address and has been leaving strange letters in her mailbox. While this has been happening for a while, it has worsened recently. She adds that this is common in this line of work, so SW shouldn't worry too much about it. After that, the actress starts asking him how old he is. At that moment, our boy's mind flashes back to when his senior advised him that revealing his age would only lead others to doubt his abilities. In the present moment, he simply responds that it's a secret. At that moment, the gorilla from earlier calls out to our boy from behind, saying he wants to have a quick chat outside. Once they're out, the gorilla begins by asking if he is a security trainee from SW. Once Jin hears this, he realizes that this is what these guys must have been told, so he goes along with it, confirming that it's exactly right. The gorilla instructs Jin to step aside and observe how it's done, expressing confidence that he has everything under control. He then begins to berate our protagonist, insisting that he has no idea why SW would send someone like him, a runt, because security is serious business and practice drills won't suffice in real-life situations. He warns him to stay out of the way until his shift is over, and then go home. Jin finally speaks up, asking if the gorilla is Shayol Young Kim from the Security Brothers agency. The man grabs Jin by the neck and tells him not to dodge the question. He warns Jin that if he thinks they're just playing around, he better pay attention if he wants to leave this place in one piece. With that, he throws Jin against the wall and walks away, clearly annoyed. At that moment, the actress steps out of the room and asks if Jin is okay. He claims he's fine. She apologizes for the goofball gorilla, explaining that he's from her agency and can be a bit rough around the edges. She even mentions that she told them she didn't require a bodyguard. Jin remains silent. The actress enthusiastically begins to ask if he is still in school. Jin replies that it's confidential. Suddenly, her assistant calls out, reminding her that it's time to head to the set. Before leaving, she reassures Jin to take it easy, telling him that nothing is going to happen. With that, she walks away, leaving him standing there as she exits the scene. The next scene shifts to GA, who was wondering if Jin made it to the studio safely. The guard asks if she is referring to Jin, and she confirms that she is. The guard explains that he received word Jin has entered the studio without any issues. GA then questions whether sending him there was a wise decision, considering he hasn't fully recovered. The guard reassures her, noting that threats and stalkers are quite common for celebrities. Given Seo-ha-cha's level of fame, her agency has recently assigned her a personal bodyguard, which allows Jin to focus on his other responsibilities. GA agrees, explaining that this is precisely why she sent him there, to give him the chance to relax while he recovers. Who knows? He might even end up complaining about how boring it is. The guard smiles at GA and comments that he doesn't think Jin is the type to let himself get bored. GA takes this as good news and uses the term cakewalk to emphasize just how easy this job will be for Jin. The guard reluctantly agrees, recognizing that she's absolutely right. Meanwhile, GA feels a sense of pride for using Gen Z slang, leaving the guard feeling awkward as he watches her revel in her own accomplishment. As people gather for the shoot, we also see the gorilla making another appearance. Despite the presence of the hottest actress sitting right in front of them, everyone's attention is fixed on Jin. They can't seem to take their eyes off him. The big man then asks Jin why he left his post for so long, reminding him that they aren't here on a field trip. Jin responds that he was scanning the perimeter. The cocky guy begins to fume, questioning what kind of perimeter Jin is referring to, and what a kid like him could possibly know about such things. Suddenly, the director calls an end to the shooting. As everyone takes a moment to rest, Seo Ha-cha's assistant hands her a glass of water. Just as she is about to take a sip, her attention is caught by Jin, who announces loudly that everyone needs to stay inside. The entire staff is all ears upon hearing this request. Jin continues, stating that the police will be arriving soon, and that everyone in the studio must cooperate with the investigation. The actress is now completely bewildered and asks what is really happening. Jin then reveals an envelope containing a tiny camera. She asks Jin what this is. He explains that he discovered a spy camera in the waiting room. The news strikes like a thunderbolt, shocking the gorilla, the actress's assistant, and the actress herself. The people standing around begin to murmur, speculating on how a spy camera ended up hidden in her waiting room. The actress begins to tremble as Jin continues, explaining that he checked but didn't find any security cameras at the entrance of the waiting room. This complicates the task of identifying who installed the spy camera. As usual, the gorilla is fuming, scolding Jin for not disclosing this information sooner. Jin remains unfazed by the gorilla's anger. He continues, stating that Miss Cha did not use the waiting room after he discovered the camera. He was simply waiting to avoid disrupting the shoot, and no one has entered the room to collect the camera, nor has anyone exited the studio. The gorilla's frustration reaches its peak. His nerves are practically on edge, and his mind feels like it's about to explode, convinced that Jin is trying to sabotage him. In a fit of anger, he lunges to snatch the camera from Jin's hand, demanding that he hand it over. Jin steps back with such nonchalant flair that it's almost unbelievable. The gorilla, clearly frustrated, asks Jin what he thinks he's doing. Jin suggests that it would be best for Miss Cha's assistant to take the camera. The gorilla insists, urging him to comply. Overwhelmed and unsure, the assistant finally relents and hands over the camera, realizing he has little choice in the matter. Without a moment's hesitation, the gorilla snatches the camera from Jin's hand. Everyone around is unsettled by how this giant is throwing his weight around. As they step outside, the gorilla begins confronting Jin, questioning why he didn't come to him first with something like this. Jin shoots back, questioning why he should have, especially since the gorilla had already claimed to have conducted a thorough investigation when Jin asked if he had checked the waiting room. The gorilla's rage reaches a new level as he demands to know if Jin was aware of the situation. Jin confirms that he was. This sends the gorilla into overdrive, yelling at Jin for failing to report to his superiors immediately. Jin makes it abundantly clear that the gorilla is not his superior, and this becomes the last straw. The gorilla attempts to slap Jin, but Jin isn't the type of kid to simply accept that. He swiftly halts the gorilla in its tracks. Fuming, the gorilla finally backs off, muttering that Jin would be dead if it weren't for W Corporation. Later, the van races down the highway. Inside, the lady and her assistant are engaged in conversation. She inquires about how long it will take to determine who planted the camera. The assistant assures her that the forensic team is working on it and should have answers soon. But the woman remains uncertain. She notes that they appear to believe she was overreacting about something as trivial as this camera. The big man, always a reassuring presence, tells her not to worry. He insists that he will conduct his own investigation into the matter. Although the actress appears sad, Jin glances at her without saying a word. When they arrive at her home, she gets out of the car, and Jin follows her. The assistant tells him to stay in the car, promising to drop Jin off at the nearest station. However, Jin insists that he will make his way back on his own. With the final exchange of goodbyes, the assistant drives away, leaving Jin standing alone. Once the car disappears from view, Jin strolls through the actress's house. That's when we see her sneaking out of her house, wearing a mask and a cap. As soon as she steps outside, she is startled by the presence behind her. She looks around and finds him standing by her side. She quickly asks how he is still there. Jin simply responds that he was scanning the area. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she tells Jin that he can go home since she's just heading to the convenience store around the corner. She then asks if she's not allowed to do that. Jin replies that she is free to do whatever she wants, and that's precisely why he is here. The girl's face lights up at this. Later, we see her enjoying some delicious noodles outside the convenience store. She tells Jin not to just sit there, but to dig in as well. She mentions that she was going to take the noodles home, but decided to eat them outside since he's here. She looks down and admits that when she's really stressed, she enjoys unwinding by strolling around the neighborhood. Having been in the business for so long, it's difficult for her to walk around freely, and she hasn't had time for friends either. She then asks Jin what he enjoys doing for fun with his friends. He replies that he sometimes goes to the game room after school. She then asks Jin once more if he actually mentioned a game room. Jin confirms that he did. This leaves her shocked, as it suddenly feels like she is talking to a teenager once more. As Jin sits there, he notices some familiar faces. They are his friends. Completely amazed to see him hanging out with Jin stands quietly in the background, as the lady waves to them with a warm smile. After a while, all of Jin's friends gather at the table, and it turns out they all ended up in the game room together. Jae-hyung remarks that he never imagined he would be gaming with her today. The actress smiles and shares that she never expected to find herself in the game room, as she typically prefers to play games at home. Jae-hyung feels a chill when the actress smiles and speaks, as she appears even more attractive in person. She thanks him for the compliment, but also reminds him that she won't forget how they once told her she wasn't good at games. Young Janan, wearing a deadpan expression, confirms this, stating without a doubt that she truly did suck. Surprisingly, despite how much Jae-hyung likes her, he adds that there is no mercy for beginners. Blondie agrees, looking completely worn out and exhausted from playing with newcomers like Jin and Seho. Jae-hyung tells her not to take it personally, but advises her against revealing that she's a gamer, as it could be seen as insulting. The actress bursts into a smile and a cheerful laugh after their playful banter. Ultimately, they choose to go their separate ways. After a final wave, Jin and Sehoa set off together. The boys stand behind, unable to take their eyes off her. Young-chan even comments that he can't believe he grilled Sehoa Cha about her gaming skills. Jae-hyung agrees, feeling as though it's all just one big dream. As they walk out, they proudly display the sweet autographs of Sehoa Cha, signed across their uniforms. Later, a Mini Cooper speeds down the road. Inside, Sehoa remains in disbelief that her bodyguard is, in fact, a high school student. Jin feels a bit awkward as he watches her being so chatty and enthusiastic. Sehoa continues to express her excitement about the fun she had with him, admitting she never expected to be hanging out in a game room like that. Typically, she plays games alone at home. Jin suggests that if Sehoa finds gaming in public difficult, she could invite her friends over to play. Sehoa explains that she's been a trainee since middle school and, as a result, she honestly doesn't have any friends. Once she debuted, she became too busy with work to form any real connections. While she occasionally spends time with people she meets through her job, she wouldn't truly consider them friends. Seho-wee then asks him about his life, expressing curiosity about why he is working as a bodyguard while still in school. Jin explains that he is doing this to buy a birthday present for his little sister. Seho-wee is both startled and touched by his reason, realizing he is a truly sweet brother. She remarks that he must be quite close to his sister, but she can't really relate. To be honest, since she is an only child, she offers to drop him off, but Jin insists it's unnecessary and that he'll get home on his own after escorting her. Throughout their conversation, Jin has maintained a formal tone, addressing her as Miss Chow. She tells him to simply call her Sehoa. Upon finally reaching their destination, Jin steps out of the car. As he turns around, he sees another figure approaching. This man appears to be furious. Sehoa quickly reassures Jin that it's okay because she knows him well. The man cryptically hints to her that someone she knows is currently sitting in the car and would like to see her. However, Sehoa remains silent. As the man approaches them, Sehoa steps forward as Jin quickly steps in front of the newcomer, but the guy in glasses immediately tells him to step aside. Sehoa then tells Jin he can go home and that she'll be back shortly, but Jin insists on waiting. Sehoa falls momentarily silent. She gazes at his calm face. Finally, she smiles and tells him to go home and get some rest. As she walks away, a hint of sadness crosses her face as she thinks to herself that she can't involve him in this. Once Sehoa is inside the car, the man begins to berate her, demanding to know why she didn't answer his calls. He scolds her for not calling back, even though she was busy. Sehoa responds bluntly, questioning why she should bother taking his calls. The man in the shadows appears confused by her response. He smirks, warning her not to push him too far, or she may regret it. He reminds her that he has his limits too, and attempts to justify his behavior by claiming that the dates he had with other girls were purely for business and should not be held against him. Sehoa tells him that she doesn't care about who he meets since they broke up a month ago, and that he needs to stop contacting her and showing up like this. She firmly states that she would prefer if he didn't call or stop by anymore, as she begins to open the car door, but this jerk lunges at her. He grabs her hand and tells her he's going to teach her a lesson about her place. He makes it clear that just because she has gained a bit of fame, it doesn't mean she's suddenly a hotshot starlet. He continues by saying he could ruin a young actress like her and threatens to reveal the identities of her parents. He questions whether she's truly getting a reality check in her current state, but before he can say anything more, my guy smashes the window of his luxury car. Glass shatters everywhere as our boy grabs the rich man by the collar and yanks him out of his comfortable seat. He throws him onto the asphalt, resulting in some serious scrapes and bruises. The girl is utterly stunned by the scene. He quickly tells her that she can get out now. Once she steps out of the car, he checks to see if she's okay. She assures him that she's fine, but her concern seems to be more about the wealthy man he just ejected. If you're a fan of this manhwa, you're likely eagerly anticipating the upcoming anime adaptation. Share your rating for this story in the comments.